Chapter 1849. The 8 ultimate gods did not think someone would dare to chase after them. But someone actually did it. They didn't know whether they should say that this kid was audacious or stupid. In the lower worlds, their strength was restricted by the heavenly Tao, and they couldn't unleash 100% of their strength. But in the immortal world, they were mighty hierarchs with powerful battle prowess. They didn't care about peak stage God-King realm experts at all. The ultimate god Heaven was the first to attack. The other ultimate gods secretly cursed the ultimate god Heaven for being shameless. They were too busy talking and did not make the first move. If they killed the kid and snatched his stuff, it would not be so easy for them to reap any benefits. After the Heaven ultimate god charged out, they immediately followed suit. They were unwilling to let the Heaven ultimate god take advantage of the situation and wanted everyone to take advantage of it. The ultimate god charged forward confidently. He threw a punch at the warship. The ultimate god Heaven dared not hold back after the small loss last time. He was afraid the kid would slip away. Whoosh! The gravitational field was activated. The ultimate god Heaven's body sank as if he was about to fall. He knew he had been hit when his terrifying speed was suppressed, but he did not think much of it. He was an ultimate god expert and he tried to shake off the gravitational field. Even a divine king would be injured by a godly venerable rank expert's strength. Unfortunately, the ultimate god Heaven was disappointed. No matter how hard he tried, the gravitational field still shrouded him and he could not shake it off. It indirectly affected his speed. What the hell? The 30% speed limit was not a big deal to the ultimate god Heaven, but it was still very annoying. The ultimate gods who came later were also trapped in the gravitational field and could not shake it off. It made them feel very helpless. Fortunately, their speed was not completely restricted. It was just a speed restriction. What was there to be afraid of? They were more concerned about the white warship at that moment. If they could control the warship, their combat power would increase greatly. The 30% speed limit was enough to suppress many ultimate gods. Boom! Boom! An ultimate god expert's attack was still very terrifying. Level 4 energy shield, activate. Divine power pond, activate. Devour divine power with all your might. Lin Fei calmly commanded. When the ultimate god's attack came, the level 4 energy shield opened and formed a huge light shield to block the attack. The attack landed on the shield and gently shook, disintegrating the power. Awesome! Although he did not completely block the ultimate god's attack, Lin Fei was satisfied that he managed to block the most important part. Charge! The divine power pond absorbed the divine power crazily, and the divine power that filled the sky surged over. The area around the warship turned into a whirlpool as divine power poured in continuously. The divine king and the 8 godly venerable ones who were watching from afar were stunned. I finally understand. The last time my divine power was absorbed, it was because of this warship. Damn it, hurry up and stop the warship. If we let him absorb any more divine power, we'll have wasted our efforts. They had originally thought that they would definitely win, but now they had suffered a huge blow. Even they could not absorb divine powers at such a terrifying rate. After all, their divine bodies could not withstand so much divine powers. Once the amount was exceeded, they would explode and die, even if they were ultimate god experts. The warship absorbed the divine power like crazy and at the same time, crashed into the ultimate god experts. With the 30% speed limit, the distance between them was also shortened. The warship crashed into the ultimate god of Heaven's body. I'm an ultimate god with a profound divine body. Just your warship alone. The ultimate god of Heaven did not care at all. Halfway through his sentence, his expression changed drastically as he was sent flying. The ultimate god of Heaven who was sent flying had a hard time. The impact caused cracks to appear on his divine body. The most incredible thing was that he had lost a portion of his divine power. If it was 100% of his divine power, he had lost about 10% of his divine power. The ultimate god's divine body is really strong. I wonder how many times you can last. Lin Fei appeared on the warship and laughed at the ultimate gods. Whoosh! Whoosh! The warship was like a ferocious tiger as it kept attacking. The gravitational field was also playing its advantage as it kept crashing into the 8 ultimate gods. The warship blocked some of the ultimate gods' attacks and used the divine power it absorbed to repair the damaged areas. In the eyes of outsiders, no damage could be seen. Bang! 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 The ultimate god experts were continuously sent flying. The divine kings who were preparing to enter the passage of gods looked at each other and could not believe what they were seeing. The 8 ultimate gods could not do anything to the warship and were continuously sent flying. As for their attacks, they seemed to be very weak as the warship was still intact until now. Ha ha ha, the ultimate gods are just so. After sending 3 godly venerables flying again, Lin Fei changed his direction and crashed into the array formation's restriction formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! These were all previously set up to stop the divine power from flowing down. Lin Fei had to break these restrictive formations since he came up here so that his trip would not be in vain. The warship had a super alloy hull. Not only was its defense stronger, but its attack power had also greatly increased. It crashed into the restrictive formation. Rumble! The restrictive formation's counterattack landed on the warship. Lin Fei's body only shook a little but was not injured. However, the restrictive formation cracked. Continue! Rumble! Rumble! The 8 ultimate gods tried to stop the warship several times but could not stop it from crashing into the restrictive formation. The restrictive formation, which thought it was strong, was like a piece of glass under the impact of the warship. It was broken into pieces in 2 or 3 hits. In less than a moment, the restrictive formation was riddled with holes and could not play its role as a seal anymore. Thick divine power flowed into the lower realm. The people of God's Thunder Mountain had never seen anyone break the restrictive formation with a warship. Even ultimate gods did not dare to do so. However, someone did and succeeded. The 8 ultimate gods were the most helpless. They could only watch helplessly. As soon as they rushed up, they were affected by the gravitational field. Then, they were bombarded by 1,000 cannons, forming a blockade that blocked them outside. It was not good to have so many mosquitoes. Faced with the non-stop attacks and the 30% speed restriction, they could not get close to the warship. Needless to say, their attacks were blocked. The sealing formation was broken, and the warship turned around again, heading towards the Divine King. Hee hee, you ultimate gods can do whatever you want in the lower realm. I can too. Haha. The warship crashed into a large group of Divine Kings. Boom, boom, boom. The beautiful sound was like a form of art, echoing in the sky. Lin Fei did not show any mercy. The 8 divine emperors went after Hun Dun. How could they miss such a good opportunity? A one-sided massacre began. The Divine King's counterattack was also very weak. They could not stop the warship's impact. Chapter 1850. Last time, the heavenly gods and god kings suffered great losses. Who would have thought that in such a short time, they would once again experience a one-sided battle? The white warship rushed over like a ferocious tiger, not giving them any chance. Every time they were hit, they would either be heavily injured or smashed into pieces. They could not even defend. When every god king died, the divine power in their body would disappear completely. Without divine power, what else could they do? Last time, they could still resist for a while, but this time, they basically couldn't. Not to mention the terrifying impact, just the gravitational field that pressed down on them made them unable to move. Even godly venerable expert speed could be restricted by 30%, let alone god kings like them. Once they were suppressed by the gravitational field, their fates were sealed. Awesome, this is awesome. Lin Fei squinted his eyes, in a very good mood. First, he absorbed a huge amount of divine power, followed by god king grade godheads. It could be said to be a great harvest. Last time, it was troublesome to kill them, but this time, it was a one-sided slaughter. The gravitational field was a great help, and almost no god king could escape. I can't kill godly venerables, but I can kill god kings. The superalloy body greatly increased its attack power, but it was still not enough to deal with godly venerables. They were too strong, and not easy to deal with. Lin Fei was satisfied after wiping out the god kings. Who asked him to be lacking god king fighters? In the battle of attrition, he had already expended a lot of god kings. If he didn't wipe them out now, he wouldn't have many god kings left. This time, the god kings deserved to be unlucky. The 8 divine emperors had mobilized tens of millions of god kings, and there were still millions of god kings left. In Lin Fei's eyes, they were a big piece of juicy meat. As the warship flew past, it wiped out a large number of god kings. Too scary. Run, or else we won't be able to leave. Don't kill me, I surrender. I surrender too. Faced with the warship's sweep, coupled with the God King's helplessness, the God Kings suffered heavy casualties. They had never experienced such a one-sided attack. Counterattack? The attacks landed on the warship, but nothing happened. Instead, the warship's charge made them suffer heavy losses. The God Kings began to show expressions of despair. The gravitational field also caused them to lose the chance to escape. They could only watch helplessly as they were killed. At this moment, they couldn't care less and chose to surrender. At least they could live. Lin Fei didn't need a God King to surrender. As long as he had a God King rank Godhead, he could summon a God King. It was just a matter of strength. It didn't matter too much. In any case, they would be used as cannon fodder. There was no difference between surrendering and not surrendering. However, in the eyes of the 8 ultimate gods, it was a massacre. Millions of God Kings were about to be annihilated at the hands of the other party. Right now, they were powerless. Once they got close to the warship, they would be suppressed by the warship's gravitational field. Not only would their speed be suppressed, but they would also be attacked by the warship. Long-range attacks were easily blocked. At this moment, they knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to deal with that brat. However, they didn't want to watch him slaughter godly monarchs. In the blink of an eye, there were heavy casualties. If all the God Kings died, they wouldn't know how to answer to them. Let's hold him back and ask the controller to come. As long as the controller comes, he can be restrained in the divine realm and we'll deal with that brat sooner or later. The ultimate God of heaven said fiercely. Yes, that's a solution. Only the controller can suppress this guy. They had a solution soon. If all the God Kings died, the God Kings would be the first to blame them. Now, they could only hope for the controller to help. While contacting the controller, they attacked the warship at the same time to buy time. As long as the controller came, he would be able to restrain the warship. Lin Fei controlled the warship to continuously attack the God Kings. This terrifying scene was also quickly spread out. Ever since the heaven pillars were broken, the upper echelons of the divine realm had been paying attention to the god's lightning mountain. If the primal chaos really broke all the heaven pillars, the consequences would be absolutely terrifying. They had been paying attention. Millions of God Kings and 8 ultimate gods continued to descend. This had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. The white warship came out unafraid of the ultimate gods' attacks and wiped out the God Kings. This shocked everyone. How could something like this happen? Seeing the white warship kill hundreds of God Kings with a single charge, they frowned. God Kings were also a mid-tier power in the divine realm. However, they were killed by the other party just like that. This was too terrifying. More people paid attention to the warship's terrifying ability. Everyone knew how terrifying the Battle Clan was in the past. However, they only targeted sky gods and God Kings and rarely affected ultimate gods. If the white warship in front of them could be slightly more powerful, it could definitely cause great damage to ultimate gods. If they could get their hands on one or learn how to refine it, it would be a great help to their forces. There were also some ultimate gods who immediately recognized who the white warship belonged to after seeing it. They could not help but be overjoyed. The stronger Dtion was, the more they liked it. This time, their eyes lit up and they were secretly happy. They did not fall out with Dtion and maintained a good relationship. Perhaps they could get their hands on this warship in the future. This warship was too terrifying. Master, there's danger. Let's go down immediately. Little Fiend suddenly reminded Lin Fei. Lin Fei controlled the warship to kill almost 2/3 of the God Kings. The area outside the God Lightning Mountain was empty. Just as he was about to kill the remaining God Kings to vent his anger, he heard Little Fiend's voice. Danger! Lin Fei was addicted to killing and was a little annoyed. In the next second, a terrifying power enveloped the warship and stopped its attack. This is time slowing down, and it's a ultimate God controller. Lin Fei secretly cursed. No one knew better than him what this meant. He had been so focused on collecting God King level godheads that he had forgotten that this was the divine realm and there were controllers here. Ha ha ha, the controller is here. That kid is dead for sure. The 8 ultimate gods finally heaved a sigh of relief. The warship slowed down and the attack stopped. They knew who had arrived. Only a controller's Tao of Time could easily suppress this warship. In less than a few breaths, a silver-armored ultimate god appeared on the horizon and floated over. As soon as this silver-armored ultimate god appeared, Cheers came from the god kings who were on the verge of despair. Great, the controller is here. We're fine. The surviving god kings cheered. Silver-armored ultimate god strolled over, a long river of time flowing behind him. A mere person from the lower realm dares to cause trouble in the divine realm? You don't know your place. As soon as silver-armored ultimate god arrived, the long river of time behind him moved and turned into a long saber. The saber slashed at the silver-white warship, and a huge hole appeared on the huge body of the warship. Chapter 1851. Just one slash. A huge hole appeared in the super-alloy hull. Lin Fei was also injured. Is this the power of a controller? This was the first time Lin Fei had encountered an attack from a controller. His invincible defense was half a beat too late and he was injured and vomited blood. Lin Fei also showed a serious expression. Lin Fei had long heard about controllers. They were existences even stronger than ultimate gods. Now it seemed that the rumors were true. Controllers were indeed very powerful. Powerful time power shrouded the warship. Lin Fei could easily feel that it was far stronger than his own time power. What a controller! Isn't that just bullying the weak? Just wait until I reach the ultimate god realm. Let's see who's going to bully who. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Lin Fei was not afraid of the other party. The controller appeared and broke the warship's hull with one move. The 8 ultimate gods secretly gasped. The controller was more than a level stronger than them. They had no choice but to admit defeat. Their attacks could not break the warship's defense at all. The controller broke it so easily. They could not do it, and it was done so easily. Those who could become ultimate gods were not weak, but compared to the time bloodline, the difference was too big. Brother Xue Kai, the guy inside the warship is from the chaos side. Please capture him and don't kill him. Ultimate God Sky said. We suspect that this kid knows many secrets. We must capture him and interrogate him. It's best if we can spare his life. Ultimate God Xiaotian added. Seeing that the kid was no match for the controller, the other ultimate gods quickly voiced their opinions. At this time, even if it was embarrassing, they had to say it. If the kid inside was killed, they would be the ones at a loss. The silver-armored ultimate god Xue Kai only glanced coldly at them. I only have an idea on how to deal with him. I don't need you to say anything else. You're too disappointing. The controllers had always looked down on ultimate gods. Especially at this time, Hierarch Xue Kai looked down on them. Not only did they fail to stop a person from the lower domain from causing such a ruckus, but they also had to ask for his help. Hierarch Xue Kai despised them even more. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in the eyes of the 8 ultimate gods, but they did not vent it out and could only endure it. After all, they were no match for the controllers. As soon as they finished speaking, Lin Fei's voice came from within the warship. The 8 ultimate gods sneered after hearing that. This kid was courting death. He even dared to insult the controller. They did not even have to do anything as the controller would kill him on the spot. This time, it would be difficult for them to stop it. What arrogance! No wonder you're so arrogant. Hierarch Xue Kai sneered. The river of time behind him moved again. I'll break your turtle shell first. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Whoosh whoosh. Time was like a knife, cutting into the warship. The level 4 energy shield and the super-alloy hull all experienced a time delay. A few more holes appeared on the silver warship in an instant. In front of me, a time controller, any defense is useless. No one can dodge the attack of time. Hierarch Xue Kai said disdainfully. Even if the warship in front of him was strange, he would not look at it directly because he was a time controller. Lin Fei, who was inside the warship, was affected by time. His movements slowed down, but his thoughts did not. A time controller is indeed very powerful. My warship's defense was not even activated before it was invaded by time. The warship has finally met its match. Lin Fei began to analyze the situation. Battle number 1. Repair the holes first. Lin Fei knew that he had encountered a strong enemy, especially one that was a time controller. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Divine power circulated and the damaged parts of the warship gradually began to repair. However, the repair speed was not as fast as expected. Damn the power of time. Stop the super-alloy hull from repairing. The warship's repair speed was not fast. Lin Fei was so anxious that he cursed. Attack. Lin Fei could not think of a suitable way to fight against the time controller. He also understood why Little Fiend said that there was danger. A time controller could suppress the warship. Boom, boom, boom. 1,000 cannons fired without stopping. The sky full of attacks locked onto the distant silver-armored time controller. Hierarch Xuekai smiled faintly. Is that all? Too weak. The light beam attack stopped in front of Hierarch Xuekai. They were all fixed in the void. Time rebound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The light beams changed direction and hit the warship. In an instant, the warship was submerged in attacks. F*CK. That's possible. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This time controller was a little too strong. Lower realm person, use whatever skills you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Hierarch Xuekai stepped forward. No one has ever dared to act strong in front of me. Bang! Bang! As Hierarch Xuekai walked over, the River of Time attacked. The warship was full of holes caused by the invasion of time. This power could not be resisted at all. Screw it. Lin Fei clearly realized that the warship could not display its power for the time being. His opponent was a time controller and could easily suppress everything. Only if he made a move would he have a chance. The entrance to the Passage of the Gods was nearby. As long as he returned to the lower realm, even the most powerful time controller would not be able to deal with him. Hua! The River of Time attacked the warship once again. Suddenly, the warship disappeared. The River of Time fell. The black-robed Lin Fei appeared in his original position. The moment he appeared, he kept moving. Time deceleration. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He used time deceleration. God-tier blade slash. To deal with such a time controller, Lin Fei had to deal with him as soon as possible. The terrifying blade light slashed toward Hierarch Xuekai's head. A strange look flashed in Hierarch Xuekai's eyes. He was a little surprised. So you also have a time bloodline. It's just that your realm is not high enough. Your time deceleration is useless against me. The blade light in front of him was also fixed in mid-air. Let me teach you what true time deceleration is. Hierarch Xuekai walked over. Your time deceleration is only 200 times, but mine is 1,000 times. Boom! Lin Fei was instantly shrouded by the power of time. His surroundings were like mud, fixing him in mid-air. No matter how he struggled, he could not regain his freedom. What a terrifying time deceleration. Is this what he means by 1,000 times? Hierarch Xuekai was close to Lin Fei. I don't like people with the time bloodline. I won't let someone with the time bloodline grow. So, you can only die. Chapter 1852. This battle made those godly kings suck in a cold breath of air. Everyone knew how powerful the controllers were. In terms of status, they were even above the ultimate gods. There was no comparison between the two. It was not difficult to become an ultimate god. As long as one's bloodline was not bad, coupled with a large amount of resources, one could basically become an ultimate god. However, there were strict requirements for one's bloodline to become a controller. Becoming a controller was not an easy task. Any controller was stronger than the divine venerable ones because they possessed powerful bloodline powers. Time controllers were even more unique existences in the field of control. The Earth controller, Flame controller, and so on were no match for the time controller. No matter how strong one's attacks were, they couldn't escape from a temporal attack. If someone wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as turning over a finger. Because of that, there was a saying in the god world. It was fine to offend a divine being, but never ever offend a controller, especially a special one. This saying had been circulating all this time. There were very few people who had actually seen a controller in action. But today, everyone finally witnessed the terrifying power of the time controller, suppressing his opponent in a few moves and seizing the initiative. Everyone present knew how terrifying the warship was. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. Now that they were finally going to die at the hands of the controller, everyone cheered again. Kill him! Kill him, we must kill him! Kill the people from the lower realms! Their voices joined together in an instant. The 8 ultimate gods could only watch and did not dare to speak. If it was an ordinary ultimate god, they might have taken action. It was not a big deal to offend them since they had a strong backing. But against a time controller, there was nothing they could do. It was fine if the other party did not give them face. The controllers did not need to give face to ordinary ultimate gods either. If they really offended them, it would be a small matter if they were to be humiliated in public. If they were to be killed on the spot, it would be in vain. The God Emperor wouldn't go against the ruler for his sake. Everyone in the God realm knew that controllers could survive a God Emperor's attack. Even the divine emperors were secretly afraid of the special controllers. One could imagine how high the status of the special controllers was. The 8 ultimate gods could only sigh in pity. If he could obtain the method to refine the warship, it would also be a gain. The River of Time attacked. Everyone was certain that this kid was dead meat. If he dared to be arrogant in front of the time controller, he would be courting death. No one could help him. Escaping from the hands of the time controller? That's just a dream. Just as the River of Time was about to cut Lin Fei's eyes emitted a terrifying light as he stared at Hierarch Xuekai. I'll remember you. I'll kill you sooner or later. That day won't be too far away. Whoosh! The River of Time's attack missed. Hierarch Xuekai watched as the other party left. You actually managed to escape from my power of time? Hierarch Xuekai was slightly stunned. The River of Time moved again and slashed at a space near the Passage of Gods. I underestimated you. So you are a dual bloodline controller. Whoosh! Instantly there was an uproar. The 8 ultimate gods were stunned on the spot. Dual bloodline controller? What kind of joke was that? In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei tumbled out of the void, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth as he shot toward the passageway of the Legion of Gods. Space-time reversal. As he rushed toward the Passage of Gods, Lin Fei used space-time reversal on Hierarch Xuekai. The space around Hierarch Xuekai instantly changed, as though it was about to become another space. He took a step forward, and the power of time surged. The changing space around him suddenly stopped. He actually knows space-time reversal. He almost succeeded. Hierarch Xuekai could only watch helplessly as the other party entered the Passage of Gods. He had calculated everything, but he had not expected the other party to have a spatial bloodline. Time controllers were very powerful, but there was one bloodline that he could not deal with easily. That was the spatial bloodline. Space was not affected by time. Time controllers were the most helpless against spatial controllers because they could use space to escape from time. Hierarch Xuekai had not expected that the other party not only had the time bloodline, but also the spatial bloodline. Any one of them was enough to make others envious. Now that they had fallen into the hands of a single person, how terrifying was that? Lin Fei fled into the Passage of Gods. The 8 godly venerable ones were no longer calm. Dual bloodline controllers were rare even in the divine realm. It would be a piece of cake for such a controller to kill a godly venerable. Damn it, why is that guy a dual bloodline controller? If he advances to the hierarch realm and improves his bloodline, we won't be his match. That kid is too cunning. At first, they did not want Hierarch Xuekai to kill the other party. But now, they could not wait for the other party to be killed. Letting such an enemy go would be a huge disaster in the future. They did not even dare to criticize Hierarch Xuekai for not killing the other party. If they were to be blamed, it would be a tragedy. Daoist Xuekai, what should we do? One of the hierarchs frowned. It would have been fine if they did not know that he was a dual bloodline controller. But now that they knew, they felt uneasy. They all knew how ferocious this kid was. He could easily kill his way up from the lower realm and go down from the divine world. He had many tricks up his sleeve, and they could not defend against him. Hierarch Xuekai was also very angry. He knew better than anyone how terrifying a dual bloodline controller was. Yet, this kid had escaped from his hands. Hierarch Xuekai would not ignore the last words he left behind. He could easily resist the opponent's power of time because he was a controller and a godly venerable one. His bloodline had been upgraded and he was not affected by the power of time. Just now, if his power of time was not stronger, he would have been struck by the space-time reversal and banished to another place. I have a plan for this. Don't worry. Hierarch Xuekai said lightly. Tell me everything you know about this kid's situation. Cough, cough, cough. Back in the lower realm. With Lin Fei's massacre in the Passage of the Gods, the battle in the Divine Mausoleum also came to an end. Lin Fei's subordinates had killed most of them. Luckily, space and time are different. His time can't affect space. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. Other than the God Emperor, this ruler is not easy to deal with. This was Lin Fei's first time fighting with a ruler. He realized how powerful they were, especially a time controller. Their power of time was much stronger than the current power of time. No wonder those hierarch Shui Kai were so polite. There was a reason. Little devil, can I also increase the power of my bloodline? Chapter 1853. Facing the attack of the time controller, Lin Fei had to take it seriously. If not for his space bloodline, he might really be left in the divine world. Now he had to improve his time bloodline. It might be difficult for others, but for Lin Fei, it was not difficult at all. But now, Lin Fei had to ask the little devil first. Lin Fei was worried that the time controller would come down from the divine world. That would be a big problem. His time deceleration and other attacks could affect the God King, but it might not affect the time controller. It was necessary to prepare for a rainy day now. There were still a few days left, so Lin Fei had to take it seriously. Master, you can improve your bloodline very early. The little devil rolled her eyes. Your bloodline is different from others. There are not many restrictions. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he muttered. Isn't this because you didn't tell me before? The little devil rolled her eyes again. That time controller just now in terms of time control is actually not very good. The little devil said, according to the system's calculations, if there are a total of 10 levels of bloodline power, that guy is at most level 7, not level 10 perfection. So awesome. Only level 7? Lin Fei found it hard to believe. Then what about me? Master, you are also around level 4. All right. Lin Fei entered the treasure tower again. This time, Lin Fei went directly to the bloodline area. There were all kinds of bloodlines here for a long time. Compared to the last time, this time, Lin Fei was very calm. He did not have the feeling of a country bumpkin entering a big city. Lin Fei also saw those invincible bloodlines again. Yes, very powerful. Lin Fei came in front of the time bloodline. He was very envious of this thing. Wait until I improve the time bloodline, then let's see who will abuse who. The power of the time controller was still fresh in Lin Fei's mind. What hierarch? They were far from being a match for a time controller. Then how long do I need to refine the bloodline to be able to reach level 7? Lin Fei looked at the time bloodline and asked Little Devil. My lord, now that you're a money bag, you can assimilate as much time bloodlines as you want. With every bloodline you refine, you'll be able to improve by a bit, and the more you refine, the stronger your time bloodline will be. Furthermore, you'll be able to gain enlightenment regarding your time bloodline techniques. Lin Fei blinked. You can comprehend it on your own? The little devil rolled her eyes at him again. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. To avoid being targeted by the time controller, it was necessary to refine the time bloodline. At the same time, the warship was taken out. Without the influence of time power, the damaged areas quickly began to repair, and it did not take long for the warship to be completely repaired. In the lower worlds, the warship had become one of Lin Fei's trump cards. It didn't matter who came down from the passageway of the gods. It didn't matter if they were friend or foe. Usually, only enemies would descend, not friends. After doing all this, Lin Fei began to refine the time bloodline with peace of mind. As for those invincible bloodlines, Lin Fei didn't refine them for the time being. The effect wasn't as strong as the time bloodline. He took out a bloodline of time, sat cross-legged, and began to refine it. If he didn't feel anything from the first bloodline, he would start with the second and third. As the time bloodlines were refined one by one, Lin Fei's control of time also became more familiar. Previously, the time bloodline was only activated, and he only mastered the peripheral parts. Now, he had a deeper understanding of the dishes. After refining 100 bloodlines of time, Lin Fei could barely exert the power of time that could affect the divine venerables. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Fei immersed himself in refining again. With the divine spark, the time bloodline didn't really matter. 100 bloodlines of time. 200 bloodlines of time. 300 bloodlines of time. Lin Fei was refining it with all his might. At the same time, he activated his divine power, with himself as the center, and activated the 10,000 years in one eye, to refine the time bloodline faster. This was also a powerful ability of the time controller. Without the help of treasures, he could exert time acceleration. He didn't know whether it was because Lin Fei killed them that they were greatly injured, or because they were afraid of him. After half a day, no one from the divine realm came down. This made Lin Fei breathe a sigh of relief. As long as no one came, everything was fine. No, it seems that I've reached my limit. Lin Fei stopped and shook his head regretfully. So far, he had refined a total of 600 bloodlines of time. Every time he refined a bloodline of time, his control of time deepened a little. When he refined 600 bloodlines of time, he couldn't refine any more. I should be comparable to that time controller now. Lin Fei thought to himself. If that guy knew that my time bloodline could improve so quickly, he would definitely regret it. Why didn't he come down to kill me? Lin Fei stood up. Now, as long as he willed it, he could use the power of time. With the support of a strong divine power, it's really easy to use the power of time. Previously, Lin Fei could only use the power of time within a certain range. Now, the power of time covered a wider area, and its power had increased a lot. I have 3 time techniques now, but their power is not that great. But that guy's river of time is quite good. I wonder if I can refine it. Lin Fei was very wary of the river of time. The opponent's strength was in the river of time. The power of the river of time was very terrifying, especially when it was activated by a divine venerable expert. It was really invincible, and nothing could resist the invasion of time. Now that his control of the power of time had greatly improved, Lin Fei naturally wanted to refine the river of time. If he could refine it, his combat strength would definitely increase a lot, and it would be easier to deal with divine venerable experts. At the very least, he could easily suppress them. With the support of a continuous stream of divine power, no one could compete with him in the power of time. Little devil, do you have a record of the time controller's river of time? If you do, help me analyze it. I want to refine the river of time. No problem. I'll help Master analyze it now. With the system's powerful analysis ability, Lin Fei believed that the results would come out soon. In less than a moment, the mystery of the river of time was analyzed in great detail. Lin Fei had a deep understanding of the power of time. According to the steps of analysis, he laughed and knew how to refine the river of time. It was difficult not to understand. Once he understood, it would be very easy. River of Time, come out. Chapter 1854. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious reverberations kept echoing behind Lin Fei. What was originally a small stream became a long river in a short time as the power of time gathered. The river surged endlessly like a dragon. Lin Fei continued to condense it. After refining 600 portions of time bloodline, he had a deep grasp of the power of time. Since he wanted to condense the river of time, he had to reach the limit. Lin Fei believed that he could do it. The river of time grew bigger and bigger. If Hierarch Shui Kai was here, he would definitely widen his eyes in disbelief at the scene in front of him. Lin Fei's river of time was much larger than his river of time. No one dared to believe that this was real. At that moment, the river of time had become a large river with turbulent waves, far surpassing Hierarch Shui Kai's river of time. That guy's river of time had always been quiet. The river of time that Lin Fei condensed was definitely a giant existence. Phew! Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. Condensing the river of time was not an easy task. Not only did he have to gather it, but he also had to knead the power of time together to form a body. If not for his deep grasp of the power of time, Lin Fei would not have been able to condense it in a short time. No wonder that guy wanted to put a river of time behind him. Not only is it cool, but it can also prevent people from sneak attacking me. Once the river of time was formed, Lin Fei knew the benefits of the river of time. With him as the center, time was controlled, forming a barrier. No matter who wanted to sneak attack him, they would definitely regret it. The power of time caused the surroundings to become still. Once the sneak attacker got close, they would be frozen in time. Their life or death would be in the hands of the other party. Moreover, they would be powerless to resist. Fortunately, I didn't plunge in head first. Otherwise, I would really regret it. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he did not do that. It turned out that there was such a deep pit hidden in the river of time. Anyone who went would be killed. Swish! Swish! With a thought from Lin Fei, the river of time started roaring. He could really move his heart at will. Now that I've condensed the river of time, I won't be at a disadvantage if I run into that time controller again. If it comes down to the river of time, who's afraid of who? Lin Fei thought happily. If the time controller hadn't appeared, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to condense the river of time so quickly. The time bloodline was upgraded. He then condensed the river of time. Lin Fei already had the capital to fight against the master of time. Now it's my turn to take revenge. Revenge never waits overnight. Lin Fei was very open-minded. Now that he had successfully condensed the river of time, he needed to find someone to test it out on. The God Realm's controller of time was the best candidate. Lin Fei boarded the warship and charged into the passageway of the gods once more. Now that the passageway of the gods was Lin Fei's personal passageway, he could go up and down whenever he wanted, according to their own preferences. Outside the divine Thunder Mountain, the 8 ultimate gods were still there. The time controller was gone. That kid is injured, we just need to go down again. After the time controller left, they had been discussing whether they should go down and kill that Tion kid. They discussed and discussed again and again, but to no avail. Let's kill him while he's down. The ultimate god sneered. He was injured by ultimate god Xuekai, and the strange warship is also damaged. Now is the best time to kill him. That was true. Boom boom boom. As soon as the ultimate god finished speaking, the newly sealed passageway of the gods was once again smashed open. The surrounding array formations triggered a chain reaction, and attacks rained down from the sky, catching the defending god kings off guard. Not good, that warship is coming again. Everyone, run. The surviving god kings trembled when they saw the silver-white warship, and without a word, they turned and ran. They all ran. The previous brutal massacre had left a shadow in the hearts of the god kings. Especially when the other party was a god king. The shadow would be there for the rest of their lives, and it would also affect their cultivation. It could be said that the surviving god kings were almost all crippled and would not have any achievements in the future. Breaking through their current realm was also a problem. I'm here again, haha. Lin Fei's voice reverberated in the divine realm. The 8 ultimate gods flew out and saw the warship chasing after the god kings. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they were furious. Tion, you're courting death. The ultimate god of heaven threw a punch, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. They did not expect Tion to come back and chase after the god kings in just half a day. It was obvious he did not care about them. Whether I die or not, it's not up to you. Lin Fei came to the warship and laughed. If you want to kill me, come up. Don't talk nonsense. I don't care about you. Lin Fei drove the warship to chase after the god kings. He did not care about the 8 ultimate gods. The 8 ultimate gods were furious, but there was nothing they could do to deal with Tion. They did not even dare to approach. The gravitational field affected their speed. Coupled with the concentrated attacks, it was enough to give them a headache. We can't let him continue. Contact ultimate god Xuekai. Let's stall that kid first and reduce casualties as much as possible. The 8 ultimate gods pounced again. The huge divine power vortex appeared again. The warship began to absorb divine power again. Lin Fei had to absorb the vast divine power every time he came. This was called storing energy. Moreover, the divine emperor was not around, so Lin Fei was very relieved. Lin Fei came again. This shocked the forces that were paying attention. They had seen bold people before, but they had never seen someone so bold. He had just escaped from Hierarch Xuekai's hands, but he had returned after half a day. He was indeed amazing. The news was also sent back immediately. Lin Fei did not care about anything else. Right now, he was hunting down god kings, collecting godhood, and absorbing god power. This was what gave him confidence. Tion, you can't escape this time. Once ultimate god Xuekai arrives, you will die a horrible death. The few ultimate gods attacked together, but they only used long-range attacks to block the warship's charge. Lin Fei laughed out loud. To think that you're ultimate gods. Don't you have any shame? What else can you say? My ears are getting calluses from listening to you. The ultimate gods' faces turned even uglier. Wasn't this how one threatened people? Hurry up and ask that ultimate god Xuekai to come over. I'm so scared. Lin Fei laughed again. This time, it was the ultimate god's turn to be confused. Did Tion find a way to deal with ultimate god Xuekai? That was impossible. In their opinion, Lin Fei's escape was a fluke. If ultimate god Xuekai paid a little attention, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Kid, I let you escape last time. Let's see where you can go this time. A cold killing intent came from afar. Chapter 1855. Divine God Xuekai never thought that Ditian would come back. Most importantly, Ditian came back while he was away. Divine God Xuekai had never seen such a bold person. He came back as soon as he received the news. After confirming that it was Ditian, the River of Time swept towards Ditian's warship, wanting to destroy it. You won't be able to escape this time. Divine God Xuekai thought to himself. Ditian had escaped once, so Divine God Xuekai wouldn't allow it to happen a second time or even a third time. How would he put his face? If word got out, he would be laughed at. Ditian had to die. Divine God Xuekai didn't believe that Ditian would be able to escape from him a second time. In his opinion, Ditian was here to die. Did he think that the space bloodline was invincible? No, that was definitely not the case. If it was a first-level Divine God Xuekai wouldn't be able to do anything. However, Ditian was just a Divine King. Ditian could forget about escaping from him. The Divine God is here. That brat is dead for sure. This time, he won't be able to escape. The surviving Divine Kings were filled with resentment towards Ditian. When the Divine God Xuekai arrived, he couldn't wait to kill Ditian so that they would be on edge. They had never been so afraid before. Divine Kings were like cabbages that could be killed easily. They didn't want to live like this anymore. If they didn't kill Ditian on the spot, they would consider not going down. Who didn't know that there was a powerful expert in the lower realm? Killing them would be as easy as flipping his hand. Divine Venerable Xuekai had become a savior as soon as he arrived. The River of Time swept over like a whip. Everyone felt a wave of power sweep past them. Their thoughts couldn't keep up. The power of time also enveloped the warship. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. He wouldn't let the River of Time hit the warship. Even if it was damaged once, it would lose a lot of divine power. Whoosh! The warship was wrapped by the power of space and kept moving in the 10,000-layer space. Boom! The River of Time shattered space after space, but it couldn't catch up to the warship. It was several spaces away. He actually dodged it. Supreme God Xuekai was very confident in his attacks, especially since the River of Time was his strongest treasure. He didn't care about ordinary treasures. Wherever the River of Time passed, it would be affected by the power of time. Supreme God Xuekai knew that he could easily hit the enemy's warship. As long as he could break the warship, he would be able to force the enemy to show up. This was also his greatest advantage. But this time he had been rude. The other party easily broke free of the restraints of the power of time. This made Divine Lord Xuekai very uncomfortable. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The long River of Time moved again, turning into a battle blade, shattering space after space. Its speed became faster and faster, and it appeared above the giant warship. The power of time was still very terrifying. Nothing could compare to time. Above the River of Time, a pair of cold eyes appeared. Brat, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow Springs. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you can escape from me once. This time, you will definitely die. The River of Time slashed down. Lin Fei instantly received the warship and appeared in the space. You know what I like to do the most? That's to take revenge. I'm here for revenge. Boom. The power of time shrouded Lin Fei. Supreme God Xuekai laughed disdainfully. Revenge won't wait until the next day? Ha ha, can I say that you are stupid and ignorant? If your two bloodlines had reached the large success stage, I might have been a little afraid of you. But with your current strength, you want to contend against me? You are very wrong, and not just a little bit. The River of Time was about to hit Lin Fei. Lin Fei was completely suppressed. No, come up if you don't have the ability. I am not that kind of person. You are the time controller. Who is afraid of you? Boom. A surging river appeared behind Lin Fei. It was the River of Time. This River of Time was much larger than Divine Lord Xuekai's. As soon as the River of Time appeared, it shattered the surrounding power of time, and Lin Fei returned to normal. The opponent's power of time was shattered. Within this range, Lin Fei would not be affected at all. The river of time moved and collided with the opponent's river of time. Bang! Bang! The power of time that filled the sky was shattered. In the distance, Divine Lord Xuekai's body trembled slightly. His eyes widened as he watched the scene in front of him in disbelief. The ferocious river of time was much more powerful and terrifying than his own. How can you condense the river of time? Divine Lord Xuekai shook his head. With your strength, you can't condense the river of time. The collision shattered a lot of the power of time. The river of time was formed by the power of time. Divine Lord Xuekai's river of time was naturally at a disadvantage when facing the ferocious river of time. Lin Fei controlled the river of time to collide again. Boom! 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 Each collision was stronger than the previous one. I am the time bloodline. Why can't I condense the river of time? I have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that the time bloodline had this move. Lin Fei laughed heartily as the river of time surged forward. Divine Lord Xuekai's river of time was his ability. After 7 or 8 consecutive collisions, his river of time became much smaller. That was the effect of the power of time being shattered. In order to condense the river of time, Supreme God Xuekai had suffered a lot. After condensing the river of time, he had to continuously strengthen it. This was a very time-consuming and laborious task. However, in the blink of an eye, Divine Lord Xuekai knew that his river of time was damaged. If it continued to collide like this, his river of time would definitely be damaged. Divine Lord Xuekai didn't dare to fight force with force. He couldn't afford to lose. Divine Lord Xuekai couldn't afford to lose. Lin Fei didn't care. He collided with the river of time again. Every time he activated it, it would consume a portion of his divine power. He didn't care. You were very awesome this morning. Now, try being awesome again. The giant warship flew out. Under Battle One's control, it collided head-on with the river of time. The 1,000 small cannons also began to fire. It was already difficult for Divine Lord Xuekai to control the river of time. Every collision consumed his divine power. Otherwise, once the river of time was shattered, his strength would be greatly affected. Now that the giant warship was out, Divine Lord Xuekai was under even more pressure. Although the attacks weren't fierce, the impact was still uncomfortable for Divine Lord Xuekai. Divine Lord Xuekai didn't expect the gap between them to be closed in just half a day. His strongest river of time was suppressed. He had never seen such a genius before. If it was easy to deal with DT on in the morning, then at this moment, he was under a lot of pressure. He might even suffer. Divine Slash. Chapter 1856. The attack of this saber was quite terrifying. Lin Fei had raised the god-level single-blade slash by several levels. Its power was extraordinary. When the river of time crashed into his opponent, Hierarch Xuekai had to use the river of time to block it. He did not expect his opponent to still be able to make a move and was sent flying. Now that Lin Fei had sufficient divine power, his saber technique was even more ferocious. In the divine realm, saber techniques could also display 100% of their power. Hierarch Xuekai was hit. Even if he used the power of time to block it, it still consumed a lot of his divine power. Lin Fei took the opportunity to attack. The river of time crashed into Hierarch Xuekai. The god-level single-blade slash slashed again. I'll kill you while you're down. How could Lin Fei miss out on this kind of Hierarch expert who was even stronger than Hierarch experts? Killing one would earn him an Hierarch godhead. Cough. 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 Hierarch Xuekai was caught off guard. His divine power was severely depleted. He quickly took out elixirs to recover, but his reaction was fast and he was directly affected by the power of time. How can his combat power increase so quickly? In a hurry, he had to use the river of time again. However, how could he resist the river of time formed by Lin Fei, whose aura was flourishing? He was sent flying again, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. I told you, revenge doesn't wait overnight. Lin Fei strode over. The river of time became a saber as he used the god-level single-blade slash technique. The saber slashed through the air, and its power was magnified infinitely. Hierarch Xuekai coughed up blood. He knew he was no match for this kid. If he did not leave now, he might be left behind. His opponent's river of time was too fierce. Coupled with the harassment of the warships, it was impossible to defeat DT on. DT on, you won today, but it won't be that easy to kill me. the river of time blocked in the air. Hierarch Shui Kai took out a door and entered it. The river of time was also cut by the saber. Hierarch Shui Kai, who was in the door, coughed up blood again. He withdrew the river of time and the door disappeared. Everything happened very quickly. Lin Fei did not have time to organize it. What a fast runner! Lin Fei felt very helpless. He activated the river of time and swallowed the river of time left behind by Hierarch Shui Kai. In less than a moment, the river of time digested the other party's river of time and the entire river of time grew a lot stronger. This was a pretty good harvest. That portal should be a spatial portal with a fixed position. As long as I take it out, I can leave. Lin Fei pondered. If the portal hadn't appeared, Lin Fei would have had time to kill Hierarch Shui Kai. Now, he could only say that it was a pity. That's good too. Even if we didn't kill him this time, we can still scare him so much that he won't dare to come again in the near future. The 8 ultimate gods were still waiting outside. They weren't willing to watch the battle in the space. The time controller had his own pride. The 8 ultimate gods were unwilling to offend the time controller. In their opinion, it would not be difficult for ultimate god Shui Kai to kill Di Tian if he was prepared. It was a pity that Di Tian had treasures on him. They're out. A ripple appeared in the space ahead. The 8 ultimate gods were delighted. Could it be that ultimate god Shui Kai had killed Di Tian? That would really solve a lot of trouble for them. Without Di Tian's trouble, they could once again send people down to occupy the Divine Tomb battlefield and successfully complete the task assigned by the Divine Emperor. Sorry, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei strode out of the space, revealing a set of white teeth and a smile. Ah, it's you. Where's ultimate god Shui Kai? The 8 ultimate gods were shocked. Their eyeballs were about to fall out. They really didn't expect that the person who came out was not ultimate god Shui Kai but Di Tian, whom they were most unwilling to see. He's no match for me. He ran away. Lin Fei shook his head regretfully. It's a pity I couldn't kill him on the spot. The 8 ultimate gods felt a chill down their spines. How was that possible? That was a time controller. Di Tian was no match for him half a day ago. How could ultimate god Shui Kai be defeated in the blink of an eye? This didn't make sense. What do you want? Ultimate god Heaven braced himself and said. Di Tian had appeared instead of ultimate god Shui Kai. The 8 ultimate gods realized the situation was not good. Nothing much, I just want to kill you all. I've never killed a divine lord in my entire life. Lin Fei chuckled. The river of time suddenly appeared and swept across the sky toward them. Oh no, this is the river of time. The river of time swept the 8 ultimate gods and sent them flying. The 8 ultimate gods who were sent flying had the same thought. How is this possible? That's the river of time. The river of time was the symbol of a time controller. As long as the river of time was used, everything around it would be affected by the power of time. It would be very difficult to launch a sneak attack. The most uncomfortable thing was, Di Tian's river of time was unexpectedly big. It was much bigger than ultimate god Shui Kai's river of time. They finally understood why ultimate god Shui Kai was no match for Di Tian. It was not without reason. After the 8 ultimate gods landed, they were still affected by the power of time. Go. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They might not have taken it seriously before, but from that moment on, they had to take it seriously. It was enough to threaten their lives. Swoosh, swoosh. They took out scrolls and tore them open. A door appeared and they all went in. The door disappeared instantly, and the auras of the 8 ultimate gods also disappeared. Damn, everyone has won. Lin Fei's eyes widened. This ultimate god still had such a trick up his sleeve. The door they took out is different from ultimate god Shui Kai's. His is more stable, but these ultimate gods' doors are condensed from scrolls. Lin Fei didn't expect the ultimate gods to be so timid. Looks like it will be difficult to kill them this time. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. When I go back, my space bloodline will also improve. I will definitely be able to defend against them then. The ultimate gods ran away, and the remaining god kings were not so lucky. Lin Fei activated the river of time. Even god kings were affected and easily killed. No god king could resist the power of time. In less than 2 hours, everything around them was cleared. It's quiet now. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the giant warship. He didn't think of going back. They will definitely go back to get reinforcements. I can take this opportunity to absorb divine power and improve my space bloodline. After summoning the 18 primordial world avatars, Lin Fei began to refine his space bloodline. At the same time, on another uninhabited planet, ultimate god Xuekai fell down and spat out mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. My River of Time. Chapter 1857. Hierarch Xuekai did not expect that kid to improve so quickly. Is it really because I used the River of Time and that kid saw through it and managed to condense it in one step? There can't be such a genius in this world. Back then, Divinity Xuekai had spent 500 years condensing the River of Time before he finally took a step forward and condensed the River of Time to become a time controller. But now, a junior had condensed the River of Time just like that. He could not believe it. He felt that his lifetime of cultivation had gone to waste. No matter how hard Hierarch Xuekai thought, he could not figure out what was going on. He could only say that there really were such geniuses in this world. If there really is such a genius, this kind of person is too dangerous. Moreover, he is a dual bloodline controller. Once his space bloodline breaks through, I'm afraid there will not be many people in the divine world who can suppress Tion. Hierarch Xuekai did not expect things to turn out this way. It was just killing a kid from the lower realm, but it seemed that he had kicked a big iron plate. This iron plate was very hard. He injured my River of Time, and my strength has also been damaged. I must vent this anger. Fortunately, he has not mastered the space bloodline controller. As long as I set it up properly, I can still kill him. Hierarch Xuekai glanced in the direction and turned to leave. He had to get a few good friends to help him. He could not let such a genius continue to grow. Otherwise it would be too dangerous. He could use the spatial door this time, but it would not be so convenient next time when the other party was prepared. On the other side, the 8 hierarch gods gathered with great difficulty. Their faces were filled with fear and unease. That little bastard Tion made me use a space gate scroll. I was planning to use it at an important time, but now it's wasted just like that. Don't complain. We also used spatial door scrolls. How can that guy cultivate the River of Time? This is too unreasonable. There are so many time bloodlines in the divine world that want to condense the River of Time but can't. How can he condense it? The 8 hierarch gods sighed. As soon as the River of Time appeared, they knew that they were no longer a match. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would at most waste some time. If they had not chosen quickly and used their treasures to leave, they might have been trapped. They were well aware of how terrifying a time controller was. Even ultimate god Xuekai was defeated, let alone ultimate gods like them. Fortunately, that kid did not know about the spatial door scroll. If he really caught up with them, they would not know what to do. This kind of scroll-type space gate could only travel up to 10 billion kilometers. Anyone who was skilled in speed would be able to catch up to it. It was not like a fixed space gate, which could only be fixed in one location. Godly venerable experts in the divine world were not easy to kill precisely because of treasures like the space door. If they couldn't win, they would open the door and leave. That had become a common occurrence. What now? That brat Tion must have taken over that place. Everyone looked at each other, but no one could think of a suitable solution. Go back. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't have the courage to return. If Tion hadn't left and was waiting for them, the consequences would be something they wouldn't dare to accept. Let's hurry back and report the news. This matter is no longer something we can handle. Who knew the chaos had arranged for such a master? The Heaven Ultimate God sighed and turned to leave. What he said was right. Things had gotten out of control. As soon as the Heaven Ultimate God left, the others also left one after another. How to report back had become a headache for them. It was best to remove the label of incompetence. The 8 ultimate gods left, and so did ultimate god Xuekai. That brat couldn't hide it anyway. The news immediately spread throughout the upper echelons of the divine world. The upper echelons of the divine world were in an uproar. In the morning, they saw Tion leaving in a sorry state. Now that half a day had passed, Tion returned and displayed his might, killing all of the god kings stationed there. That was definitely a sensational news. They couldn't ignore it even if they wanted to. Lin Fei couldn't even catch up to him. Unknowingly, he had become the chaos' fiercest fighter. At that moment, He was refining his space bloodline. Those people wouldn't come for a while, so he had plenty of time to refine his space bloodline. He wasn't in a hurry to condense the space gate and other techniques. The Divine World. There were more than a dozen continents in total. Each continent was very big. These famous continents were all rich in resources, and were occupied by experts. Each of the 8 god emperors occupied a continent, and they controlled the most abundant cultivation resources in the god world. They were powerful and had the absolute right to speak. Naturally, they could obtain the continents with the best resources. Each of these continents was extremely vast, and each of them was as big as hundreds of territories. The 8 great divine emperors were also the most powerful. Any divine emperor would have more than a dozen ultimate gods guarding them. The 8 great divine emperors alone had more than 100 ultimate gods under their command. The total number of ultimate gods was also more than 200. The remaining dozens of ultimate gods each occupied a remote continent. Their resources couldn't compare to those continents, but it was still a place to stand. The Heaven Ultimate God was Divine Emperor Xiangyi's subordinate. Divine Emperor Xiangyi controlled the Jianghu continent. The names of the continents in the divine world were all named after the ruler. This was also to strengthen the ruler's ability to rule. Once the ruler of a continent changed, the name would also change. The continents controlled by the 8 great divine emperors had never changed. However, the continents outside would change again after almost 1,000 years. The competition was extremely fierce. The Jianghu continent had a large population and many experts. The Heaven Ultimate God was also an overlord in the Jianghu continent and had his own territory. However, his mind was in a mess at this time. He didn't respond to the greetings of the people along the way. Upon entering the Jianghu continent, the Heaven Ultimate God went straight to the Divine Emperor Palace. Heaven Ultimate God, aren't you supposed to be in charge? Why are you back? Is it because things have been settled? At this time, the people of the Divine Emperor Palace hadn't received the news. The ultimate gods didn't care about such news. After all, it was a trivial matter. In their minds, killing chaos was the most important thing. Everything else was trivial. Heaven Ultimate God, you're so lucky. The Heaven Ultimate God came in and met several ultimate gods from the Divine Emperor Palace. They all greeted him. Normally, the Heaven Ultimate God would be proud of himself. However, at this time, the Heaven Ultimate God was not proud. Everything was messed up. Everyone, don't make fun of me. The Heaven Ultimate God smiled bitterly. Things are messed up. I'm here to report the situation. The ultimate gods present were shocked. Chapter 1858. Something big had happened. The ultimate gods were all dumbfounded after listening to the news. How could something like that happen? What the hell? They would not have believed it if someone else had said it, but since it came from the ultimate god of heaven, there was no reason to doubt it. Not only did Tian from the lower realm defeat the time controller ultimate god Shuekai, but he also managed to condense the river of time. That was undoubtedly the most incredible thing. The river of time was the greatest proof of a person with the time bloodline. It was also a symbol. Many people were proficient in the time technique, but it was extremely difficult to condense the river of time. Now that a person from the lower realm was able to condense the river of time, it was like being slapped in the face. The Divine Emperor had a clone in charge. The ultimate god of heaven immediately reported the situation and waited for the Divine Emperor to get angry. This time, the 8 Divine Emperors personally went to fight against chaos. Although the heavenly way suppression was strong, it only suppressed their strength and the Divine Emperor would not be injured. If the clone went, the Divine Emperor would most likely be killed by chaos. That was something they did not want to see. Only one clone was left in the Divine Palace to contact the Divine Emperor in the shortest time possible and make decisions on his own. The clone had the right to do so. The Jianghu Divine Emperor's clone was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. The passage of the gods should not be occupied by outsiders. The Jianghu Divine Emperor had made a decision with a simple sentence. The ultimate god of heaven secretly breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head. I know what to do. The situation in the other 8 continents was similar to the ultimate god of heaven's situation. The 8 divine emperors' clones did not allow anyone to occupy the passage of the gods. They must take it back. The deployment of troops had begun. This time, godly venerable rank experts were mobilized. Many people did not believe the other party's combat power was comparable to the time controller, but they still deployed ultimate gods, including the time controller. The entire divine realm was watching. If the battlefield was occupied by the other party, the 8 divine emperors would be humiliated. They had to take it back no matter what. After they left, Lin Fei's warship had been absorbing divine power. It formed a huge divine power vortex that was terrifyingly huge. Lin Fei became more and more confident. This was especially true when it came to manipulating the river of time. Activating this thing consumed divine power. With this opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely crazily absorb divine power. While absorbing the divine power, Lin Fei was also refining his space bloodline. More and more spatial bloodlines were refined. Having refined the time bloodline before, refining the space bloodline became much easier. After refining 500 spatial bloodlines, Lin Fei couldn't go on. He had reached his limit, so he gave up. Right now, my control over the power of space is far better than before. If I were to use the space-time reversal again, it should be quite easy. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he appeared outside the warship. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Using the power of space, the surrounding space began to change, constantly flashing before his eyes. If Lin Fei chose to stop at this moment, he would be in a different sky. This was the terror of a spatial controller. Lin Fei didn't do that. The changing space around him stopped again, but he was still in his original position. Amazing, really amazing. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Now, no one is a match for me in terms of speed. With just a thought, I can move through space and surpass anyone. I can even appear next to anyone. The time bloodline was terrifying. The space bloodline was also very terrifying. Lin Fei also tried Air Blast and Air Slash, and their power suddenly increased. The space bloodline was formed. Lin Fei didn't plan to leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the warship. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. While Lin Fei was waiting, some of the Divine Realm's ultimate gods also came to the God's Lightning Mountain to see Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist Ditian, how have you been? The one who came was someone he had met before. It was ultimate god Lu Ming. The rest were also people Lin Fei had met when he went to the lower realm to discuss the warship. After Lin Fei scared away the 8 ultimate gods and defeated the time controller, ultimate god Shui Kai, they took the opportunity to take the initiative to contact him. If they still looked down on Ditian when they were in the lower realm, their attitude had changed 360 degrees. They no longer looked down on him. Instead, they took him seriously. The fact that he was a dual bloodline controller had long spread. No one could ignore such a special constitution. It might not make a difference if he didn't grow, but once he did, he would definitely be very terrifying. The ultimate gods also knew to befriend Ditian. Haha, I'm very good now. The divine realm is full of divine power. I quite like it. Lin Fei laughed. A country bumpkin was a country bumpkin. He had never seen the world. Everyone thought this, but they didn't show it. We have to congratulate you. You've become famous in the divine realm. You're now the youngest time controller. I'm afraid there aren't many of the younger generation in the divine realm who are a match for you. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. No one wouldn't be envious of such a huge achievement in such a short period of time. Especially after becoming a time controller, one could practically do whatever they wanted in the divine realm without having to worry about anything. That was why they were so eager to rush over. Apart from bonding, there was also the huge warships. Your warships are ready. Since you're here, I'll bring them back. Lin Fei knew very well why they were here. After some small talk, he took out the warships. The ultimate god's eyes were gleaming with excitement. Ditian was indeed a good partner to work with. The warships were taken out and taken away by everyone. They were all satisfied. They left their contact information and invited Ditian to be their guest another day before leaving. The first batch of warships was handed over. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to work with them again. He didn't need much time. These ultimate gods would all come back. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to hold on for the last few days. When he regained his freedom, he could walk around the divine realm and see the local customs. Coming. That afternoon, Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the warship, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. After refining 500 space bloodlines, he would be able to know the situation within a certain range. This was also one of the great abilities of a space controller. The 8 great divine emperors have made up their minds. Hee just as well. My space bloodline has made some progress. I'll test it out on them first. Whoosh. Lin Fei disappeared from where he was. Chapter 1859. 32 Ultimate Gods. That was a huge sum of money. Only the 8 great divine emperors could gather so many ultimate god experts in a short period of time. Such a powerful force was enough to wipe out any forces. The 8 great divine emperors would not have paid so much attention if Tian had not defeated ultimate god Shui Kai, the time controller. Ordinary ultimate gods were easy to deal with even if their combat power was comparable to an ultimate god's. It was a piece of cake for an ultimate god to kill an ordinary ultimate god with almost no obstacles. However, it was quite troublesome to kill a time controller. Tianji, are you sure that kid will still be guarding outside? Among the 32 ultimate gods, the 8 ultimate gods were flying at the front. They were the strongest among the 8 ultimate gods. The time controller was not easy to deal with. The 8 ultimate gods were ordered to come and did not take the other party seriously. The river of time was not something that could be condensed easily. They would most likely suspect that the ultimate gods were lying. The one who asked the question was Earth Controller Wu Tuesday. Even Tianji felt uncomfortable from the ultimate god's aura but could only endure it. He's here. He'll definitely be here. That kid is very strange. He can absorb a lot of divine power. His body is like a bottomless pit and his attacks are very terrifying. This made Divine Venerable Crow Earth even more uncomfortable. Tianji, how can you say that? Our brother Wu Tu is number 1 in absorbing divine power. What's so special about a kid from the lower realm? A tall ultimate god said. That person was the Divine Heaven Palace Master who controlled ice and snow. His name was Divine Lord Han Bai. The amount of divine power determined the strength of an ultimate god. The Earth Controller was recognized as number 1. No one could absorb divine power better than him. Heaven Ultimate God's words undoubtedly made Black Earth Ultimate God very uncomfortable. In the divine realm, Divine Lord Wu Tu did not think anyone could compare to him in terms of absorbing divine power. As for a person from the lower realm, it was even more impossible. Divine Lord Wu Tu said indifferently, Han Bai, you can't say that. The world is so big. It's not impossible for a powerful guy to appear. Maybe that kid really has the ability. Otherwise, why would the 8 ultimate gods leave just like that? It was the 8 ultimate gods' turn to be unhappy. It was not an honorable thing for a dignified ultimate god to be scared back. As a subordinate of Immortal Emperor Divine Emperor, Wu Tu Ultimate God couldn't help but mock him. In front of the controller, no one dared to say anything. He's here, he's here. Suddenly, the ultimate god of heaven cried out and pointed ahead. Only then did everyone notice that a black-robed kid had appeared in front of them. He was standing not far away, as if he wanted to stop them. The ultimate gods were secretly shocked. This kid's reaction was so fast. They were still quite a distance away from the divine Thunder Mountain, yet they were so easily found out. If it wasn't for Heaven Ultimate God's reminder, they probably wouldn't have known they were here. He's Tian. Too young. The River of Time. The ultimate gods were all arrogant people. Seeing such a young guy, he did not take him seriously at all. Sky Ultimate Gods and the others were the same. How could they be so scared that they came back? A mere brat from the lower realms dares to block my way? Have you asked for my permission? Among the ultimate gods, there was an old ultimate god. He slapped the air with his palm and was secretly pleased. Killing this kid would be a great achievement. How could this kid not die in front of him? That slap set off a wave of gray energy with a hint of coldness. One look and anyone could tell it was a terrifying palm technique. In fact, it was indeed a vicious palm technique. As long as one was swept by that gray energy, their combat power would be suppressed by half. The old man flew out with that slap. He slapped more than 10 times in a row, not giving his opponent any chance to breathe. It could be said that his killing moves were connected one after another. Lin Fei's surroundings were also shrouded by the gray energy. The ultimate gods who did not make a move secretly cursed the old man for being the first to attack. He was too shameless. They were all prepared to attack, but when they saw the person in front of them, they were slightly stunned and missed the best opportunity to attack. The 8 controllers were quite indifferent. They wanted to see what the guy in front of them had used to scare away the ultimate god of heaven and the others. Was he really as powerful as he claimed? The old man's palm technique shot out. Although he was standing still, the palm technique passed through his opponent's body. It's a spatial technique. He's constantly moving in space. Xianxia's attack won't work. The ultimate gods at the back were shocked. Divine Lord Xianxia's attack was known as a poison attack. The gray energy was a type of poison. It was a combination of tens of thousands of poisons. Even an ultimate god would have a headache if they came into contact with it. Therefore, very few people dared to offend the old man Xianxia. The attack range of the poison was large, and so was the impact. Divine Lord Xianxia was really dumbfounded. In the past, if anyone wanted to resist it, they would either have to use treasures or force their way out. It was not as easy as the other party. Take this. A saber gleam slashed out from the space. Divine Lord Xianxia felt a trace of danger when the saber slashed over. He raised his hand and attacked the saber gleam. With his strength, it was not difficult to directly crush the other party's attack. Bang! Bang! The saber gleam passed through and landed on Divine Lord Xianxia, sending him flying. So what if you're an ultimate god? Swish! 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 Divine Lord Xianxia flew out while vomiting blood. The untraceable saber gleam landed on Divine Lord Xianxia's body one after another. In an instant, Xianxia kept vomiting blood as his face turned pale. Amazing, really amazing! This attack contains the power of space, which is also the most mysterious existence. It's the most difficult to resist. Xianxia is really at a disadvantage this time. It was just a simple exchange of blows. The ultimate gods present did not dare to underestimate the kid named At. He was very powerful. It would not be easy for them to resist such an attack if they were in his place. Unless one was a space controller, not everyone could resist an attack that contained the power of space. Quick! Save Xianxia. Divine Lord Xianxia was fully focused but still could not resist the attack. The attack that was originally in front directly landed on his body. Such an attack was the most terrifying thing in the world. 23 ultimate gods attacked at the first moment. At that moment, they did not care if they were bullying the weak. If Xianxia really died there, it would only be them who would be embarrassed. The ultimate gods attacked together and set off a storm. No one could survive such a fierce attack. At that moment, they really wanted to see how the other party could resist their joint attack. They did not think At could resist it. Chapter 1860. The 8 ultimate gods did not make a move. 23 ultimate gods were more than enough to take care of the other party. If they wanted to make a move, the other party had to show what he was capable of. They were not Tom, Dick, or Harry who would attack at will. The 8 divine emperors are indeed powerful. They can easily attract divine emperors. After Lin Fei refined the space bloodline power, his attacks became erratic and difficult to block. Apart from space controllers, it was not easy to block. Other than passive defense, it was still passive defense. Come out. Space black hole. Lin Fei came out of the space. This time he did not dodge. He spread his fingers and a huge black hole appeared in front of him. The black hole could move. 23 ultimate gods' attacks entered the black hole. Whether it was the front attack or the back attack, they all entered the black hole. The terrifying attack was blocked just like that. Impossible. How can our joint attack be blocked just like that? It's too scary. How are we going to survive this? The ultimate gods looked at each other. It was the first time they had encountered such an enemy. The chaos has really found a powerful helper. Divine Venerable Dark Earth said, "This is a space black hole that only space controllers can use to block attacks. I've seen this move before. It's used to block attacks." Divine Venerable Cold White said, "Looks like our enemy is not just an ordinary level of power. I believe he is a dual bloodline controller now." The 8 ultimate gods no longer dared to underestimate the other party. Space-time reversal. Lin Fei moved again. He appeared near everyone and used space-time reversal. Swoosh. Swoosh. Space began to change. Divine power was also rapidly depleted. Oh no, this is space-time reversal. Divine Venerable Dark Earth thought to himself. Let's stop DT. Although the attack was not powerful, it could banish them. As for where they were placed, it depended on their luck. Despite the warning, The ultimate gods could not block it in time. Time slow. Swoosh. Swoosh. While they were defending against the power of space, Lin Fei heartlessly unleashed a time deceleration, causing them to be unable to defend against the space-time reversal. The first to fail was Divine Venerable Xianxia. He was sent out by space-time reversal. After that were the ultimate gods. 23 ultimate gods were moved out one after another. The longer they lasted, the stronger they were. As expected of a controller. You actually managed to block my space-time reversal. I wonder how long you guys can last. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to fulfill his promise. Killing was secondary. If he didn't fulfill his promise, the Heavenly Tao would attack him. Lin Fei did not want to be attacked by the Heavenly Tao. Moving all of them away was a better solution. The 8 controllers were still holding on. They were indeed much stronger than the godly venerables. The 8 controllers used their respective powers to resist the influence of the Space Force. Divine Venerable Crow Earth controlled a huge earth pillar and stabilized his body. Earth was best at defense and perseverance. No matter how the power of space moved, it was temporarily unable to move him away. Divine Venerate Cold White used the power of ice and snow to freeze the surrounding space. The other godly venerables did the same. They used their best abilities and were even more shocked. This dual bloodline possessor was indeed terrifying. The power of space coupled with the power of time was simply asking for one's life. They finally understood why the godly venerables were scared back. It was not without reason. Even they would not be able to withstand it. Dition, you're indeed capable. This battle alone is enough to make your name known in the divine world. Divine Venerable Crow Earth spoke very slowly because he was affected by the time force. Controllers were most afraid of dual bloodline possessors. This was because dual bloodline possessors were not easy to deal with and could not be underestimated. Well said, well said. Lin Fei smiled. I'm just a person from the lower realm. You've caused trouble for me time and time again. Now you've even sent 8 controllers. This is all because of you. The space-time reversal and time deceleration continued to affect him. With a huge amount of divine power, Lin Fei would not give them a chance to make a move. It was quite difficult for one person to fight against 8 controllers. The consumption of divine power was absolutely terrifying. Dition, kid. We're controllers. Don't even think about moving us away. Divine Venerable Cold White sneered. We're not ordinary godly venerables. They had seen how powerful the other party was. If it was just one person, they might not be able to withstand it. Now that there were 8 of them, they shared a portion of the Space Force and Time Force and could hold on for a longer time. You're using the power of ice and snow. You should be from Divine Emperor Xianxia. Lin Fei's gaze swept across. You talk big. Do you really think I can't do anything about it? The River of Time appeared behind Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Fei activated the River of Time again. Damn it, he's using the Space Force and Time Force consecutively. Now he can even use the River of Time. His divine power is so strong. The 8 controllers were also aghast at this sight. Why were dual bloodline controllers rare? It was because their divine power could not keep up. Activating the special bloodline power required the support of divine power. Without a strong divine power, everything was useless. Divine Venerable Cold White thought that Dition could no longer activate the attack and could only end up in a stalemate. That was why she dared to say such words. But who would have thought that Dition could still activate the River of Time? Once the River of Time appeared, waves surged. It was obvious that it was extraordinary. Swoosh! The River of Time swept toward Divine Venerable Cold White. Crack! Crack! The space formed by the power of ice and snow was shattered by the River of Time. Divine Venerable Cold White relied on the power of ice and snow to resist. Without the frozen space, the power of space and time pressed down. Divine Venerable Cold White was forced to retreat. She was miserable and regretted saying those words. The River of Time pulled again. The surging power of time crashed into Divine Venerable Cold White. Her entire body could not move. The space-time reversal affected Divine Venerable Cold White and moved her away. Dition, kid, I'll be back. Divine Venerable Cold White's aura disappeared. Too fierce. The 7 controllers felt powerless when they saw this scene. They were really powerless. There were many geniuses in the divine realm, especially among the younger generation. They had never seen such a freak.
Now, who still dares to say that I can't send you away?
Lin Fei retracted the river of time. The explosion just now had consumed a large amount of divine power. With a thought, divine power gathered and poured into his body. Chapter 1861. The huge vortex of divine power formed. The expressions of the 7 controllers all darkened. Divine Venerable Crow Earth, in particular, revealed an expression of disbelief and swallowed hard. His physical body is a bottomless pit. Divine Venerable Crow Earth had always been very confident in his abundant divine power. However, after seeing this scene, he knew that his opponent was even more terrifying than him. This kind of absorption ability could almost overwhelm everything. No wonder he could activate the River of Time. In the divine realm, this was an extremely rare existence. He wants to recover his divine power. Everyone, attack together. We can't let him absorb divine power. Divine Venerable Crow Earth was the first to absorb divine power. He tried to plunder as much divine power as he could. Beside the huge vortex of divine power, a small river of divine power formed and flowed into Divine Venerable Crow Earth's body. The other 6 controllers also realized the use of divine power and began to fight to absorb it. However, they were destined to be disappointed this time. They were still too weak in terms of absorbing divine power. The huge vortex of divine power did not change at all. All the divine power flowed into Lin Fei's body. The controllers had made the wrong move from the start. If they had taken the initiative to attack from the start, they would have had the upper hand. It would not have been so easy for Lin Fei to deal with them. This was because they were too confident in their own strength. In the end, they had lost completely. Fortunately, they were controllers. That was why they could last so long. Hee, you want to fight with me for divine power? You're destined to fail. Although he could not kill the Divine Venerable Crow Earth and move them out, they would not be able to return in a short time. The pressure on Lin Fei was also greatly reduced. If he could move the 7 controllers away, it would be even easier. Time like a knife. After Lin Fei absorbed a lot of divine power, he moved again. The River of Time rushed toward one of the controllers. Bam bam bam. Every time they collided, the power of time would affect this controller. However, the other controllers could not help and could only watch helplessly. They could not fight with divine power and could not last long. It didn't take long for the controller to be moved away. Over the next few moments, the 7 controllers were continuously teleported away. Every time a controller was moved away, Lin Fei's influence would increase by a fraction, and his power would also increase by a fraction, completely suppressing the controller's actions. It took Lin Fei 2 days to do this. The last one left was the Crow Earth Supreme Divinity. The power of the Earth was the most persistent, which was why Divine Venerable Crow Earth was able to last until he was the only one left. Young man, you win. 2 days had also allowed Hierarch Crow Earth to see how powerful the other party was. Originally, he had wanted to surpass the other in terms of divine power, but now it seemed like it was impossible. This caused him to suffer a great blow, but he didn't feel any resentment. I was lucky, Lin Fei said. You may have won this time, but it might not be the same next time. Hierarch Crow Earth could also tell that the other party was not going to kill them. It seemed like he was just trying to stop them. Let's wait and see. Divine Venerable Crow Earth withdrew his defenses. The space-time reversal engulfed him, and he vanished before Lin Fei's eyes. What a straightforward person. Lin Fei returned to the Passage of the Gods. After solving another problem, Lin Fei believed that the hierarchs wouldn't come again. He could rest for a few days. Fortunately, I'm in the divine realm and have sufficient divine power to support me. If I were in the divine graveyard battlefield, I really wouldn't be able to last this long. Activating 2 bloodlines really consumes a lot of divine power. He grumbled for a while. Lin Fei absorbed divine power again. This time, it wasn't just his body. Even the warship started to absorb divine power. The huge divine power vortex kept expanding. Both the man and the warship were submerged in the dense divine power, and they couldn't be seen. In the next few days, relatively speaking, it was very peaceful. Those people didn't even show up. On the other hand, the hierarchs who had bought the warship rushed over. They expressed that the warship was very useful and that they were quite satisfied with its power. They hoped to buy a few more. Lin Fei didn't refuse such a request. The prerequisite was that they had to provide the materials. After proving that the warship was useful, they didn't care about the materials at all. They said that there was no problem and that they would send the materials over as soon as possible. Lin Fei had already become famous after the battle with the controller. It could be said that he was famous in the divine realm. The two words, Di Tian, also became an expert of the younger generation. Everything was under Lin Fei's control. The most worrying thing was that the divine emperor didn't intervene, so Lin Fei survived the last few days unscathed. It's done. The last day passed. Lin Fei felt that a sharp sword above his head disappeared. That was the disappearance of the power of the heavenly path. It's time to go back. Lin Fei absorbed a lot of divine power these days. The numbers on the system kept breaking through. After completing the oath, Lin Fei boarded the warship and entered the passage of the gods. He returned to the divine graveyard battlefield. The danger of the heavenly path was no longer there, and he had completed his mission. I wonder if chaos is dead or not. Lin Fei thought to himself. After so much time had passed, ordinary people would have been killed by the divine emperor. After storing all the guarding god kings into the warship, Lin Fei chose to leave and no longer guard the passage of the gods. The people of the divine world would definitely block the flow of divine power through the passage of the gods again. There was no point in staying. He had absorbed enough divine power for the time being. Home. Lin Fei had the space bloodline. This time, his return to the great metropolis world was extraordinarily fast. There were almost no obstacles, and he reached home easily. Compared to the slow speed before, the difference was huge. Everything was fine when he returned to the great metropolis world. With the god kings guarding, there was no problem. For safety reasons, Lin Fei released the god kings. The great metropolis world's strength soared, and it became the strongest force in the territory. When Lin Fei returned home, his wife and daughter came out. They couldn't help but talk. After a big battle, Lin Fei relaxed and could rest for a while. After returning to the great metropolis world, Lin Fei didn't see anyone for the time being. He wanted to enjoy himself. At the same time, the divine graveyard battlefield was once again occupied by the 8 divine emperors. After Lin Fei left, they moved again and took back the divine graveyard battlefield. But this time, they didn't look happy. Everyone knew that they had lost. The 8 gates of the gods also returned to the 8 divine emperors. The strength of the 8 major sects also increased rapidly. The 8 divine emperors also sent many god kings to personally guard the 8 major sects. Chapter 1862. In the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Lin Fei had returned from the divine graveyard battlefield. For an expert like him, a year's time was too fast. And in that year, Lin Fei had a very leisurely life. The god kings had taken care of the matters below, so he didn't have to deal with them. The great metropolis realm had also expanded 100 times. First, the nearby empires had been conquered and integrated into the great metropolis realm. There were only a few rulers there, and the god kings chose to surrender as soon as they went over. The other realms were about the same. At this time, in the lower realm, the great metropolis realm with the most god kings was Lin Fei. Even the 8 major sects couldn't compare to the great metropolis realm. In a short year, the great metropolis realm had become a large territory. That's right, a territory. The great metropolis realm was no longer a realm, but a territory. Its name had also become Great Metropolis Territory. Lin Fei didn't change the name, and kept using it. Great Metropolis Territory became a territory. Forces big and small came to congratulate him. On a mountain behind the invincible palace, Lin Fei was sitting under a pavilion with a few cups of tea in front of him. There were also a few people sitting there. They were all acquaintances of Lin Fei. They were the backers of the 7 overlords. The warships were selling like hotcakes. Even the godly venerable minor giants couldn't bear to part with them. Now that the warships had been placed in the lower realm, the 7 overlords and the special races had armed them, forming a powerful force. In that year, there were many battles in the lower realm. The warships also became famous because of that. The 8 major sects were also very angry about that, but they didn't come looking for trouble for the time being. Both sides were trying their best to suppress it. Daoist Di Tian, when can your warships come out? We've been waiting anxiously. The 8 major sects have sent many experts. We will continue to support them with warships. ever since Lin Fei gave up guarding the passage of the gods. The 8 godly emperor's troops had taken control of the divine graveyard battlefield. All kinds of small battles kept happening. Lin Fei also knew that this was everyone's plan for the 108 god princes that were about to be born. Everyone hoped to snatch the god princes and cultivate a few super experts. I know how everyone feels. Lin Fei said, it's just that things like warships aren't that easy to refine. It takes time, and if time is tight, I can't guarantee the quality. What do you think? Everyone understood. It was just that the strength of the 8 major sects had been rising very quickly recently, which affected their plans. In order to expand their influence and control over their territory, battles broke out every other day. Battleships were the best battle treasures. The speed and attack of the battleship made the people who had used it unable to put it down. That was why they hurried over to ask about the situation. Lin Fei finally managed to send them away. Warships took a lot of time to refine, and Lin Fei did not want to sell them. Anyway, they did not dare to do anything, so they just waited patiently. Master, the righteous sect of the 8 great sects has sent people to see you. They are now outside. Lin Yi walked in and said in a low voice. They finally couldn't take it anymore. Lin Fei laughed. Go and bring them in. Lin Fei did not want to pay attention to the affairs of the 8 major sects. Lin Fei wouldn't interfere with the battles within the Great Heaven Dominion. He was already quite satisfied with the Great Heaven Dominion. Brother Ditian, long time no see. The person from the righteous sect greeted him as soon as he came in. Lin Fei saw that it was an acquaintance. I didn't expect it to be you. Lin Fei looked at the ultimate god Heaven's avatar who came in. The ultimate god Heaven smiled. I can't help it. I've fought with you several times. If I don't come, no one will. Speaking of which, the ultimate god Heaven was also a tragedy. A good mission ended up in a mess, and in the end, he could only arrange for an avatar to go. The recent events in the lower realm gave the ultimate god a headache. If possible, the ultimate god really did not want to come, but unfortunately, there was no other way. Please sit. The ultimate god Heaven sat down and Lin Fei asked someone to bring him a cup of divine wine. He was not in a hurry to ask what was going on. Lin Fei's mentality had changed after returning from the divine graveyard battlefield for a year. The more indifferent Lin Fei was, the more anxious the ultimate god Heaven was, like an ant on a hot pan. The situation in the lower realm had been very tense recently. The righteous sect did not gain any advantage, and on the contrary, they suffered a lot of losses. All of this was caused by Ditian. Now, the lower realm warships were running amok. With this thing they could come and go unpredictably and attack the bases of some sections. The people from the 8 major sects were gnashing their teeth because of this, but they could not do anything to Ditian. After some irrelevant words, the ultimate god Heaven had to speak. Brother Ditian, I heard that the current popular warships are all made by you. This was also the ultimate god Heaven asking a question he already knew the answer to. It's just a small matter. Lin Fei did not deny it and admitted it. Lin Fei actually knew why the 8 major sects came looking for him. It was because the 8 major sects could not bear the torture of warships. Warships were good at speed, and even divine kings could not catch up with them. The ultimate god Heaven secretly cursed Ditian for being shameless and said, the righteous sect wants to buy warships. I wonder if you have any on hand now. He brought it up very directly. There was no other way. The righteous sect also needed warships to shorten the distance. Even if Ditian was the sect's enemy, the ultimate god Heaven still came. He believed that Ditian would definitely sell it because Ditian was not a good person from the bottom of his heart. It was such a person who caused the lower realm to be in chaos. Now that the 8 divine emperors had not returned, the ultimate god Heaven did not dare to act rashly, especially in the lower realm. It was even more difficult to deal with Ditian. The last time he was moved away, he was considered lucky, but it still took him half a month to rush back. Among the others, there were a few who were sent into a desperate situation and spent a lot of effort to get out. Ha! The righteous sect wants to buy warships? Lin Fei pretended to be surprised and said, I thought you didn't need it, so I didn't inform you. Keep pretending, keep pretending. The ultimate god cursed in his heart. He had never seen such a shameless guy. If you want to sell it, how can we not buy it? It's not like we don't know how good a warship is. Yes, the righteous sect plans to buy a few warships back. The price is not a problem, and we've also prepared the materials," said the ultimate god Heaven. Lin Fei had long wanted to sell warships to the 8 major sects. After returning from the divine realm, Lin Fei did not intervene in anything. He wanted to separate himself and become a unique existence. It wouldn't be a problem to wipe out all the factions. However, doing so would inevitably attract too much hatred. This wasn't something Lin Fei wanted to see. Chapter 1863. There was a huge demand for warships. Lin Fei would not let go of such a good opportunity. His original intention was to sell the warships. He would not sell them personally. Forcing them to buy them was the way to go. The ultimate god of heaven left in a good mood. In the next 2 weeks, the people from the 8 sects came. They were all people he had fought with previously. They were all well behaved in front of him. It was too easy for Lin Fei to deal with them in the lower realm. Not just any ordinary easy. Lin Fei did not mind making their battles more intense. Only fools would not want to earn money. The 8 sects came to visit. It was not a secret. The news spread quickly. No one dared to ask Lin Fei why he was in contact with the 8 sections. Not long after, the 8 sects also had warships in their hands. Although they were not as good as Lin Fei's, they were still powerful weapons of war. The battle soon began again. In the secret chamber of the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei looked at the new warship and smiled happily. The 8 sects are rich. They got the materials I wanted so quickly. Lin Fei sold the warship at a very high price in exchange for a batch of materials. These materials were all used for modification. Since the last battle, he still felt that it was too weak. Taking advantage of such a good opportunity, Lin Fei modified the warship again. One powerful attack weapon after another was installed on it. The materials came from the 8 sections. If they knew that I made powerful weapons out of the materials, they would probably be dumbfounded. Lin Fei modified a few parts of the warship. For example, the 1,000 cannons at the front were strengthened again. They could deliver more energy to attack. The prerequisite was that there was enough divine power. The warship was now full of divine power. Lin Fei did not care too much. After a one-time modification, the attack power would make the ultimate gods feel uncomfortable. Although it would not hurt their vitality, it would be easy to make them feel uncomfortable. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the modification. Although he had won, the 8 great divine emperors would definitely make a move. Even if they didn't make a move, they wouldn't let him have an easy time. Lin Fei had to be prepared. He would not be complacent just because of a momentary victory. Another half a year passed. In the territory of the lower realm, the battle for territory among the 8 sects was in full swing. Small-scale battles continued to break out across the entire weave. The originally small number of warships began to increase, and without exception, all of them came from Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei did not explain that he was the one who built the warship. There was no need to explain. But everyone knew that this thing was made by Lin Fei, and a battleship would not appear out of thin air. The various large factions were all fighting over territory, and the appearance of warships caused warships to become more and more famous. Many factions were preparing to purchase warships to increase their strength. At this time, loud rumbling sounds could be heard throughout the territory. A loud noise was heard. Heaven and earth shook. This kind of tremor would appear every once in a while. Sometimes it would last for half a year, and sometimes it would last for a year. 30 years later, the shaking of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. The higher-ups all knew that primal chaos was still destroying the heaven pillars. Almost all the heaven pillars would be broken, and the lower realms' return to the divine world would be unstoppable. It should be soon. Invincible Palace. Lin Fei looked up at the sky. In the past 30 years, he rarely went out. Apart from strengthening the River of Time, he was studying spatial power, and he was becoming more and more imposing. Ever since the shaking of heaven and earth appeared again, Lin Fei knew that primal chaos was not killed. He was also secretly impressed by primal chaos. Even under the pursuit of the 8 god emperors, he could still calmly destroy the pillars. It was truly impressive. Another 5 years passed. God power gradually appeared in the lower realm. Originally, it was extremely difficult for a ruler to condense God power, but now it became easier. Many rulers who were stuck at a certain level also broke through their current level and became God kings. Such god kings were like bamboo shoots after the rain, constantly appearing. In the great metropolis territory that Lin Fei controlled, tens of thousands of god kings appeared in the short span of a year, and this number was still increasing, because the god power was getting denser and denser. The competition for territory among the 8 great sects also became more and more intense. War broke out in the various territories, and then they were controlled by different forces. Rulers also attached themselves to the stronger forces, and the lower realm also began to change. Ha ha ha, you still lost. On this day, laughter came from heaven and earth, covering the entire lower realm. You 8 god emperors chased me for almost 40 years, but unfortunately, you still couldn't kill me. Instead, I destroyed heaven's pillar, and now you can't stop me from destroying the last pillar. This was still Primal Chaos' voice. There was excitement in his voice. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook again, and everyone was swaying. Only a few of the stronger ones could barely keep themselves from collapsing. Lin Fei was one of them. Amazing, really amazing. Lin Fei surrounded himself with spatial power and steadied himself. At this time, the entire lower realm seemed to be much brighter. The clouds in the sky gradually receded, and divine light scattered down. A vast world appeared above everyone's heads. The distance was also getting closer. Great, that's the divine realm. What a dense divine light. That's the divine realm. I didn't think I would have such a close encounter with the divine realm in my lifetime. The world they were in was moving. They were getting closer and closer to leveling up. As divine power flowed down, the entire world changed. Large amounts of divine power appeared, and many people broke through again. Sounds of breakthroughs could be heard everywhere, and countless people began to cheer. Boom! Boom boom boom. At this time, there was movement in heaven and earth again. Lin Fei was also paying attention to the situation. He suddenly saw another world rising to the left of the vast divine realm, and he was shocked. Could it be that those are the other 5 subworlds? Back in the divine realm, Lin Fei had heard some rumors. He just didn't think much of it, and now it seemed to be true. Lin Fei also left the invincible palace and came to the end of the sky. With his strength, he could easily do that now. He saw that another world was rising, and soon it was at the same level as his own world. That world is filled with the aura of death. Lin Fei was shocked. Based on the strength of his divine sense, he could barely sense that it was a place filled with the aura of death. Boom! Boom boom boom. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, heaven and earth shook again. 4 more subworlds appeared below the divine realm, and each was extremely vast. What is that primal chaos trying to do? Why did he release 6 subworlds? Chapter 1864. The Divine Realm Above. The 6 subsidiary worlds were like children that surrounded the God world. If one looked closely, one would find that the height of the divine realm was slightly higher than that of the 6 subworlds. The 6 subworlds were below the divine realm, and the scene was quite spectacular. Each subworld had its own characteristics. They were not the same. Why does the world I'm in seem to be the worst? This doesn't make sense. In the depths of the sky, Lin Fei was very dissatisfied. With his current strength, he could see the difference. Relatively speaking, the other 5 subworlds might be more powerful than the world he was in, be it in terms of strength or resources. Lin Fei was shocked and surprised that Primal Chaos released 6 subworlds at once. It's going to be a troubled time again. Even though Lin Fei couldn't figure out what Hundun was up to, at the very least, he knew that it definitely wasn't something good. The fact that the 8 god emperors had joined forces to hunt down Hundun was the best proof. Just the thought of the changes brought about by the 6 worlds terrified Lin Fei. The 6 subworlds were soon in the same position. From the perspective of each world, it did not seem that the difference was big, but in fact it was very big. Boom! Boom! As the 6 subworlds were fixed in one position, he thought it was over. But Lin Fei was surprised to find that the 6 subworlds began to rotate, revolving around the divine realm. Damn, the divine realm is still the sun. The 6 subworlds were indeed rotating. Except for those who had a very high understanding of the power of space, it was difficult for ordinary people to feel that the world was moving. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the world was rotating. Every time it rotated, the divine power in the world would become a bit stronger. Lin Fei had been standing in the depths of the sky, not leaving. What happened today was too strange. If he did not figure it out, Lin Fei would not be able to sleep well at night. Boom, boom. The 6 subworlds rotated along a fixed track. At this time, all of a sudden, powerful auras burst forth from the other 5 subworlds. Such tyrannical auras appeared one after another, appearing in almost every subworld.
Ha ha ha, this emperor is finally out.
Jianghu, you bunch of old things suppressed us back then and sealed our divine power. Now, I'm free again.
Ha ha.
The 6 subworlds have reappeared, ha ha ha. The horrifying voice kept reverberating. This voice passed through the 6 subworlds. Anyone with low strength would feel an indescribable chill when they heard this voice, and their backs would be covered in cold sweat. Divine Emperor. Lin Fei took a deep breath.
Apart from the Divine Emperor, Lin Fei did not believe that there was anyone else who could do this.
Could it be that the purpose of the Chaos World is to release the Divine Emperor who was sealed back then? If that's true, then his methods are too awesome. He's purely trying to make things difficult for the 8 Divine Emperors. Several terrifying auras could be sensed in almost every subworld. Only the world where Lin Fei was located was quiet, which made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. If I'm not mistaken, my world is the weakest among the 6 subworlds.
Lin Fei thought. I'm afraid it's also the world that the 8 Divine Emperors are most at ease in.
The guys who erupted their auras one after another. It was as if they came out to make their presence known, and then disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei observed for a while, then left the depths of firmament. Presumably, the Divine Emperors were recovering their strength. Lin Fei knew that his world was safe for the time being. The 8 Divine Emperors did not have the mood to deal with him, and the Divine Emperors who emerged were enough to affect their positions. This should be something that happened in the past. There's going to be a show to watch. Another year passed. It had been a year since the 6 subworlds had appeared. This year, everything was peaceful. As divine power entered each subworld, experts sprung up like bamboo after a spring rain.
There would be experts every day, and it became easier to break through the realms that were originally difficult to break through.
In Lin Fei's great metropolis dominion, experts appeared every day. The number of rulers and god kings also reached a terrifying number, but compared to the other 5 subworlds, their strength was much weaker. It had only been a year. Lin Fei did not doubt that in 100 years, the strength of the other 5 subworlds would surpass his world. The Divine Emperors who emerged from the subworlds did not appear again, as if they had never appeared. The 8 Divine Emperors did not appear either. The Primal Chaos did not appear either. Lin Fei did not care much about this. He just needed to look after his great metropolis dominion every day. At the same time, he went to the depths of firmament every day, where the world barrier was, to absorb divine power. This was something he had to do every day. He did not know whether it was because of the 6 subworlds or some other reason, but the divine power became denser. It did not dry up like Lin Fei had imagined. This made Lin Fei secretly sigh in relief. Divine power was where his confidence came from. If he really ran out of divine power, it would be really depressing. His strength would also be greatly reduced. Whether it was spatial power or time power, they both needed divine power to activate. In addition to absorbing divine power, Lin Fei also observed the other 5 subworlds. After a year of observation, he had managed to figure out a few things. For example, the distance between the 2 subworlds. According to Lin Fei's calculations, if he wanted to reach another world, it would take him at least 10 years to fly there with his own strength. If he were to make a trip to the 6 worlds, it would take him at least 60 years to get there. This distance shocked Lin Fei. It seemed like only a few steps, but it was actually that far. It would be much closer to the divine world. It would only take a month to arrive. According to Lin Fei's guess, to enter the divine world, one had to be a god king, not a godly venerable. However, during this year, no one went to the divine world. The other 5 subworlds were especially quiet. The 6 subworlds had always lived in peace. Lin Fei was happy. No one knew better than him that this period of time might be the quietest. When the 5 subworlds recovered their strength, they would not be so quiet anymore. When that time came, the rhythm would be messed up. Lin Fei saw this very clearly. Lin Fei was not sure how long this period would be. Based on his observations, it would be at least a few decades, or even a century. Not everyone was like him, able to quickly increase the time. Chapter 1865. 10 years. 20 years. 30 years. 50 years. The 6 subworlds were in a state of peace. Year after year passed. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. Another 50 years passed. Since the emergence of the 6 subworlds, 100 years had passed. 100 years was not a long time. Instead, it was very short. But in the past 100 years, the changes were too great.
Not to mention the other 5 subworlds, just the subworld that Lin Fei was in could be said to have undergone tremendous changes.
First, there were the 8 major sections. In the past 100 years, they had never given up fighting for territory. As divine power poured into the world, experts emerged one after another. The 8 major sects also began to recruit troops and expand their strength. In the past 100 years, the 8 major sects became the most powerful. This was also because they had the 8 god emperors as their backing. All kinds of secret techniques, cultivation techniques, and divine powers emerged one after another. In the first 50 years, there were endless small-scale battles. In the next 50 years, there were fewer battles, and there were only a few sporadic ones. Almost each of the 8 major sects controlled 2 or 3 major dominions. Each dominions had more than 10 pinnacle god king experts, and hundreds of god king experts guarding it. Their influence expanded day by day. After the 8 major sects were the 7 overlords. In the past 100 years, they also expanded their territories and seized the dominions that mainly produced resources. With the invincible might of the warships, they forcefully bit off a piece of the 8 major sections. Gradually, they formed 7 factions that were no weaker than the 8 major sections. After that, it was the strongest race. Their race's influence expanded very quickly, and they also occupied some dominions that were rich in resources. Other than the remote dominions that they didn't want, the rest were divided up. Finally, the remote dominions were also occupied by some god king experts. They formed groups of 2s and 3s to occupy a dominions. In any case, they became people with a foothold. The influx of all kinds of cultivation techniques also caused experts to emerge. After 100 years of cultivation, the younger generation of the various major sects once again shone brightly. Vaguely, they were about to sweep away the older generation's limelight. Many of them had innate bloodlines and powerful strength. One person could sweep away several opponents of the same level. 100 years of development. However, there was one place that no one dared to underestimate. That was the great metropolis dominions. There had always been a legend circulating there. The strongest expert in this world was the palace lord of the Invincible Palace, an expert called Tion. His strength was unfathomable, and no one knew how strong he was. No one knew where the news came from. No one denied the news. Even the 8 great sects didn't say anything, which made the title of number 1 seem even more mysterious. In the past 100 years, the Invincible Palace had become very mysterious. Whenever a disciple of the sect went out, he or she would be warned by the sect elders not to cause trouble in the great metropolis territory, and even more so, not to offend the people of the Invincible Palace. This also made many of the younger generation unconvinced. It was just an invincible palace. What was so great about it? 100 years. This also caused many things to fade away. For example, Tion, who was known as the number 1 expert, had not appeared since the appearance of the 6 subworlds. Such a long time was enough for people to forget someone. Great metropolis territory. After 100 years of development, the world had also developed very quickly. All kinds of sects stood in great numbers and experts gathered. In addition, the great metropolis territory also had one of the top 4 chambers of commerce, the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. In a short 100 years, the 3 great chambers of commerce had become 4, and among them, the most influential was the Heavenly Fate Pavilion. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion in the Great Metropolis Territory had changed from a branch to its final headquarters. There was such a large chamber of commerce in the Great Metropolis Territory. Every once in a while, they would hold an auction, and the big shots of the sects would all attend. Most importantly, no one dared to cause trouble here. Because the Heavenly Fate Pavilion was under the protection of the Invincible Palace. The Great Metropolis Territory was also quieter than any other territory. There was almost no fighting here, and no one dared to fight in the territory, especially in some of the big cities. Invincible Palace. In a small place in the past. Now, it was the number 1 sect in the Great Metropolis Territory. No one knew exactly how strong it was. When the 6 subworlds appeared, the Invincible Palace had a godly king in charge. After 100 years of development, no one really knew how strong the Invincible Palace was. The current palace lord of the Invincible Palace was not Tion, but a stranger. The development of the Invincible Palace was also flourishing. Almost all the local geniuses would enter the Invincible Palace. It was founded by the #1 expert in the past. Anyone in the great metropolis territory would feel proud. Even though this #1 expert hadn't shown himself for a very long time, it didn't stop everyone from worshipping Tion. On the back mountain of the Invincible Palace. This place was classified as a forbidden area. Invincible Palace disciples were forbidden from entering. Hee, finally free! In the forbidden area of the back mountain, suddenly, a slender figure in white flashed out. She quickly flew into the sky and appeared in the sky above the Invincible Palace. Quick, run! Martial Granduncle is out. Quick, hide! The disciples of the Invincible Palace saw the person in white in the sky. Everyone started to slip away, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared. So boring. The beautiful woman pouted, and then her eyes lit up. I heard that it's very lively outside. How can I miss out? In the next second, the woman in white disappeared in the sky above the Invincible Palace. This person was none other than Lin Fei's daughter, Lin Yu. She was now a 9 stars ruler expert. Seeing Lin Yu leave, the disciples of the Invincible Palace reappeared. Let's go. This is great. I can finally go and harm others. Towards this martial granduncle, everyone was very helpless. Almost all the disciples of the Invincible Palace had been teased by this martial granduncle. As for those geniuses of the Invincible Palace, they suffered even more in front of martial granduncle. They were geniuses too. But this genius was too monstrous. Now that they saw martial granduncle go out, everyone cheered. At least someone was going to be unlucky. Will Xiaolu be alright if he goes out like this? At this moment, in a pavilion in the back mountain of the Invincible Palace, a few beautiful women said worriedly. 100 years had passed, and the few beautiful women had become more well-rounded. Their bodies were filled with a ripe smell. Don't worry. My daughter is not afraid of anything. She won't be at a disadvantage. Lin Fei laughed. Don't think that he is a 9 stars ruler. His battle power has already reached the level of a god king. In addition, he has a god king treasure. Who would dare to look down on him? With regards to his daughter going out to adventure, Lin Fei was very assured. In the past, he also went out to adventure. Now that his daughter was out to adventure, there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Although he had not gone out for 100 years, no one was willing to offend him. Chapter 1866. Lin Fei hadn't gone out in 100 years. Ever since returning to the great metropolis territory, Lin Fei was prepared to sit back and watch the world change. He didn't plan on interfering with anything. Unless it was someone who provoked him. Fortunately, whether it was the 8 major sects or the other sects, they knew how to do things. Even if there was a commotion outside, it wouldn't affect the great metropolis territory. In the past 100 years, Lin Fei had been refining the time and space bloodlines. Other than that, he had been modifying the warships to attack. He had secretly sold warships in exchange for large amounts of materials. Many modification blueprints had been put to use. Although 100 years was a long time, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was nothing. He was still a peak 9 stars god king, and his combat power had become very strong. Lin Fei was much more proficient in controlling the power of time and space than he was 100 years ago. If he encountered a controller now, it would be much easier to deal with them. He could definitely kill 1 or 2 of them on the spot. It was a pity that none of the controllers ever appeared again. Perhaps they were afraid or perhaps. This made Lin Fei very disappointed. After losing, they were like turtles hiding in their shells. They were quite cowardly. After dealing with a few wives, Lin Fei regained his freedom. He was 100% in favor of his daughter going out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her raise her realm to 9 stars before going out. With this realm and the treasure she had, it was no problem for her to protect herself. Even if she really encountered danger, Lin Fei would be able to rush over immediately. The world was huge. Lin Fei had perfect control of the power of space. He could save his daughter with just a thought. Moreover, in this world, no one would recklessly find trouble with his daughter. The 8 major sects didn't dare. The 7 overlords didn't dare. The strongest race didn't dare. As for the other factions, they didn't have the guts to do anything. With Lin Fei's current strength, he could easily wipe out the 8 major sections.
With the power of space and time, his combat power was extremely terrifying.
Once again, he arrived in the depths of the sky. This was a place that Lin Fei often came to. Usually, he would come here to observe the 5 subworlds.
Over the past 100 years, he had learned some basic information about the situation.
The information was naturally obtained from the ultimate god junior magnates. The 5 subworlds all had powerful backgrounds. In the past, they were all controlled by a single divine emperor. Later on, they were suppressed and sealed by many divine emperors. The 8 divine emperors were among those who took action. However, their luck was better. In the Great War between divine emperors, most of the divine emperors either died or were severely injured. Gradually, the 8 divine emperors revealed their prowess and had the last laugh. This time, Lin Fei believed that the 8 divine emperors wouldn't be able to laugh. In the past, these worlds had been sealed and suppressed, isolating their divine power. Now that they had reappeared and obtained divine power, the 8 great divine emperors could only stare at them helplessly. The most terrifying thing was that these subworlds all had divine emperors who had suppressed them in the past. These god emperors were born from the heavens and earth. It was very difficult to kill them. Just like the primal chaos, they could only be suppressed. As a matter of fact, the heaven supporting pillar was broken, and they regained their freedom. The opponents of the 8 divine emperors had arrived. 100 years have passed. Their strength should have more or less recovered by now. Lin Fei rubbed his chin. If I have time, I can go to these subworlds to take a look. Maybe I can get a god venerable grade godhead. He still lacked a god venerable grade godhead to upgrade. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. 100 years had passed, and there was finally some movement in the 5 subworlds. Someone had come out from a subworld. As time passed, people from the 5 subworlds also began to appear. They either went to this subworld or to another subworld. Not long after, someone came to the subworld Lin Fei was in, Black Sky World. That's right, Lin Fei's subworld was called Black Sky World. In the past, the strongest person in this subworld was called Black Sky World. He was a powerful god emperor, and it was said that he was infinitely close to becoming an invincible god emperor. Thus, he created the Black Sky World. At that time, the Black Sky World's strength was not weaker than the divine world. On the contrary, they were on the same level. However, something happened to the Black Sky Emperor, and the Black Sky World was suppressed, eventually becoming a subworld. In the end, it became the weakest subworld among the 6 subworlds. Lin Fei sighed to himself. Lin Fei was not surprised that there were people from subworlds. It was only a matter of time. The 6 subworlds were like brothers in distress. Perhaps everyone had a common enemy, and that was the divine world. The people from the 6 subworlds gradually began to communicate with each other. Less people from the Black Sky World went out. In terms of overall strength, the Black Sky World was the weakest. Lin Fei did not pay much attention to this. So what if they came? Very quickly. The people from the remaining subworlds had conflicts with the people from the 8 major sections. The 8 major sects also bared their fangs. For those who provoked the 8 major sects, they killed them on the spot, regardless of who they were. This move had indeed intimidated many people from the subworlds. The prestige of the 8 major sects was still feared. The people from the subworlds also became obedient. From Lin Fei's point of view, this was just the beginning. The people from the 5 subworlds could not do anything to the divine world for the time being. However, they could do something to the 8 major sections. There would be conflicts sooner or later. In fact, this matter came very soon. As mentioned previously, the Black Sky World's strength was far inferior to the other 5 subworlds. When these people came to investigate, they realized that the Black Sky World's strength was not enough and could be robbed. Some people began to get restless. Just as they were about to make a move, Lin Fei left the Black Sky World. It would take 10 years to travel from one world to another. The furthest world would take 60 years. Battles would not happen in a short period of time. Lin Fei also left with a peace of mind. If others really came to kill, they would first look for the 8 major sects and not his own great metropolis territory. Lin Fei was not worried that they would cause trouble. The great metropolis territory's strength was enough to kill them all. Moreover, Lin Fei had left behind a divine beast. 30 years ago, Hairball finally refined all the divine king flesh and blood and became a primordial evil dragon divine beast. Her strength improved greatly and her combat power soared to the godly venerable realm. This huge leap in strength shocked Lin Fei. After Hairball's advancement, her defense could not be shaken by a peak divine king expert. It was like a tickle to her. His most casual attack could seriously injure a peak divine king expert. With the restrictions of the heavenly law, there was no better guarantee than having Hairball around. Lin Fei left with a peace of mind. His first destination was the nearest hell world. It was also the world with a gloomy aura. Chapter 1867. Hell World. Lin Fei's first destination this time. After 100 years of cultivation, he can go out and take a look now. Lin Fei also set Hell World as his first destination. If he wants to go to Hell World, he also has to go to the other worlds. It's just that Hell World is the closest to Profound Sky World. Lin Fei chose Hell World based on the principle of proximity. The time between Profound Sky World and Hell World is 10 years. For Lin Fei, who controls the power of space, it doesn't need that long of a time. He can reach Hell World in about 3 years. Let's set a coordinate here first. A year later, Lin Fei landed on an uninhabited star. He opened up a small cave abode underground and set up a door. This door is a space door. 100 years is enough for Lin Fei to condense a space door. Setting up a space door is also for convenience. After going to Hell World, it won't be so troublesome. He can return to this uninhabited star. It is also a convenient way. Setting up a space door is not difficult. Lin Fei set it up very easily. Seal. After setting it up, Lin Fei set up a layer of restriction array. Using 10,000 layers of space to seal the space door. If someone barges in, they will only think that it is an ordinary small cave abode. They will not be able to see that there is a space door here. Coming back, it will be much more convenient for me. After memorizing the coordinates, Lin Fei set off again. Every other year, Lin Fei sets up a space door and then hides in the space. Other than Lin Fei himself, no one can discover the secret of the space. Even if the space controller comes, they will not be able to discover the secret. This is a secret that belongs to the space controller. 3 years later, Lin Fei is infinitely close to Hell World. The closer he is to Hell World, the colder Lin Fei feels. It is brought about by the death energy. Profound Sky World used to have Hell World. But compared to the one in front of him, it pales in comparison. There is no comparison at all. These people are all ghost hunter. Lin Fei entered the hellish world and saw that the people who came and went were not flesh and blood, but ghosts. He could feel a cold aura from far away. Since it was his first time here, Lin Fei would not swagger in. The power of space enveloped his body. Almost no one knew that such a person had entered the infernal realm. I hope those who said that a great war broke out in the infernal world and ultimate god experts were not lying. Lin Fei was looking for a hierarch-ranked godhead. Now that he was stuck at the peak of God King realm, Lin Fei wanted to find an hierarch-ranked godhead to break through to the next realm. Unfortunately, this godhood was not easy to obtain. Regarding the godly venerable rank godheads that were left behind in the hell world, Lin Fei had heard about it from a godly venerable rank godhead in the divine world. With this clue in mind, Lin Fei came to the hell world. The infernal realm was huge. It was much bigger than the profound sky world. The entire netherworld realm was filled with the aura of death. If one didn't have a certain level of strength, they would be invaded by the aura of death and turn into a skeleton. Let's find a place to understand it first. Lin Fei did not have a deep understanding of the hell world. He could only find someone to understand it. He went straight to the nearest city and appeared in the sky above the city. The hell world is really strong. It's much stronger than the profound sky world. With a sweep of his divine sense, Lin Fei saw that the population of this city was only slightly over 10 million. There were indeed more than 10,000 God King experts and 2 million ruler experts. This was definitely a terrifying number. A small city in the profound sky world with a population of 10 million was far weaker than a small city here. There was a certain gap. The strongest person in this city is a peak God King expert. I'll just target him. Lin Fei came to a palace in the center of this small city. He was speechless. Why did everyone like to cultivate in palaces? Moreover, it was built in the center of the city. It was impossible not to be noticed. There were many God King experts gathered in the palace. It looked very eerie. Lin Fei did not like the aura of the hell world. It was too different from the aura of the profound sky world. When they came in, the people here seemed to be in a meeting. They did not even notice that someone had come in. They were looking at them silently. A bunch of trash. What's the use of gathering such a small number of people after all these years? There was a huge throne in the center of the palace. A gloomy-looking man sat on it and was reprimanding his subordinates. I don't care what method you use. You must gather enough people within a month. All right, all of you go out and work. The gathered god kings lowered their heads and left. King, don't be angry. It's not good to hurt your body. After they left, a few young women came out and leaned on the man. There were also women who brought fruits and handed them over. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Lin Fei did not understand what was going on. He was not anxious. Whoosh! The power of time descended. The man on the throne was the first to feel that something was wrong. He realized that he could not move. If you don't want to die, behave yourself. The next second, the man's neck was grabbed, and an aura of death shrouded his body. Don't kill me, let's talk this out. Lin Fei restrained this person and used soul-searching methods to search his memories. So, the interior of the hell world is not peaceful. Lin Fei touched his chin and thought that this was interesting. He knew a lot of things from the search just now. However, it was only some things on the surface. He was not clear about the matters of the upper echelons. Who asked the person in front of him to not have a high status and not know much. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. There are a total of 3 god emperors in the hell world. They were originally suppressed and later rescued by someone. It seems that that person should be Hun Dun. He wants to use these god emperors to fight against the 8 great god emperors in the future. At the very least, he wants to give them some trouble. Lin Fei knew that Hun Dun would not be idle. Unlocking the seal of the subworld was the first step. The second step was to release these guys who were suppressed. It seemed that the second step was completed. Fortunately, these 3 god emperors disappeared without a trace. They must have gone to recover their strength. According to his memory, there is no more information about those god emperors except for when they first came out. Now that the hell world is in chaos, the godly venerable experts have established their own factions and fought for territory. Lin Fei's analysis was not wrong. The only thing he did not guess correctly was that the chaos in the hell world was also caused by someone with ulterior motives. Lin Fei did not get any useful information from this person's memory. Lin Fei left the small city and decided to go to a big city to have a look. Maybe he could get some information. Along the way, Lin Fei passed by a few more small cities. He entered each of them and searched through their memories. Thanks to that, he gained a better understanding of the hell world. Before he even reached a large city, he had a good understanding of the hell world. Chapter 1868. The big city was tall and majestic. It was completely black and was called Black Prison City. In Lin Fei's impression, there were not many big cities like this. It was rare to see one in Infernal World. From afar, Lin Fei saw that the big city was very lively. There were people coming and going at the city gate. Lin Fei was keenly aware that something must have happened. As there were very few humans at the city gate and almost all of them were ghosts from Infernal World, Lin Fei did not dare to go down to see what was going on. As for entering from the sky, he did not want to do that for the time being. That was because there was a formation restriction in the sky, and it was very sharp. If he tried to break it, he might be discovered because there were a total of 8 ultimate gods in the big city. Although he did not care, there was no need to clash with the ultimate gods from Infernal World at this time. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to get in, a shocking roar came from afar. A huge guy appeared in the distance and was heading towards the big city. Dodge! The 9-headed hell dragon is here. The Feng clan is here. After a while, there was a series of roars. The huge 9-headed hell dragon appeared in front of everyone. The 9 ferocious dragon heads shocked everyone and made way for it. A few ghost experts who were slow were killed by the 9-headed hell dragon's fire. What a powerful divine beast. Its strength is equivalent to 9 ultimate gods. It was also Lin Fei's first time seeing such a powerful divine beast. The aura on its body was that of an authentic divine beast. At a glance, one could tell that it was a terrifying divine beast. The 9 heads could perform different attacks. The strength of each head was at the ultimate god realm. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. The 9-headed hell dragon came in front of the big city. Quickly open the formation restriction. The young master wants to go in. Someone immediately shouted. The formation restriction was opened. The 9-headed hell dragon flew into the big city. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to sneak into the big city. However, the 9-headed hell dragon suddenly stopped and looked around as if it found something. In the end, it did not find anything and continued moving forward. The reaction of the divine beast is quite fast. It can actually sense it. Lin Fei appeared and muttered to himself. Since he's riding a 9-headed hell dragon, he should be someone of great status. I can follow him and take a look. Lin Fei followed. The city was very lively. Lin Fei soon discovered that these people were all rushing towards the central area of the city, as if there was something lively up ahead. In the center of the city, it was a huge plaza. At this time, there was a huge arena built in the square. Sigh, that person is going to lose. The people from the Yama clan are really powerful. They've won 19 rounds in a row. The Yama clan is one of the 10 great clans of our infernal realm. A young man stood on the stage. His eyes were scarlet red, and he emitted a chilling intent. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and die? His arrogant tone caused quite a few people to be unhappy. However, not a single person dared to step forward. The young master of the Yama clan was extremely powerful and had killed a total of 19 experts. Far away from the arena, there were also some people sitting there, high and mighty. Each of them emitted a tyrannical aura. Yama Eagle, don't be so arrogant. I'll play with you. In the sky, a huge creature appeared. It was the young master of the Foam clan. He stood on the back of the 9-headed hell dragon and said disdainfully, "The young master of the Foam clan is here. He even brought a divine beast like the 9-headed hell dragon. There's going to be a show to watch." The people below started discussing. The Foam clan and the Yama clan were both part of the 10 great clans. The two clans were not on good terms with each other. They had been fighting for a long time, but there was no victor. When Lin Fei arrived, the battle on the stage had already begun. The young master of the Foam clan controlled the 9-headed hell dragon to fight, and the Yama Eagle of the Yama clan was not an undeserved reputation. With a long spear, he fought against the 9-headed hell dragon and actually fought to a draw. What a powerful guy! Lin Fei restrained his aura and let the system simulate the aura of death as he watched in the crowd. They should be experts with the battle strength of an ultimate god. It was Lin Fei's first time meeting such a young expert. It was rare to see someone with the battle strength of an ultimate god in the Divine King realm. At least in the mysterious sky world, there were almost no such geniuses. This required one's own talent. "Brother, what's going on up there?" Lin Fei asked a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man was watching excitedly. He did not dare to offend a Divine King realm ghost hunter and explained honestly, "Senior, there's an elite selection going on here. Those below the ultimate god level are allowed to fight. I just came out of seclusion, so I'm not too sure about the details. Can you tell me in detail?" Seeing the Divine King's polite tone, the middle-aged man did not mind telling him. It was not a good choice to offend a Divine King expert. "No problem." The middle-aged man explained in detail without hiding anything. Lin Fei finally understood what was going on and his eyes lit up. He actually encountered such a good thing. As it turned out, there were many secret realms in the infernal world. This time, there was a big secret realm opening that allowed people below the ultimate god level to enter. What interested Lin Fei was the rumor that there was an ultimate god level godhead in this secret realm. No one dared to confirm whether the rumor was true or not, but the rumor had spread. An ultimate god level godhead was better than a divine king level godhead. As long as one's talent was not bad, almost anyone could enter the divine king realm. As for the ultimate god level, it was difficult. Hence, many people decided to take the shortcut and condense the ultimate god level to become a pseudo-ultimate god. After all, they were ultimate gods and could display the battle strength of an ultimate god, but they were still stronger than a divine king. An ultimate god-level godhead had become a hot commodity. Now that there was such a thing in a secret realm, Lin Fei naturally had an idea. With his strength, as long as he entered the secret realm, there was no need to worry about not getting a godhead. Lin Fei was secretly glad that he came across such a good thing in the infernal world. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he had to give it a try. If it really appeared, It would not be as simple as 1 or 2 ultimate god-level godheads. There were at least a dozen ultimate god-level godheads in this kind of secret realm. Although Lin Fei had not entered the secret realm, he had already regarded the ultimate god-level godhead as his own. He would not allow outsiders to take it away. After asking about the situation, Lin Fei had a clear understanding of the situation. There were not many sects in the infernal world. It was the family clans that had the greatest influence. The top 10 families could get a few spots, and the main cities of the infernal world would also get 3 spots. The competition was fierce. Chapter 1869. Lin Fei was quite happy to get a clue about divine spark in such a situation. After understanding the situation, Lin Fei quietly left Black Prison City. According to the middle-aged ghost demon, there were a total of 136 cities like this in the Hell world. In other words, there were 136 choices. Lin Fei left Black Prison City and planned to go to another big city to get the quota. This was because it was not that easy to get the quota, and he needed to think about it carefully. After leaving Black Prison City, Lin Fei found a place in the wild, opened up a cave residence, and set up a formation. 3 quotas. This is not easy. The 10 great families reserved a part of the quota, and the rest was up to competition. If he went to compete now, Lin Fei was confident that he could get one, but it was inevitable that the news would leak out. Along the way, Lin Fei could see that the people of the Hell world did not have a good impression of the human race. If a human came in, they might be killed. But Lin Fei was not too willing to expose it. It was not a good thing to be high profile. Lin Fei wanted to find the most suitable method for himself. If he were to participate as a human for no reason, anyone who wasn't a fool could imagine what the result would be. Master, you think too much. Suddenly, Little Devil flew out. Think too much. Lin Fei muttered to himself. It seemed that Little Devil's words were very reasonable, but he did not understand it for a while. Why am I thinking too much? It is not easy to sneak in. Because just now in Black Prison City, Lin Fei found a big problem. Because the people of the ghost race did not use divine power, but ghost power. Both of them were at the same level of power and could be converted into each other. Lin Fei used divine power. As long as he used it, people would be able to see it. Master, aren't you worried about divine power? You can let the system convert it. There will be no loss. It is a complicated matter, but it can be solved. Little Devil rolled his eyes. His master was too stupid. He could not even think of such a simple thing. It can be like this. Lin Fei felt that he was really thinking too much. Was there a need to think so much about a small problem? Wuxia City. In a large city in the infernal realm. It sounded good, but in fact, it had nothing to do with Wuxia. This was a relatively remote city in the infernal realm. At this time, on the official road, a black-robed man moved quickly and appeared at the gate of Wuxia City. Because the mystic land was about to open. Almost every big city was extremely lively. Many heroes came out to fight for the 3 spots so that they could obtain their own opportunities in the secret realm. There were many people dressed like this, so there was nothing strange about it. Lin Fei paid the entrance fee and went straight to the center of the city. Every location was the same, and the arenas were all placed in the center of the city. There were only a few days left until the deadline. Lin Fei had changed his appearance. He looked extremely ferocious, and anyone who saw him would feel a chill down their spine. This was also caused by the system. In the words of the Little Devil, if you don't want to be noticed, you must let people remember your current appearance. Then, when you change your appearance, no one will remember you. That's because I've already remembered your ferocious behavior from before. Lin Fei pondered for a while and felt that it made sense. No one would suspect that they were the same person. That's why he looked like this. There were many ferocious people in the infernal realm, so Lin Fei didn't pay too much attention to them. When he arrived at the central square, another battle was going on. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move, so he just watched from the side. The second spot has been announced. Half a day later, the second spot was confirmed. Someone came up to announce. Now the third spot will go to whoever can last for 100 rounds and win. The competition for the secret realm spot was very fierce. Ordinary strength was not enough, and one had to be very, very strong. In Wuxia City, every spot had to last for 100 rounds and win every round. It was obviously very difficult. Without real strength, Going up was equivalent to suicide. One spot had to go through 100 battles. The requirements were also quite harsh, and not everyone could do it. Not far from the arena, there were big shots in Wuxia city. There were a total of 6 of them, and all of them were ultimate gods. With them personally overseeing the scene, it was also to prevent any mistakes. Who do you think will get the 3rd spot? A bald ultimate god on the high platform said with a smile. That's hard to say. An ultimate god shook his head. Not everyone can win 100 rounds. The previous one was a disciple of the top 10 families. He had a lot of divine stones and elixirs with him, so he could persist. Then, the ultimate god shook his head. Obviously, they weren't sure who would be able to advance to the next round. Cheating? It was very difficult. If they met a powerful person from the top 10 families, it would only take a moment for them to kick you out. Even the ultimate gods couldn't guarantee it. The 3rd spot was announced. Many people were eager to go up, but no one dared to be the first to go up. Lin Fei saw it and thought, forget it, I'd better go up first. It's not easy to win 100 rounds. I want the 3rd spot. Whoever comes up will die. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the arena. He didn't care about the crowd's expression and said that. Those who were about to go up were furious. Coupled with his ferocious face and murderous ghostly power, it sent chills down people's spines. This guy didn't look easy to deal with. He dared to say that as soon as he went up to the arena, it was either he was capable or he was being pretentious. And nobody dares to fight for a spot. I'll see what you can do. There were many people who were not convinced. There were even more people who were not afraid of death. Soon after Lin Fei went up, someone else came up. It was a 9 stars divine king. You can't do it. Lin Fei shook his head and appeared in front of his opponent. He punched his opponent's chest and the body of death was destroyed. Blood flowed everywhere. Too weak. Many people were surprised that he killed a 9 stars divine king with one punch. This guy was really capable. The competition for a spot was fierce. At first, there were some people who were not convinced. Then there were peak divine kings and then ultimate gods. There was almost no pause. No. 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 Every time someone went up, everyone heard, no. There were many arrogant people. There weren't many people who didn't take the people who went up to the arena seriously. Lin Fei had always killed people with a single punch. Chapter 1870. Hell World. Wuxia City. The central square was filled with people. At that moment, everyone was staring at the battle in the ring. He punched. That guy punched again. It's too tricky. I can't even see any traces of it. With a series of ups and downs, the people who were originally fighting were sent flying and smashed into the ring, no longer breathing. So fierce. He has already won 83 times. I don't know which family this genius came from. Starting from the fight for the 3rd spot, the competition was very fierce. What the people didn't expect was that as soon as the ferocious guy went up, he took the initiative and defeated his opponents again and again. He had already won 83 times in a row. This guy only needed to win 17 more matches to qualify for the 3rd spot. It was so fast that it was also shocking. After all, the competition between the 2 spots was extremely fierce before. There were even people who were kicked out of the ring after 70 matches. But now, the guy in the ring looked as if nothing had happened. He didn't have a single injury on his body. It was also surprising. Another opponent was defeated. Lin Fei took out the God's Stone to deceive Jianghu so that he wouldn't be too conspicuous. Low profile. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei had been using fist techniques. That fist technique was not an ordinary fist technique. It was infused with the power of space and was unpredictable. In the eyes of others, it was a tricky and strange fist technique that was almost impossible to crack. He won 83 matches in a row. No one dared to come up rashly. If they didn't have the strength, they would be courting death. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He was determined to fight for the 3rd spot. No one could take it away from him. Such an unknown black-robed man. It also made the ultimate gods on the high platform secretly guess which force he came from. With their eyesight, it was enough to see the exquisiteness of the opponent's fist technique. It was not that easy to block it. This black-robed guy was a troublesome guy. It seems that the 3rd spot will fall into the hands of this guy.
The bald ultimate god squinted his eyes and smiled. The bald ultimate god was the city lord of Wuxia city.
If there are no accidents, it should be.
Such an exquisite fist technique is really rare. It seems that there is the power of space in it.
Several ultimate gods said one after another.
The battle was still going on. In the next 17 battles, the strength of the people who appeared became more and more powerful.
No matter how strong he was, he couldn't compare to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took some time to drive them away one by one. This could be considered to be showing mercy. On the surface, he seemed to be having a hard time.
In the eyes of others, they also thought that the black-robed young man had reached his limit.
Now, I announce that the third spot will be taken by this young friend. After defeating the last person, someone immediately came out to announce the result. Such a fast speed was also very rare. The previous 2 competitions had taken quite a few days, but this black-robed kid had only used a little more than a day's time. Fellow cultivator, follow me. The city lord wants to see you. A god king led Lin Fei into a magnificent palace. Lin Fei followed him calmly. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. When Lin Fei arrived, there were 2 young men standing in the palace. When Lin Fei entered, their sharp gazes landed on him. Needless to say, Lin Fei knew that these 2 were the ones who had qualified. They were very strong. A peak god king's actual combat power could reach the ultimate god realm, at least the combat power of a low-level ultimate god. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. The martial power of Chong Shan in the underworld. The ghost clan experts here had always been very overbearing. Lin Fei also didn't want to be suspected.
One look at their eyes seemed to have a sense of provocation. No matter what, they would first scold them, so that they would leave an impression of being fierce in the eyes of others.
The young men who had won 2 spots. They were originally very arrogant. They were very uncomfortable when they heard that a powerful expert had won 100 battles in a shorter time than them. They also wanted to see who the other party was. Both of them were related to Wuxia city. They were not afraid of this outsider causing trouble. You want to dig our eyes out? One of the young men with long hair shot out 2 Jingguang rays from his eyes. How arrogant. I'll dig your eyes out first. 2 Jingguang rays shot straight at Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head. You can't. Bang! Bang! Lin Fei's eyes also shot out 2 rays of light. He head-butted the other party's Jingguang, smashing the other party's Jingguang. The young man who attacked first took a step back. Murderous sword technique. 1 sword to kill. The other also quietly attacked with a thin sword. It was very fast. Once the sword was out, a murderous aura soared to the sky. Golden spears and armored horses galloped majestically, merging into the murderous battlefield. This sword was very powerful. Even ultimate gods had to be careful when facing it. Lin Fei snorted coldly and shattered his opponent's battlefield influence. Then, he sent out 2 punches, smashing his opponent's rapier and forcing it back. Your murderous sword technique is also not enough. The 3 of you are young heroes. A little sparring is enough. Why do you need to fight again? Suddenly, someone said. The 2 who did not gain any advantage originally wanted to continue fighting, but their expressions changed and they stopped. What the city lord said is right. Today, I learned a lot from sparring with this little friend. The 2's attitude changed very quickly and was quite shameless. Lin Fei thought to himself, these 2 fellows had better not provoke me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as killing dogs. Inside the palace, there were several ultimate gods present. They also saw the black-robed boy's strength and temper. He was really fierce. He wanted to gouge out someone's eyes with just a few glances. His ferocious gaze caused people's hearts to palpitate. It also made them believe that this person was definitely someone from a great clan. Even if it wasn't one of the 10 great clans, it was still a first-rate clan. The ultimate gods present did not dare to underestimate him. This kind of person was not easy to offend. It was better to be safe than sorry. The bald ultimate god encouraged them first and said some polite words such as taking a good rest. Then, when it was about to end, he finally mentioned the purpose of summoning them. The 3 of you are heroes. It is a rare opportunity for you to enter the Abyss Hell. The bald ultimate god said, the Abyss Hell has a total of 18 levels. There are treasures in each level. I hope that after you enter, you can fight for Wuxia City and help us collect the Abyss Immortal Fruit.
Lin Fei listened very quietly.
Abyss Immortal Fruit? What is this thing? Why does Wuxia City need this thing? Lin Fei pondered.
I don't know what benefits we can get from helping you collect the Abyss Immortal Fruit.
Lin Fei asked. Everyone knows that the Abyss Hell is very dangerous.
I will not do anything without benefits.
Chapter 1871.
It was about the deeper purpose.
Lin Fei wasn't sure. The middle-aged man didn't say much either. He only knew that this secret realm was called the Abyssal Hell. It was a very famous abyssal hell from a long time ago.
A bumpkin is indeed a bumpkin.
You don't even know about the immortal abyssal fruit. Aren't you afraid of dying in there?
Those with great skills are bold.
It's normal that you don't know about it. The two started mocking Lin Fei.
Since they didn't gain the upper hand in the fight earlier, they were already angry.
Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If you don't speak, nobody will treat you as mutes. I've never seen anyone so arrogant. The city lord didn't even say anything. What are you so anxious about?
Bickering?
Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. It seemed like they were going to quarrel again.
The bald city lord said in a deep voice.
Good question.
Young people should have this kind of confidence.
Zhang Feng, Luo Yuan, you two should stop quarreling. Hearing the city lord's words, the two had to stop.
They knew very well that if they didn't give the city lord face, it wouldn't be a good thing if the city lord bore a grudge against them. The city lord only needed to move his lips to deal with them.
You two should know that there are a total of 136 big cities in the underworld. Our Wuxia city is ranked 120, which is quite low. Do you know why we are ranked 120?
It's because of the number of immortal abyssal fruits.
The city lord explained.
Lin Fei finally understood why the city lord would suggest collecting immortal abyssal fruits. It turned out that there was such a reason. If the city lord didn't explain, he wouldn't have known.
The immortal abyssal fruits you collect won't be used by Wuxia City. You have to hand them in. Every time the abyssal hell opens, it's a ranking competition.
The city lord said excitedly, as the 3 seeded contestants of our Wuxia City, as long as you bring back the immortal abyssal fruits, we will reward you handsomely. Apart from that, the Underworld Supreme Ruler, the Underworld Union, will also open its doors to you.
The Underworld Union, on the other hand, excited Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan. We will try our best. Lin Fei knew about the Underworld Union.
The Infernal Union was the most influential existence in the infernal realm. The 10 great clans were powerful and influential, but compared to the Infernal Hell Alliance, they were as insignificant as the Grand Magi. The Abyssal Realm was controlled by the Hell Alliance. Furthermore, this secret realm was only one of them. From this, it could be seen that the influence of the Underworld Alliance wasn't as simple as one might imagine. The 136 cities were either under the control of the Infernal Realm Alliance or the 10 great clans. It was no wonder that the city lord had personally summoned them.
Your mission is to collect the immortal fruits.
The benefits that Wuxia City will give you are absolutely beyond your imagination. Whoever among you collects the most will be rewarded with a low-rank ultimate god weapon, a low-rank ultimate god battlesuit, and 100 Earth Divine Veins. That's just the reward from Wuxia City. I heard that the Infernal Hell Alliance is also giving out rewards that you can't even imagine.
A series of encouragement and rewards tempted him.
The 3 of them came out of the palace and were brought to rest by the servants.
At the entrance of the palace,
Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed coldly.
Kid, I hope you don't get killed too quickly.
The Abyssal Realm isn't that easy to go to.
The waters are too deep and you might drown.
Ha ha ha. I advise you to give up on going to the Abyssal Realm so that you don't die.
Luo Yuan said coldly.
The 2 of them were not convinced by this guy. They had gone through a lot of hardships to get the quota, but in the end, the people outside only remembered him. They were not convinced.
Lin Fei smiled. Are you threatening me?
It's not a threat. It's a reminder.
Zhang Feng said. That place is dangerous.
It's not good to die there.
Lin Fei was not a fool. How could he not understand the meaning behind those words?
If it wasn't a threat, then what was it?
I'll also give you a reminder.
You better not meet me in the Abyssal Realm. Leaving behind these words, he didn't care about the expressions on the two's faces and followed the servant.
This kid is too arrogant. Zhang Feng said in a deep voice. He was even more annoyed by this guy. Hee, let's let him be proud for a while longer. When we reach the abyssal realm, we will teach him a lesson sooner or later, Luo Yuan said. This time, the Hell Alliance is offering us something good. The accommodations were luxurious, and there were even servants to serve them. Lin Fei found an excuse to chase them out. He picked a room and set up a restriction around it to prevent them from being disturbed. Abyssal Undying Fruit, Hell Alliance, 10 major families, 136 cities. This is really interesting. Lin Fei felt that this trip to the abyssal realm would be quite interesting. Low-grade godly weapon. Wuxia City is really willing to spend so much. A peak godly king equipped with such a weapon can easily suppress a large number of experts. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me. I wonder if the Hell Alliance will reward me with a godly grade godhead. Currently, there were very few things that could catch Lin Fei's attention. Low-grade godly weapons were only a matter of time. Moreover, he had mastered the power of space and time. With these two bloodline powers, there was no need for an ungodly weapon. Well, I'll play slowly then. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested. Lin Fei stayed in Wuxia City for a full 10 days. During these 10 days, Lin Fei kept a low profile and did not step out of his residence. Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan did not come to cause any trouble. Thus, Lin Fei was happy to be at ease. 10 days later. Once, Lin Fei stood in the palace. This time, apart from Zhang Feng and Luo Yuan, there were 18 other peak godly king experts. When Lin Fei entered the palace, he saw Zhang Feng, Luo Yuan, and a few others talking and laughing. However, when he entered, they all looked at him. These people should also be going to the abyssal realm. Lin Fei did not believe that there were only 3 of them collecting the abyssal undying fruit. There must be other people in Wuxia City. It seemed to be true. It was impossible to count on the 3 of them. All right, since everyone is here, we can set off. The bald city lord was in a good mood. After the last person came in, he announced that they could set off. The foundation of Wuxia City was quite shocking. There was a spatial portal under the palace. At a glance, it was obvious that it was set up by a spatial controller. One could go to the next place without having to climb long distances. Chapter 1872. 136 cities. Each city had a space gate. This gave Lin Fei, who had been on his way here, a huge shock. It was not an easy task to set up such a space gate. As a space controller, Lin Fei knew it best. The Hell Realm should have a few space controllers. With the space gate, they did not need to waste time. The group passed by one city after another. In one day, they passed by 136 cities. As they stepped into the space gate for the last time, they appeared again. They were in a mountain range. Swoosh, swoosh. The group came out of the space gate and found themselves in the mountain range. Is this the base camp of the Hell Alliance? I don't think so. Where is this place? We have never been here before. As soon as they came out, the young people began to discuss. The Hell Realm was huge. Their footprints were all over the Hell Realm, but they did not know where this mountain range was. They were very puzzled. You don't need to guess. This is the entrance to the 18th floor of the Abyss of Hell. The city lord said with a smile. Even I don't know where it is exactly, let alone you. Everyone suddenly understood. If they did not come through the space gate, they would not have thought that this mountain range was related to the Abyss of Hell. Among the people present, only Lin Fei could see the reason. The space controller was not an exaggeration. The Hell Alliance is so powerful. They set up the entrance of this secret realm with a space formation. Other than the space controller, only those god emperors can find the entrance. Outside the mountain range, layers of space formations were set up. Spatial formations were much more powerful and profound than restrictive formations. Although the sky above was gray, in fact, it was not. It was just a refraction from a distant place. It was not real. But in front of the ghost's domain experts who did not control the power of space, it was real. They could not see any problems at all. Even if they rushed out, they would be transported away by the space formation. Moreover, it would not leave a trace. Even if that person went out, he would not be able to find this place. Old one, you are finally here. Not long after the group of people appeared. Someone else also appeared. That person was tall and sturdy.
There was a smile on his face, and he seemed to be quite familiar with the city lord.
As soon as he arrived, he greeted him. Wan Qin said with a smile, "I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The one leading our Wuxia city is you, old ghost. We haven't seen each other for 500 years. 508 years.
The newcomer smiled and glanced at the group of people.
Old Wan, you're a good person. You're full of energy. I believe you'll get a good ranking this time. Wan Qin said, "Of course, we have to get into the top 100. I'll arrange for someone to take you to rest. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you tonight. A few of my old friends will be there too."
The man smiled and called over a subordinate, ordering them to rest.
"I'll bring them to rest first. I'll definitely come back tonight. This mountain range was huge. You'll stay here tonight." Everyone followed him to an immortal abode.
There were countless immortal abodes here, and all of them were for people to stay in. Everyone checked their auras and found that the Senfu all belonged to the same area, and they could see the words Wuxia City.
"All right, each of you find a place to stay." Wan Qin said, "There are still a few days before the secret realm opens. Stay here obediently and don't make trouble here. If you make a move, you'll be disqualified, and even I won't be able to help you." Everyone nodded, indicating that they wouldn't make trouble. Wan Qin wasn't worried that they would act recklessly. It was a rule that forbade fighting here. As long as they weren't fools, they wouldn't act recklessly. Moreover, there were people from 136 cities and 10 great families gathered here. If they offended anyone, they might have a great background. Lin Fei found a house near the side to stay. Along the way, Lin Fei didn't dare to look down on the Hell Alliance anymore. Since they had a space controller, they might also have a time controller. No matter which one it was, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Right now, it was better to keep a low profile. After resting for a while, Lin Fei decided to go out for a walk. He wanted to understand the situation. Perhaps because he was the last to come out, the people who came with him seemed to have all gone out. Coming out of Senfu, Lin Fei asked around and learned some things. It turned out that in a place not far away, there was a commercial street created by the Hell Alliance. On the commercial street, there were a large number of treasures for sale. Many treasures that were rarely seen in the outside world would appear on this commercial street. The Abyss Hell was very dangerous, so everyone would buy protective treasures on the commercial street. After Lin Fei asked for the location, he went straight to the commercial street. The commercial street wasn't far away. When Lin Fei found it, this place was surging with people. The small commercial street was filled with people coming and going. At a glance, almost all of them were peak God King powerhouses. There were also quite a number of shops. "Everyone, quickly come and take a look. The map of the Abyss Hell's 18th level is on sale. Only 1 billion low-grade God stones. The safest walking map. You won't regret it after seeing it. God King weapon, the first choice for fighting monsters. Everyone, come and take a look." When Lin Fei heard the hawking, he suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Almost all of the shops were hawking. Lin Fei listened on the side for a while. They sold all kinds of things, and they had everything. The most popular was the map of the Abyss Hell. The prices varied. Some were cheap for 1 or 200 million God stones. There were also hardcover versions that cost more than 1 billion God stones.
No wonder it's so lively.
Lin Fei looked around as he walked. There were even people who came up to forcefully pull him to sell the things in their hands. In order to be prepared for the Abyss Hell, Lin Fei didn't lack God stones. Therefore, he bought a map and some records of the Abyss Hell's ferocious beasts. These were of great help to Lin Fei. Apart from that, Lin Fei also bought a map of the Abyss Immortal Fruit to record the origins of the Abyss Immortal Fruit. As for the location, he didn't know if he could still find it. This trip also cost Lin Fei more than 4 billion God stones. Fortunately, the things he bought were useful. Among the crowd, his spending was still the lowest. Many people not only bought defensive equipment and weapons, but also some antidote pills and other things. When it came to using God stones, they spent money like water and didn't care at all. Chapter 1873. Mountain Range. Senfu. Lin Fei didn't stay outside for long. He bought some useful things and came back. He took out the relevant materials and looked through them.
For example, the book about the 18 levels of hell in his hand. It recorded some information about hell. He didn't know if he didn't read it, but after reading it, he realized how terrifying it was. The 18 levels of hell are so terrifying. Each level is vast, no less than a territory. There are a large number of abyssal undead creatures living in them. They are quite powerful and hard to kill. Lin Fei was shocked as he continued to read. The 18 levels of hell were more dangerous than the one before. For example, the undead creatures in the first level could be killed once. It was very easy. But later on, the undead creatures in each level would change. For example, the second level needed to be killed twice, and the third level needed to be killed 3 times. At the 18th level, it needed to be killed 18 times to be killed. It wasn't just a normal level of terror. Lin Fei was naturally shocked. According to the book, from the 10th level of hell onwards, it was very dangerous. Almost no one dared to go down. According to the book, the 18 levels of hell were created by the God Emperor of the Hell World in the past to nurture his disciples. Countless undead creatures were captured and died inside. The rich undead power gradually formed powerful undead creatures, which resulted in the current appearance. Lin Fei opened the map of the abyssal immortal fruit and took a look. What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air. This kind of abyssal immortal fruit wasn't easy to harvest. Each undead tree would have powerful undead guarding it, making it very difficult to deal with. These undead trees would only appear in the 5th layer of the hell, so there wouldn't be a lot of them. I can't go to these places. Maybe I'll be targeted. With my strength, I can go directly to the 10th level and beyond. There's no need to fight with them. Lin Fei was very open-minded. The underworld needed the immortal fruit so much. There must be some use for it. Lin Fei wouldn't give up this opportunity. Lin Fei wasn't a kind-hearted person. His main goal was to find the hierarch godhead. From the immortal fruit, there were clues that could help him. Maybe. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle like an old fox who had stolen a chicken. He stayed in Senfu for more than 10 days. While Lin Fei was worrying, Wan Qin sent someone to inform him that the abyss hell had opened and that everyone could set off. Lin Fei finally had the motivation to continue. As long as he reached the abyssal hell, it would still be his world. Regarding this point, Lin Fei was still very confident. Even if those geniuses came in, it would still be the same. It was just a matter of whether or not he could torture them. The group followed the 10,000 Qin city lord to the depths of the mountain range. Someone had opened up a huge square in the hinterland. The square was huge and almost hollowed out the mountain range. At this moment, all 136 city lords were present. Apart from them, there were also people from the 10 great families, as well as those who stood out and competed for the spots. Even though everyone was standing inside the mountain, the square was still very empty. That's the entrance. I really can't imagine that the entrance would be inside the mountain. Hee, don't think that the entrance is in front of us. It's actually not. It's hidden in a node in space. This node is constantly moving. Not everyone can find it. After hearing this, everyone realized why it looked different. So there was such a reason. Lin Fei stood in the crowd and took a look. He could see that the entrance was in a node in space. This was arranged by a big shot. Even the current him couldn't easily find this node. After observing the entrance for a while, Lin Fei lost interest and looked around. The square in the mountain was very big. They stood at the outermost edge of the square. The inside was divided into 10 areas. Each area had dozens of people standing, far more than them. Roughly estimating, there were about 4,000 to 5,000 people at the scene. This kind of gathering abyss immortal fruit was very amazing. You all represent the people of Wuxia City. I hope that after you go in, you will also maintain unity, so that it will be easier to break through. Wan Qin said some words as usual, even though he knew that these words were useless. Those who could come to participate were all people with backgrounds. Unity? It was not possible. This had become a normal thing every time the secret realm opened. Wan Qin did not say much as long as they brought back more abyss immortal fruits than the last time. It was not a good thing to be in the 120th place all the time. The higher the ranking, the greater the benefits of the surrounding areas. For example, the benefits of the top 50 big cities were huge. Wuxia City had always been at the bottom. As the city lord, he felt inferior every time he came. He always hoped that the people he brought could get a good result so he could hold his head high. The Hell Alliance's Deputy Alliance Leader is here. Everyone, let's welcome him. No one knew who shouted, but a middle-aged man dressed in brocade clothes appeared, surrounded by a group of people. He exuded a powerful aura. Ultimate God, a high-level ultimate God. Lin Fei could feel the other party's strength at a glance. He had no doubt that his space and time powers were basically useless against such a high-level ultimate God. Lin Fei knew that the Hell World was much stronger than the mysterious Heavens World. A high-level ultimate God was enough to wipe out a large group of ultimate gods. From this point, Lin Fei could also see that the Hell World was not inferior to the Divine Realm in the past. It later declined and its strength was not affected much. 100 years was enough for experts to recover their strength with enough resources. The appearance of a high-level ultimate god was not surprising. A Deputy Alliance leader's combat power was that of a high-level ultimate god. What about the Alliance leader? He was either a peak ultimate god or a half-step into the Divine Emperor realm. The Hell Alliance's Deputy Alliance leader arrived. Everyone could feel the Deputy Alliance leader's strength. After the Deputy Alliance leader arrived, he took a quick look and said, "You can open it now." 2 more ultimate gods immediately appeared and used their powerful space powers. With the help of treasures, they opened the space node in one fell swoop. In other words, the Abyss Hell was opened. Everyone here is Hellworld's pride. The Deputy Alliance leader said lightly, "You're fighting for glory. Don't let everyone down." It was a simple sentence, but it had a powerful effect. Chapter 1874. A high-level immortal venerable's battle prowess and the position of Deputy Alliance Lord. Other than feeling a little surprised, Lin Fei wasn't too shocked. With his current strength, it wouldn't be easy for a high-level immortal venerable to kill him. The combination of space and time bloodlines wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Who cared about the Hell Alliance's secrets? Lin Fei didn't care as long as there was a hierarch-rank godhead in the Abyssal Hell. This Deputy Alliance Lord didn't speak much, but his words had a great influence on everyone's emotions. After listening to his words, Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that this person was an expert in stirring up emotions, especially the group of people at the front. It seems like the disciples of the 10 families are very clear that the Hell Alliance will bring out good things this time. The importance of the Abyssal Immortal Fruit is really something to look forward to. Lin Fei decided to capture a few people and search their memories after entering the Abyssal Hell. He believed that he would find some good things. With the Deputy Alliance Lord's encouragement, the spatial node was completely opened and connected to the entrance. Now everyone, don't be in a hurry. The disciples of the 10 families who went in first had a complacent look on their faces. Obviously, they already knew that they were in the first batch. The people at the back could only stare at them, but they couldn't say anything. There was a high-level immortal venerable here, and if they dared to show any dissatisfaction, they would suffer. Lin Fei observed for a while and discovered another thing. The people who entered the Abyssal Hell were ranked according to the ranking. At the front were the 10 families, followed by the 136 cities. Wuxia City was ranked 120th, and the front was filled with people. Lin Fei also heard many people grumbling. At this rate, by the time they entered, the immortal abyssal fruits in the fixed spots in front of them would have already been picked. Several thousand people entered in turns. Every time the entrance was limited to a few people, the time would be extended indefinitely. After more than half a day, it was finally Wuxia City's turn. This is a spatial teleportation talisman. If you encounter danger in the Abyssal Hell and can't escape in time, you can use it to come back. Just crush it and you will be teleported back here. At the entrance, someone handed a teleportation talisman and explained how to use it. Lin Fei also obtained a teleportation talisman. With just a glance, he could tell that he was far away. He had left the spatial controller's spatial power inside, locking onto a fixed location. It was a pretty good item. You go in. Lin Fei took a step forward and entered the passageway. The space around him constantly changed, and when he reappeared, he was in a dark world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A thick aura of death blew past. Is this the Abyss Hell? The Abyssal Hell was just like its name. It was filled with a gloomy and deathly stillness. The only difference was that the Abyssal Hell was filled with lush undying plants, which was the biggest difference here. For example, right now, Lin Fei was in a lush forest. These trees were all undying plants. They were tall and large, carrying with them an undying aura. Roar! Not far away, there was a commotion in the woods. An enormous undying tiger demon sprang out of the woods and pounced at Lin Fei. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from Lin Fei's eyes as he killed the undying tiger demon. Then, the undying tiger demon turned into a ball of death chi and disappeared. Sure enough, I only have one life. Lin Fei was very interested in the abyssal hell. This was the first time he had encountered such a special place. Let's find out where I am first. The first layer of the abyssal hell was very large. Lin Fei quickly figured out the location because in each layer of the abyssal hell, there would be some fixed objects such as some mountains etc. that could help people identify the location. After finding his location, Lin Fei flew straight to the second layer. The number of undying creatures in the abyssal hell was not ordinary. Along the way, Lin Fei was constantly attacked by undying creatures. Be it in the sky or on the ground, they would take the initiative to attack. Apart from that, there were also undying plants. Even the seemingly safe underground would be attacked by undying creatures. Lin Fei found many skeletons near some undying plants. Without looking, he knew that they were left behind by unlucky people. Following the directions of the map, Lin Fei quickly passed through the first layer and arrived at the second layer of the abyssal hell. From this layer onwards, there would be some sporadic abyssal undying fruits. Lin Fei was temporarily not interested in them. There were also many God King experts who had begun to search these places. Lin Fei went straight to the next few layers. Third layer. Fourth layer. Fifth layer. Lin Fei moved very quickly. Spatial power wasn't something that could not be used. Along the way, Lin Fei used spatial movement. This was a new ability he grasped after the upgrade of his spatial bloodline. After arriving at the fifth layer, the entrance was attacked by a large group of undying creatures. Moreover, they could be resurrected 5 times, and their combat power was also at the 5-star God King realm. Killing them 5 times in a row was not a small matter. Lin Fei was too lazy to make a move. He used spatial movement and left, moving non-stop. There are many people fighting for the abyssal undying fruits. While moving, Lin Fei felt energy fluctuations erupt in several places. Without guessing, he knew that they were fighting for the abyssal undying fruits. Lin Fei's current goal was temporarily on the 10th layer. Next he had to hurry. Starting from the 5th layer of the abyssal hell, the entrance was almost always occupied by a group of undying creatures. These undying creatures easily numbered in the hundreds or thousands, densely packed together. Time slowed down. Spatial movement. Lin Fei's bloodline power had finally been put to use. Rush in and start a massacre? Lin Fei wasn't that bored. Fortunately, the undying creatures were still affected by the power of time. Lin Fei used the time technique as soon as he arrived and calmly passed through. Hee, you guys take your time killing. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at the 10th layer of the abyssal hell. I dare not say that I'm the first one here, but I should be the first few batches. Lin Fei took out the map and prepared to look for the abyssal undying fruits first. What was the use of this thing? Why did the Hell Alliance put so much effort into it and even organized a ranking competition for the major cities? Swish! 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 Lin Fei didn't make any moves along the way. He either used time cage or slowed down time to avoid the moving undying creatures. He arrived at a valley without any danger. According to the map, there is an undying tree here. Lin Fei barged into the valley. There were no undying plants in the valley. It was bare. Lin Fei almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. A few dozen breaths later, Lin Fei came to the end of the valley. Beside a lake, he saw a pitch-black undying plant. Its whole body was surrounded by death energy. Under its luxuriant leaves, there were pitch-black fruits hanging. Chapter 1875. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen an immortal abyssal fruit. It was also something the Infernal Alliance desperately needed. This place is filled with death energy. Lin Fei sensed that the valley was different from other places. First, the death energy was unbelievably thick, especially the immortal abyssal fruit hanging under the immortal tree. There's nothing strange about it. Lin Fei took a step forward and appeared under the immortal tree. He was ready to pluck an immortal fruit to see what it was. Whoosh! 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 Just as Lin Fei was about to pluck it, countless tentacles suddenly shot out from the lake below, making air-piercing sounds. Damn, there's something like this. Lin Fei used space movement and appeared on the other side. As he moved, air-piercing sounds came from behind him. He looked down at the lake below and saw a huge creature. It's a giant octopus. In the lake, a tentacled undead creature that looked like a giant octopus glared angrily at Lin Fei. At the same time, it controlled hundreds of tentacles to lash at him. It's a god-level undead creature. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked from the moment he made his move. A battle prowess of a godly venerable level, and one with 10 lives at that, was extraordinarily powerful. Lin Fei kept moving. Boom, boom. Large holes were dug out in the mountain behind him, rocks flying everywhere. Immortal abyssal fruit. I'm going to take it. It's just 10 lives. I'm not afraid. Lin Fei was not afraid. It might be difficult to deal with others, but Lin Fei had a killer move. The River of Time flew out. This was the first killer move. Lin Fei summoned the River of Time and wrapped it around the giant octopus like a long rope. He wanted the octopus to slow down. Otherwise, he would not be able to deal with it. What a powerful undead creature. It can actually resist 30% of the power of time. This was the first time Lin Fei encountered it. The River of Time firmly wrapped around the giant octopus. The tentacle's attacks also slowed down, and the divine power was rapidly consumed. Space Slash. Lin Fei used another attack. The power of space was tricky and strange. It was suitable to attack this kind of undead creature. Bam bam bam. The blades bombarded the undead giant octopus, shattering its tentacles. However, after a while, new tentacles would grow out and be suppressed by the power of time. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a trump card to suppress it. To kill such an undead creature, Lin Fei consumed a lot of divine power. He sighed inwardly. This undead creature was not easy to deal with. In order to obtain this abyssal immortal fruit, it was really troublesome. Boom! The undead octopus exploded, completely dead. After the octopus died, the deathly aura that filled the sky converged. The undying octopus was resurrected once again, and its tentacles that filled the sky lashed out once more. Bang bang! The attack speed of several of the tentacles actually increased, and when they struck Lin Fei's body, his blood and qi were shaken. He couldn't help but curse. You can still increase your strength after dying? What the hell is this? Lin Fei had never seen such a strange thing. The River of Time rolled up again. Fortunately, it was able to resist about 30% of the power of time. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If the power of time could not suppress it, then there was no point in fighting. Today I'll go all out. It was not easy to kill 10 lives. Every time he killed one, the opponent's strength increased a lot. Forced to do so, Lin Fei had to change his position every time. He kept moving, and the River of Time was getting closer. Boom! The last slash finally killed the undead creature that looked like a giant octopus. It's finally over. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time, he felt that killing the Divine Lord was so difficult. Thanks to his strong divine power, he could easily kill this kind of undead creature. The 10th floor was already like this. Lin Fei dared not imagine what the situation would be like in the 18th floor of hell. He was afraid that it would be even more difficult to deal with. Clap clap clap. Just then, there was the sound of applause from afar. My friend, you are amazing. You actually killed an undead tentacle with your bare hands. You're smart. You didn't make a move. Lin Fei already knew that someone was here when he was fighting the undead creature. He had the invincible defense, so he was not worried about the other party. A young man stood on a black boulder not far away. He was holding a folding fan and looked elegant. However, his face was a little pale. He looked like a sickly young man. I'm Wang Ming from the Wang clan. The young man in luxurious clothes cupped his hands. In fact, Wang Ming was also extremely shocked at that moment. As a member of the 10 great clans, he had seen all kinds of geniuses. He was one of them. Although he had not broken through to the ultimate god realm, his combat power was already comparable to a lower-level ultimate god. He was also famous in the infernal world. As soon as the abyss hell opened, Wang Ming set off alone and rushed all the way to the 10th floor of the abyss hell with his treasures and strength. He was very confident in his strength. However, Wang Ming was dumbfounded when he arrived at the valley. Wang Ming had thought that he had arrived quickly, but he had not expected to see someone fighting the undying tentacle beasts. Moreover, this person had displayed the strength of a dual bloodline, killing the undying tentacle beasts 10 times in a row. This completely frightened Wang Ming. As a member of the 10 great clans, Wang Ming naturally knew that the other party's strength was terrifying. Even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for the other party. He had been watching from afar. As for taking advantage of the other party's lack of divine power to sneak an attack, it was not that he had not thought about it, but he had been suppressed. Wang Ming could not guarantee that he would succeed if he went up. He had no confidence. If he had a few companions around him, he might really have such an idea. Wang Ming himself was not confident in killing the undead tentacle beast. He was afraid that it would take him some time to do it. It was impossible for him to kill it easily like the other party. Therefore, Wang Ming took the initiative to come out. It was better not to offend such a genius. However, he did not seem to have such a person among all the experts in the infernal world. So you're from the 10 great clans. Lin Fei knew what the surname Wang represented. It was a surname that only the 10 great clans had. I've heard a lot about you. Wang Ming did not say that he was from the 10 great clans. To be able to cultivate such a genius, the force would not be simple. I have to congratulate you, fellow Taoist. You easily killed the tentacle beast and obtained the immortal abyss fruit. You don't plan to snatch some back? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Wang Ming shook his head. Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. You can easily kill the tentacle beast and you are a double bloodline controller. I don't think I have the ability to do so. The people that Lin Fei usually met were all arrogant. Once they saw this situation, they would definitely sneak an attack. Who would admit that they were not a match for him? Just this honesty alone made Lin Fei have a better impression of Wang Ming. At least he was a person who knew self-restraint. Ha ha ha, we came at the right time. Someone helped us kill the tentacle beast. Chapter 1876. The 10th Floor of Abyssal Hell. It was not difficult for disciples from the 10 great clans to enter this floor. For example, this group of people had a total of 15 people, and they all looked to be in a sorry state. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot when they were rushing down. The 15 of them stared at the tree of immortality by the lake. There were at least 100 immortal fruits hanging on it. Mu Chang, what's the meaning of this? Wang Ming said expressionlessly. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Lin Fei. My friend, I'm sorry. The Mu clan thinks you're one of my people. Lin Fei's impression of Wang Ming improved a lot when he heard this. Hee, you should know what I mean. Mu Chang smiled. I'm interested in the tree of immortality. If you don't want to die, leave here and I'll let you live. The tree of immortality in abyssal hell was almost fixed. As long as one followed the records on the map, they could almost be found. Mu Chang came to the valley and was surprised to find that the tentacle beast was killed. He thought Wang Ming had killed it with some treasure and thought he had gotten a great bargain. The hundreds of immortal fruits would be very useful if he brought them back. He must get them. If Wang Ming was alone, he might really hand them over. However, he did not own the immortal fruits on the tree of immortality. It was the black-robed young man. He just happened to be there and did not have the right to speak. Wang Ming did not say anything. Mu Chang thought Wang Ming was unwilling and gestured to someone next to him. Master Mu, you're interested in the tree of immortality. If you don't know what's good for you, you'll die. Whoosh. The person was fast. It was almost silent. Wang Ming was secretly shocked. He knew the person who attacked. It was a clan from hell called the Dark Ones. They were best at sneak attacks and assassinations. A lower-level ultimate god was killed by the Dark Ones. The Dark Ones became famous after the news spread. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Dark Ones. They would not offend them if they could because no one knew where they came from. Mu Chang wanted to give Wang Ming a small warning. I'm interested in the tree of immortality. Plop. The Dark Ones attacked but appeared above the lake. They even fell and were wet from head to toe. Empty? The Nighthawk was also shocked. He had clearly planned to appear next to the other party and slit the other party's throat. So why did he appear on the lake instead? Again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart could be heard. If the Nightwalker thought it was a coincidence last time, there would be no more. After 100 years of cultivation, Lin Fei's temperament had also stabilized. However, Someone wanted to snatch away his abyssal undying fruit. This made Lin Fei very unhappy. This person wanted to kill him at the drop of a hat. Did he really think that he was the king of heaven? Lin Fei snorted in dissatisfaction. He moved as fast as lightning, reaching into the void and pulling out a skinny fellow. How dare you try to kill me? The Nighthawk was startled. Subconsciously, he prepared to soar into the sky and leave. Because the Nightwalkers had a spatial bloodline, this was what made them famous. When the Nighthawk tried to break free, he found that he couldn't move, and the space around him was like mud. He couldn't move at all. Bang! Lin Fei smashed his fist into the Dark Knight assassin's head, causing it to explode on the spot. He casually threw the corpse aside. You want to snatch my abyssal undying fruit? Mu Cheng was a disciple of the top 10 families. He could almost do whatever he wanted in the hell world, and usually, no one dared to offend him. However, when the other party easily killed the Nighthawk, Mu Cheng was shocked. He realized that he seemed to have made a mistake. This guy was definitely not Wang Ming's man. With Mu Cheng's strength, it wasn't that easy to kill the Nighthawk, but the other party easily killed him, which meant that his strength wasn't ordinary. However, with the name of the top 10 families, Mu Cheng wouldn't lower his head and admit defeat. Young Master Wang, it seems that you found a good partner. I really underestimated you. Mu Cheng said, however, this undying tree is mine. Everyone, attack. He didn't dare to kill Wang Ming. The other party had a space teleportation talisman. If he couldn't kill the other party, he would be in big trouble when he returned. It was better to kill this black-robed kid. At that time, young Master Wang wouldn't dare to say anything and would just leave obediently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The people behind Mu Cheng all took action after he gave the order. Space storm. Lin Fei shouted. A huge storm appeared in the sky. It was an authentic space storm. It was also using the power of space. Its power was greatly increased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the space storm rolled, all the Divine King experts who rushed up fell into it. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as the smell of blood filled the air. Young Master, help. I don't want to die. Help. The space storm spread. Those who went in could not come out at all as they were constantly strangled by the space storm. In less than a few breaths, there was no more screaming. That was because they were all dead. No one could withstand such a powerful space storm. Lin Fei hadn't used it for a long time, but it seemed to be pretty good. You killed them. Mu Cheng's face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. The people he brought this time were all from the Mu clan. All of them were peak Divine King realm experts. With their treasures, they could even fight a lower-level ultimate god. However, they were all dead in the blink of an eye. Basically, this is the end for those who want my things. Lin Fei casually killed more than a dozen Divine King experts and glanced at the people from the 10 great clans. So, it's the same for you. 10 great clans? Lin Fei didn't care. He wants to kill me. Mu Cheng had seen overbearing people, but he had never seen anyone who dared to attack people who knew they were from the 10 great clans. His heart sank. He knew he had met his match, so he had to make the first move. Humph, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Mu Cheng was very confident in his own strength. Is that so? Lin Fei suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed Mu Cheng's neck with one hand. Mu Cheng wanted to resist, but he couldn't move. His movements couldn't keep up with his thoughts, so Lin Fei grabbed his neck. What I don't like the most are the family disciples who want to snatch other people's things. Lin Fei really didn't like family disciples. He glanced at Wang Ming as he spoke. I'm a good person. Wang Ming's hair is standing on end from being stared at. This guy really has hidden his strength. Poor Mu Cheng. I have no interest in snatching other people's things. Fellow Taoist, please don't treat me as one of them. Only then did Mu Cheng realize that he seemed to have gotten something wrong. Wang Ming alone couldn't kill the undying tentacle beast. The person who killed the undying tentacle beast must be the black-robed man in front of him. It's over. Chapter 1877. Right now, Lin Fei was like a huge iron plate to many people. Whoever kicked him would regret it. Mu Cheng was a poor guy. He was not ignorant. He knew he was in big trouble when his actions could not keep up with his thoughts. How could he not understand Wang Ming's meaning after hearing his words? This bastard. He made me suffer. Mu Cheng already knew that Wang Ming had arrived earlier than him. Even when Wang Ming was fighting with the undying tentacle beasts, he had already arrived at the scene. However, he had not made a move, even in the end. Mu Cheng had been stupid enough to think that the two of them were easy to deal with. People like you don't deserve to die. Lin Fei did not care about a guy who barely had the combat power of a lower-level ultimate god. Big brother, don't kill me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm sincerely convinced that I lost to you. Mu Cheng was not a direct disciple but a collateral disciple in the Mu clan. Otherwise, he would not have brought these people. He was so impulsive when he saw the immortal abyss fruits. The Mu family had issued an order that whoever brought back more immortal abyss fruits would have a higher status in the family, and they would receive more benefits from the family. That was why Mu Cheng wanted to take it for himself. Almost all of the undying trees in the abyssal hell were in fixed positions. Of course, there were some that weren't, but they were too dangerous. No one knew what the dangers were, so most people would attack the undying trees in fixed positions to reduce the number of casualties. Mu Cheng immediately begged for mercy. He was sincerely begging for mercy. Survive and continue to take revenge? Mu Cheng did not have the guts. It was too easy for an expert of that level to kill him. As for whether the other party dared to kill him? Don't be ridiculous. Even if he was from one of the top 10 clans, the other party would not care. He would still kill him if he wanted to. You're different from others. The family disciples that Lin Fei usually met were all arrogant. They would either threaten or intimidate him, or bring out their backer. In his eyes, that kind of behavior was stupid and idiotic. Very idiotic. It was fine if you didn't bring it out. Once you did, I had no choice but to kill you for safety's sake. He was courting death, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Mu Cheng hurriedly said, Big brother, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to run errands for Big brother. I know that there are many undying trees in the 10 layers of the abyss. With Big brother's strength, you can definitely sweep through all opponents and occupy all the undying trees. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a clever villain. The thoughts of a lowly person changed the fastest. Young Master Mu, you really surprise me. Don't you usually shout and kill? Wang Ming was also very surprised. Mu Cheng had changed too quickly, he could even say such words. Mu Cheng complained that Wang Ming didn't say anything, but why did he say this? Wasn't he harming himself? Young Master Wang, although I am usually arrogant, I know what to do. Mu Cheng said, going against an expert like Big Brother is definitely a dead end. And an expert like Big Brother Xiang also needs an errand boy. It just so happens that I'm familiar with the lower levels. I'm willing to be an errand boy. I'm willing. Wang Ming really hoped that Mu Cheng would be killed so that he could get rid of a troublesome guy. You're good. Lin Fei's understanding of the abyss hell was limited to the information that he had bought. If someone was familiar with this place, it would save a lot of trouble. As long as a lowly person's strength was suppressed, there was no need to be afraid that the other party would overturn the heavens. Lin Fei didn't mind having a bootlicker by his side. Seeing that you can talk, I won't kill you for now. Lin Fei let go of his hand. But if you have any thoughts that you shouldn't have, I'll immediately take your life. Mu Cheng was secretly happy. At least he survived. Don't worry, Lord. I'm a timid person. I'll definitely be honest. Lin Fei was indeed not worried that the other party would play any tricks. Go and help me pick all the abyss immortal fruits on the immortal tree. Lin Fei sent Mu Cheng to pick the abyss immortal fruits. I'll go right now. Mu Cheng eagerly left. Fellow Taoist, it's not easy to pick the abyss immortal fruits alone. Can I help you pick them too? Wang Ming looked at Mu Cheng's smug look and was quite unhappy. Up to you. Lord, you're really lucky. This immortal tree has borne 130 abyss immortal fruits. I remember that last time, this immortal tree produced 73 abyss immortal fruits. Mu Chen worked very hard and handed over the storage ring. This was a special storage ring that could perfectly store the abyss immortal fruits. Maybe this year will be a bumper harvest. Wang Ming also said. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in a bumper harvest. Oh right, your 10 great families are so interested in the abyss immortal fruit. I wonder what use it has. Lin Fei asked very directly. The two of them had a strange look on their faces, as if they had seen a strange person. The Abyss Immortal Fruit was a rare immortal fruit. Its effect was naturally not ordinary. However, the specific use and effect was not known by ordinary people. Logically speaking, the expert in front of him should know. How could he not know? Mu Cheng's reaction was fast. Perhaps this was something his elder brother wanted to know. He was the first to answer. Lord, this Abyss Immortal Fruit was personally brought from the outside world by the God Emperor. It took 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. It must absorb enough death qi to ripen. After ripening, it can be consumed and refined. It's the best thing to break through the bottleneck of the God King realm. Lin Fei didn't expect it to have such a use. No wonder the 10 great families and the Hell's Alliance attached so much importance to the Abyss Immortal Fruit. It was indeed an amazing thing to be used to break through the bottleneck of the realm. The success rate is very high? Mu Cheng nodded. The success rate is very high. If there are 100 Abyss Immortal Fruits, the success rate will be 100%. Every 10 Abyss Immortal Fruits will increase the success rate by 1/10. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised. This thing was useless to him. It was useless no matter how much he ate it. However, it was very useful. Although he couldn't use it, he could use it to exchange for a hierarch rank godhead. He believed that those people wouldn't reject him. At that time, his godhead would obediently come to him. Lin Fei's mood instantly improved. Chapter 1878. Boom, boom, boom. At the foot of a mountain on the 10th floor of Abyssal Hell, a huge storm was attacking a behemoth. This behemoth had a domineering name, Wanxiang Demon. It could transform into tens of thousands of forms and was very terrifying. At that moment, this undying Wanxiang Demon kept struggling and could not escape the storm's attack. In addition, there were continuous attacks from afar, shattering the illusions. With a desperate struggle, its huge body was shattered. It lost its life for the 10th time. Sir, you're amazing. Mu Cheng was now completely convinced. In the 10th floor of Abyssal Hell, any undead creature was very powerful, especially one that had obtained 10 life buffs. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. It was almost impossible to fight one-on-one. Any clan that came in would bring a group of experts, or several clans would join forces to share the Abyssal Immortal Fruits. It was almost impossible to find a second person who could kill such a powerful undead creature so easily. It was not the first time Mu Cheng saw such a situation. Every time he saw it, it was still very shocking. Fortunately, he chose to lower his head, or else he would not even know how he died. I'll go pick the Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Mu Cheng rushed up as fast as he could and picked the Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Lin Fei stood casually. With Mu Cheng leading the way, Lin Fei did not need to look at the map to find the Tree of Immortality. He swept away the guarding undead creatures and obtained thousands of Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Including this time, he had almost 1,600 Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Lin Fei did not feel too emotional. The more the Abyssal Immortal Fruits, the better. 100 Abyssal Immortal Fruits could give a Divine King expert a 90% chance of breaking through to Ultimate God. 1,600 Abyssal Immortal Fruits could create 16 Ultimate Gods. Such a force was not to be underestimated by any force. Sir, this Tree of Immortality is also a big harvest. There are 210 Abyssal Immortal Fruits. Mu Cheng flew back and handed over a storage ring. These 10 are for you. Lin Fei threw 10 Abyssal Immortal Fruits to Mu Cheng and kept the remaining 200. Mu Cheng was in high spirits. He did not expect to get 10 Abyssal Immortal Fruits by running errands. It was unimaginable. 1,600 Immortal Fruits were far from enough. Lin Fei continued to sweep through the undying trees on this floor. As long as there was one, he would not let go of a single one. After all, he now had the strength to ensure that the items in his hands would not be snatched away. Wang Ming, who had been following them, was also envious. He had been stuck in this realm for a long time and it was not easy to break through to the ultimate god realm. Even if there was a 10% success rate, there was still a chance for him to become an ultimate god. Seeing Mu Cheng run errands and obtain 10 Abyssal Undying Fruits, Wang Ming was dumbfounded. This kid's luck was too good. In order to obtain the Abyssal Immortal Fruit for himself, Wang Ming was ready to go all out. He was prepared to take out his family's map and take it to the Abyssal Immortal Fruit. Neither of them was a direct descendant of the clan, but a branch descendant. In order to obtain enough Immortal Abyss Fruits to advance to the Ultimate God realm, one would need to make a huge contribution. Collecting the immortal abyss fruits was a contribution to the clan. Wang Ming did not have the confidence to gather enough abyssal immortal fruits for the 10 families and 136 cities. For 10 consecutive days, Lin Fei killed 50 to 60 undead creatures and almost wiped out the abyssal immortal trees on this level. Let's go to the next level. After killing another undead creature, Lin Fei went straight to the next level. Follow me. With their family's map, it was much easier to go to the next level as there was a specific route. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei brought the two of them to the entrance. This level was filled with undead creatures in a 100,000-mile radius. It was a dark mass that made one's scalp tingle. Even an ultimate god expert would have a headache if so many undead creatures swarmed in. Lin Fei carried the two of them and moved back and forth, ignoring their attacks. He carried the two of them to the next level and entered the 11th level of the abyssal hell. As soon as they entered, they would inevitably be attacked. Lin Fei easily dealt with them. Lin Fei swept through the 10th level of the abyssal hell. For those who were a bit slower, they were truly dumbfounded. Lin Fei entered the 10th level of the abyssal hell. His speed was relatively fast, and he was ahead of many people. Thus, he swept through 2/3 of the trees of immortality, and didn't search for the scattered ones. But when it came to the person who came in later, he followed the direction of the person. When they saw the undying tree, they were very happy. However, when they looked carefully, they were all dumbfounded. The abyssal undying fruit had been picked by someone. If this place was like this, they would accept it. However, at the next location, the abyssal undying fruit was picked by someone again. There were no abyssal immortal fruits in 5 or 6 places in a row. This time, everyone frowned. It turned out that there were people who had entered earlier than them. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. These people were unwilling to give up and continued to search. The result was the same. There was no abyssal immortal fruit. Along the way, the families bumped into each other and probed each other. The result was that none of them had obtained any undying abyssal fruits. If one family said so, then perhaps they were trying to hide something. If the second family said so, then it would be normal. But if all the families said so, then it was too abnormal. Who was the one who beat them to it? The 11th level of the abyssal hell. The 12th level of the abyssal hell. The 15th time in the abyss of hell. Under the leadership of the 2 local tyrants, Lin Fei had a bountiful harvest. Along the way, he picked all the abyssal immortal fruits. When he reached the 15th level of the abyssal hell, Lin Fei already had 110,000 abyssal immortal fruits. There were almost no abyssal immortal fruits left. Even if there were, it was in a very dangerous place. It was impossible to pick it without paying a huge price. Mu Cheng and Wang Ming had also given up their family's map. Both of them had also obtained more than 200 abyssal immortal fruits. They were smiling all day long. With these abyssal immortal fruits, they could advance to the ultimate god realm and their status in the family would also rise greatly. Lin Fei was very generous. The maps sold outside recorded the general location. The 10 major families had their own maps and knew more about the undying tree. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be lucky. He had obtained a lot of abyssal immortal fruits, but he had not found any clues about the divine essence. This inevitably made Lin Fei a little disappointed. Fortunately, it was only the 15th level of the abyssal hell. There were still 3 levels to the lowest level. Maybe there would be some gains. Master, our family doesn't have many records of this level. Mu Chang said cautiously, that's because our family suffered great losses in this layer back then, and we only know a few locations. Wang Ming's words were the same as Mu Cheng's. It was also their first time coming to the 15th level of the abyssal hell. If it wasn't for someone leading them, they wouldn't have been able to come down. There was no hope at all. Chapter 1879. Something strange has happened. It's too strange. It's impossible. Who else has such a trick? The 11th floor of hell. The 10 great families were gathered together. There was nothing they could do. Things were too strange. They went straight to the 5th floor and began to loot immortal fruits. With the family's strength, they seized many immortal fruits. They went all the way to the 9th floor of hell and the harvest was quite good. Almost every family had about 300 to 400 fruits, which was quite good. It was just the beginning and they were already very satisfied. They also found that the Abyss Hell had a bumper harvest of immortal fruits this time. The number of immortal fruits harvested would definitely surpass the last time. The 10 great families and some people from the Infernal Alliance were very happy. They knew that from the 10th floor of Hell onward, the number would definitely double. The group arrived at the 10th floor excitedly. Hope was good, but the result was a blow. Along the way, the people from the 10 great clans discovered the Tree of Immortality, but the abyssal immortal fruits had long been plucked clean. After a few days, they discovered very few Tree of Immortality, and there were not many abyssal immortal fruits either. They were not calm at all. They were in charge of the last few floors. The stronger they were, the lower floors to seize the opportunity. There were only a few immortal fruits left, less than the first few floors. Those who were not satisfied went to the 11th floor of Hell, but the result was the same. They finally reached the 12th floor. When they looked again, the immortal fruits were still nowhere to be seen. Something big had happened. The 10 great families were all together. They were the direct descendants of the 10 great families. They had great prestige in terms of strength and reputation. They were also the people in charge. There were fewer immortal fruits than last time. They did not know how to report back. Whether it was the 10 great families or the Infernal Alliance, they were all counting on the immortal fruits to produce a group of ultimate god experts to improve the overall strength of the infernal world. Let's go down a few more floors. With our strength, we should be able to reach the 14th floor. If there is no harvest on the 14th floor, we must inform people. They should be on the 15th or 16th floor. We should be able to find out. Right now, this is the only feasible method. If I find out who got here first, I'll definitely kill him. Bastard! When they lost a lot of men and rushed down one by one, they suffered a huge blow. Every time he went down to the next floor, he would be hit by a shock. He almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. There was still no trace of the abyssal immortal fruit. When they reached the 14th level of the abyssal hell, everyone could no longer sit still. Something really big had happened. In the past, the immortal abyssal fruits were mostly produced from the 10th to the 14th floor. With everyone's cooperation, they were able to take those floors. It was too terrifying after the 15th level. Almost all of those undead creatures had the battle prowess of a low-level ultimate god. Moreover, they could be resurrected 15 times in a row, making them extremely difficult to kill. Although it was dangerous at the bottom, the geniuses of the 10 great clans would usually form teams to go down and harvest the immortal fruits on the 15th and 16th floors. This was one of the family's strategies. The middle level would be in charge of the middle level, and the upper level would be in charge of the upper level. They would not allow the abyssal immortal fruit to be lost. 16th layer of Hell. In a valley. A great battle had broken out here, and the scene was almost in ruins. Satisfying, really satisfying. So what if he can resurrect 16 times? He was still killed by us. Quick, count how many immortal fruits this immortal tree bore. I'm guessing there must be more than 1,000. More than a dozen people were either standing or squatting on the ruins with happy expressions on their faces. If Hell World was there, it would definitely recognize them as the geniuses of the 10 great clans. Each of them had extraordinary battle prowess and could easily defeat a low-level ultimate god. A group of more than a dozen people was already a terrifying force that was enough to wipe out all existences. They had also successfully made it to the 16th floor. The 16th floor was more dangerous than the previous floors as undead creatures would appear from time to time. They were extremely powerful with each having the battle prowess of a mid-level ultimate god. Fortunately, they could only rely on brute force to defeat them. For example, it took them more than half a day to kill the guarding undead creatures. If they were alone, they would not be able to kill the undead creatures even after 10 days. We're rich. There's a total of 1563 immortal fruits. That's great. Someone cheered. With so many abyssal immortal fruits, every family and faction would be able to get quite a bit. Soon, the abyssal immortal fruits were distributed. Each clan could get more than 100 abyssal immortal fruits, and this was just the beginning. There were many immortal trees on this level, and they needed to find them one by one. On this level, it was not difficult for each clan to get tens of thousands of abyssal immortal fruits. Everyone quickly put away the immortal fruits. While they were resting, the communication talisman was activated. When the first person took out his communication talisman, the others followed suit and took out their communication talismans. What the hell? What happened?
Did they encounter some kind of danger? They immediately took out their communication talismans and checked. How's that possible? A young man exclaimed. It's impossible. We went to take a look when we came up. The immortal fruits are still here. Who's so bold to snatch the immortal fruits from us? Before they could finish reading the message, everyone was furious. Then they looked at each other. Could it be that everyone encountered the same thing? Someone asked in surprise. The dozen clans present were all heavenly prides and had encountered all kinds of things. However, it was definitely not a small matter to make them angry. Someone stole our immortal fruits. From the 10th floor to the 14th floor. Almost no harvest. They were now a team. They also knew the effects of the abyssal immortal fruit. They were not ultimate gods and needed the immortal fruits to break through to the ultimate god realm. Now that the production was reduced, it would affect them greatly. It was also a problem if they could get their turn. Brother Dongfang, what should we do? Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to a young man sitting on a boulder not far away. The young man was Dongfang Yijian, a member of the Dongfang clan, one of the 10 great clans. He was also the strongest among them with his battle strength reaching the intermediate ultimate god realm. Once he broke through to the ultimate god realm, he would be a peak intermediate ultimate god. It was only a matter of time before he became a high-level ultimate god. Chapter 1880. Dongfang Yijian. The young prodigy of the Dongfang clan was comparable to many ultimate gods in the clan. He was also recognized as a young prodigy in the infernal realm. Dongfang Yijian was very famous in the infernal realm. He was also very ruthless and conceited. To put it bluntly, he was very domineering. The young prodigies of more than a dozen clans were not convinced by each other. Only Dongfang Yijian could suppress everyone and convince them. Brother Dongfang, should we go back to the 15th floor to check? A prodigy stood up. He was Mu Rendi from the Mu clan. From his name, one could tell that this person was also very domineering. How dare he steal our immortal abyss fruits? No one can protect him. As long as Brother Dongfang says so, we will go back. Another prodigy stood up. Those who touch our things deserve to die. Dongfang Yijian was very prestigious. Those who steal our things must die, Dongfang Yijian said proudly. Dongfang Yijian proudly said, but there's no need to be anxious. We've already looted most of the undying fruits in the 15th floor. The person behind the scenes will definitely come down. At this floor, life and death are not up to us. From this, it could be seen that Dongfang Yijian was very smart. In fact, Dongfang Yijian was very good at scheming and was famous among the prodigies. No matter who it was, Dongfang Yijian was confident that he could take care of them. We will wait for that guy to come up on this floor. I want to see who has the guts to look down on us, the 10 clans. On the 15th floor of the infernal realm. Lin Fei did not know that looting the immortal abyss fruits would have such a big impact. There's none again. They finally fought their way into a valley, only to find that there were no immortal abyss fruits on the tree of immortality. It was a wasted trip. Mu Cheng was disappointed again. This was already the 13th time he had made a wasted trip. This floor must have been looted by someone. Wang Ming said. He felt that Di Tian was very easy to get along with and did not have the arrogance of a prodigy. Lin Fei was not disappointed. He had already had the soup, so it was normal for someone else to get the soup before him. It doesn't matter. In any case, someone will help us preserve the immortal abyssal fruit. Lin Fei said casually. But Wang Ming and Mu Cheng were shocked. Was he going to make a move against those geniuses? Master, they should be the family's elites. Each of them is a heavenly pride with the battle prowess of a low-level ultimate god. Should we avoid them? Mu Cheng said, feeling a little scared. Lin Fei didn't care about the prodigies. No matter how powerful the prodigies were, could they be more powerful than him? It's fine. We'll go down to the next level. It's fine if you don't want to go. Lin Fei did not intend to search the 15th floor. This floor must have been swept by someone. Those who were able to make it to the next level were definitely the elites of their clans. In other words, they were geniuses. Lin Fei was quite interested in exchanging pointers with them. Most importantly, they were able to come up with a brilliant idea the moment they saw them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He didn't need to search for it. If he went straight for the entrance, it would be fast. Even so,
It still took them more than a day. There were too many undead creatures. Even Lin Fei felt a headache when they appeared, so it took a long time. Lin Fei was also attacked by the undead creatures at the entrance. They blocked the entrance and Lin Fei had no choice but to kill them and barely made a way out. Let's go in. The 16th floor of the Abyss of Hell. As soon as they entered this floor, they were hit by an oppressive aura. Roar, roar, roar. All kinds of undead creatures rushed toward them. Lin Fei carried the two of them and kept moving. He was surrounded by danger as he left the terrifying exit. As for Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, their faces were pale. The strength of a low-level ultimate god was really terrifying. Okay, we're safe. Lin Fei put the two people down and clapped his hands. The two came back to their senses and wiped their cold sweat. It's really scary here. No wonder there's no one except for the heavenly pride. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, they would never be able to reach this floor in their lifetime. They're here. Dongfang Yijian had been sitting cross-legged. He did not look for the immortal tree for the past few days. Dongfang Yijian must be dealt with after such a thing happened. Any force that obtained so many immortal abyss fruits would have a huge impact. After the undead creatures at the exit stirred, Dongfang Yijian stood up with a glint in his eyes. They're in the east. Dongfang Yijian flew over with the heavenly pride following behind him. There seemed to be no one else besides them who could come here at this time. It was not easy to break into the 16th floor from the 15th floor. They had also paid a huge price. It was best to take this opportunity to kill them. The only thing they did not expect was that Lin Fei did not pay any price at all. It was not a group of people, but a single person. The undead creatures on the 16th floor were even more violent. Lin Fei did not go far before he encountered a few undead creatures with the combat strength of a low-level ultimate god. It was not easy to deal with them. Our friends are here. After killing the last undead creature, Lin Fei stopped. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Friends. The two were puzzled as they did not expect to come here in vain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, sounds of something piercing through the air were heard from afar. In less than a moment, they appeared in the sky above them. Mu Cheng, it's you. Wang Ming, why are you here? Someone yelled at them as soon as they arrived. They obviously recognized them. Needless to say, they were the heavenly prides from the Wang and Mu clans. At that moment, there were more than 20 people standing in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Although they were all peak Divine King Realm experts, they could already unleash the combat strength of an ultimate god. Their aura could naturally suppress the two collateral disciples, Wang Ming and Mu Cheng. The two were sweating after being yelled at. They still felt a little inferior in front of the direct descendants. The heavenly pride from the Wang and Mu clans were quite puzzled when they saw the collateral disciples from their clans. They naturally wanted to know what they were here for. Mu Cheng, tell me, how did you get in here? The heavenly pride from the Mu clan was called Mu Quan. He was also quite an overbearing person and looked down on collateral disciples the most. Mu Cheng was one of them. He only knew how to use his clan's name to intimidate others. Mu Cheng really did not know what to say. What? You're just a collateral disciple. Don't blame me for punishing you in public if you don't explain things clearly today. Mu Quan sneered. The 16th floor of hell is not a place you can come up to. Tell me, did you guys take away the abyssal immortal fruit? A powerful aura swept towards Mu Cheng. Mu Quan did not want anyone to think differently about what happened today, so he had to figure out what was going on. Chapter 1881. This was the suppression of the branch family by the direct descendants. The abyss immortal fruit was extremely important to the 10 great families and even the entire hell realm. Now that it was inexplicably taken away by someone and they happened to come to this level, they had to get to the bottom of it. This matter couldn't be brought to the family. In the eyes of the prodigies, the branch family must have colluded with outsiders for this to happen. The days of the branch family had never been good. Whether it was in terms of cultivation resources or status, it was always difficult to go against the direct descendants. There were often some branch family disciples who colluded with outsiders and did many things. Mu Quan's first impression was the strongest. Let's ask first. As for this black-robed guy, let's put him aside for now. With so many people here, they weren't afraid of him running away. In a place like the 16th level, it wasn't that easy to run away. The undead creatures that hunted everywhere didn't appear for nothing.
Mu Cheng didn't expect to be interrogated by the direct descendants. In the Mu family, Mu Cheng didn't have a good time. The direct descendants all flaunted their prowess, while the branch family disciples were often suppressed. Their days were very uncomfortable. Mu Cheng wasn't stupid. Seeing these prodigies appear together, it was obvious they were waiting for him. Did they know about the Abyss Immortal Fruit? Mu Cheng's mind spun quickly. Other than this reason, there didn't seem to be a second reason. Should he say it or not? This became Mu Cheng's choice. If he said it, he should be fine. As for whether he would be fine, he couldn't guarantee it. The attitude of the direct descendants was more or less clear. Say what? Mu Cheng said in a low voice. He thought, Mu Quan has long disliked me. My talent isn't worse than his. If it wasn't for the lack of resources, I would also be a prodigy now. My reputation wouldn't be below his. This time, he clearly wants to attack me. Even if I really say it, he will find a reason to deal with me. Since that's the case, I'll go all out. After being a lackey for a few days, Mu Cheng saw how powerful Di Tian was. A dual bloodline controller, an existence that could fight against the God Emperor in the future. With such a mountain behind him, the Mu family and one of the 10 great families were nothing. Speak, why are you here? Did you collude with outsiders? Tell me the truth. When Mu Quan saw that Mu Cheng still dared to talk back to him, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. If you don't speak, I'll do it myself. Let's see if you'll speak or not. At this moment, the sky pride of the Wang family, Wang Fei, shouted at Wang Ming. You're the same. With your strength, it's impossible for you to come up. Tell me who brought you in. Mu Cheng suddenly laughed out loud. Mu Quan, you think you can be arrogant just because you're a direct descendant of the family? I've long since found you an eyesore. If not for the fact that you have more resources than me, I'm afraid you'd be inferior to me right now. What are you pretending for? Normally, Mu Cheng would give him face. But now, Mu Cheng wasn't giving him face. This was also a chance for him. He was gambling on his own future. As a direct descendant disciple, Mu Quan was also a proud son of heaven. He had never cared about branch family disciples. Beating and scolding them was a normal thing to do. Thinking about it, Mu Cheng, this branch family disciple, did not obediently speak up after being shouted at by him. Who would have thought that he would contradict him? Mu Cheng, how dare you talk back to me? Do you really think you can do whatever you want now that you've grown up? Mu Quan glared at Mu Cheng. In my eyes, you'll always be a branch family disciple. Today, I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and me, you piece of trash. Mu Cheng was not afraid. Since he had already thrown caution to the wind, there was no need to be fearless. Come on, let's spar. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Wang Ming's life in the family was similar to Mu Cheng's. It was just that he could not see the light of day. With the direct descendants suppressing him, all the resources were tilted to him. Mu Cheng's words were like a thorn in his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. Mu Quan was embarrassed after being contradicted by a branch family disciple, Mu Cheng. He was ready to teach Mu Cheng a lesson to avoid being laughed at. All right, I'll fulfill your wish, Mu Quan said as he was about to attack. The combat strength of a low-level ultimate god was no joke. You'll regret falling into my hands. Mu Quan sneered. Little Quan, wait. Just as Mu Quan was about to attack, Dongfang Yijian spoke. This is not a suitable place to fight. It will attract the undead creatures and everyone will be in trouble. Mu Quan shuddered. How could he forget about that? This was the 16th floor of the Abyss Hell. The undead creatures were very sensitive. Once the energy fluctuation exploded, they would definitely be alerted and everyone would be in trouble. You're so cunning. How dare you set us up? Mu Quan blamed everything on Mu Cheng. Fortunately, Brother Dongfang reminded us. Otherwise, we would have fallen into your trap. When they killed the guardian undead creatures on the 16th floor, they had also set up a restrictive array formation. If not for Mu Chen's provocation, Mu Quan would not have forgotten about it. When Dongfang Yijian spoke, Mu Cheng noticed that this prodigy was also here. Mu Cheng had heard of Dongfang Yijian's terror. I have master here. There's nothing to be afraid of. Mu Cheng kept telling himself not to be afraid of Dongfang Yijian.
Dongfang Yijian actually had doubts in his heart. It should have been impossible for the three of them to come up here, but they did. The other energy fluctuations did not appear at all. Dongfang Yijian had to ask, "Who are you? Tell me your name." When Dongfang Yijian came up, Mu Quan and Wang Fei stood to the side. They only glared at the two of them. "If you want to know my name, why don't you tell me your name? Do you think you're very strong?" Lin Fei said unhurriedly. When these people appeared, Lin Fei felt that they were extraordinary. He knew that they were the prodigies of their clans. They were all extraordinary and much stronger than the prodigies of the profound sky world. "You dare to be unreasonable. Watch your words. What a big tone. You're courting death." Dongfang Yijian waved his hand and the prodigies stopped. "If this was another place, you would have been killed by the prodigies." Dongfang Yijian said, "A person must know how to judge the situation. For example, I don't understand your situation. What's there to be arrogant about?" Lin Fei had seen a powerful character. This person was not ordinary. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, "Judging the situation is something that only those without strength would do. For those with strength, they don't rely on this. They rely on their fists." Dongfang Yijian laughed. "What a good pair of fists. Looks like you're the mastermind. You're not simple." The prodigies were shocked. How could this black-robed guy be the mastermind? He didn't look like one. Chapter 1882. "Brother Dongfang, are you sure? How is this possible? This guy doesn't look strong at all. I can take care of him as soon as I go up. Is there a mistake?" Dongfang Yijian's words shocked all the geniuses present. Could this be true? From the beginning, the geniuses didn't take the black-robed man seriously, thinking that he was Wang Ming and Mu Chen's man. The geniuses of the two families also directly interrogated the collateral disciples. For Dongfang Yijian to say such words, it was extremely shocking. Lin Fei could be considered to have met a formidable fellow. To be able to guess his identity from such minute clues, he was indeed not simple. This was a rather conceited person. "You are very smart." Lin Fei smiled. The prodigy felt even more incredulous after being acknowledged. Mu Quan said coldly, "Just who are you? There's no one like you in the 10 great families, including the Hell Alliance. You'd best tell us the truth. Don't force us to take you down." Everyone knew about the geniuses of the infernal realm. Even if they didn't know each other personally, they could still make the connection. He had no impression of this black-robed man at all. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. There was something wrong with this person's background. It was not impossible for such an expert to appear out of nowhere. However, it was inconceivable for such an expert to appear at this time. As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to figure it out. "Guess." Lin Fei smiled faintly and spat out 2 words in the face of the enraged prodigy's eyes. "Take a guess?" This infuriated the elite cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Yijian hadn't ordered them to act, they would have been impatient to make a move. "You dare to act cool in front of us, Heaven's Pride? You've got guts. You still dare to make us guess? Do you think you're some big shot?" Dongfang Yijian had seen many people. There were those who were capable, and there were also those who relied on their mouths to show off. Without a doubt, the former relied on their strength, while the latter relied on their mouths. The person in front of him felt very strange. From the beginning to the end, there were no changes. His heartbeat and blood flow were in a stable state. He was not affected by the others at all. These peak divine kings were all genius experts. Within the family, they also had a lot of authority to speak. Over time, they all had extraordinary auras. No one could withstand the pressure of being stared at by a group of people. However, the black-robed man before him was able to hold on. "If I'm not wrong, you should be from another world." Dongfang Yijian's eyes shone with sharpness. "I've heard that the experts of some subworlds can transform their divine power when their realm reaches a certain level. I think you should be one of them." Lin Fei was still very surprised. This person was indeed quite powerful. He didn't reveal anything, but the other party could see through him. "Why do you say that?" Lin Fei laughed. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, who were at the side, were both shocked. They had never imagined that Di Tian would be someone from another world. They even suspected that Dongfang Yijian had made a mistake. "Because you lack the aura of our infernal realm." Dongfang Yijian said, even though your impersonation is very similar, you will never be someone from the infernal realm. No one can hide this from me. Lin Fei applauded. Amazing, truly amazing. Well said. Dongfang Yijian said, you, a person from another world, barged into our infernal realm. It seems like you're also here for the immortal abyss fruits. If I'm not wrong, from the 10th level onwards, all the immortal abyss fruits have been swept clean by you. I'm afraid you have tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits on you now. Tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits still made the prodigies present restless. If they divided it up, each of them could increase the number of immortal abyss fruits by a few thousand. Yes, you're right again. Lin Fei laughed. Unfortunately, you're wrong about one thing. I'm not here for the immortal abyss fruits. They have no use for me. It's just a coincidence. The prodigies didn't believe this was true. You're lying to all of us. If you're not here for the immortal abyss fruits, then why did you come here? Sir, you're a straightforward person. Dongfang Yijian had never seen such a straightforward person. I believe what you said is true. I wonder if you're willing to hand over the immortal abyss fruits on you? My Dongfang family has some influence in the infernal realm. If you're willing to hand it over, we might be able to help you. Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need for that. Dongfang Yijian's politeness towards this mysterious man had already made many people unhappy. An outsider dared to snatch their immortal abyss fruits, which had already made them very unhappy. Losing tens of thousands of immortal abyss fruits had a huge impact. It was also related to the family's strength. Seeing that the other party didn't give him face, the prodigies were furious. Sir, this is the infernal realm. If you don't hand over the immortal abyss fruits, do you think you can leave? That's right. If you hand over the immortal abyss fruits, we can let you go. If we attack you, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to leave the infernal realm. We, the top 10 families, are not bragging. If we send out our experts, it won't be a problem to take you down. The prodigies threatened. The power of the top 10 families was quite great. Is that so? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the space around him twisted. It was a futile move. The prodigies didn't notice it at all. The sudden attack caught them off guard. Space-time reversal. The prodigies were caught off guard. The space kept changing, and the prodigies were all dragged in. How dare you? Dongfang Yijian shouted. He pulled out his sword and stabbed at Lin Fei's face. The sword was too fast. It was enhanced with the power of unlimited speed. It was so fast that Lin Fei couldn't even catch a trace of it. His eyebrows kept twitching. Invincible defense. The sword pierced through space and stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, exploding with terrifying lethality. Too fast. Lin Fei thought that his speed was fast, but he didn't expect the other party to be even faster. The sword forced him to activate his invincible defense to block it. The invincible defense blocked the sword, and the other party retracted his sword. Unlimited speed, 10 times. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The other party's attack suddenly increased again. Sword after sword stabbed at Lin Fei's eyebrows, not moving at all. How can there be such a fast person? And he can even increase his speed again. Lin Fei had thought that this person was very dangerous. Now it seemed that it was true. The other party must be a controller, and a controller of speed. When his speed reached the peak, he could kill with one sword. Unbeknownst to him, Dongfang Yijian was extremely shocked. He blocked it again. Chapter 1883. Dongfang Yijian was a rare and powerful prodigy in Hell World. That was because Dongfang Yijian was a controller. Most importantly, he mastered speed. When his speed reached a certain limit or even broke through, he would become a unique existence. Without a doubt, Dongfang Yijian was such an existence. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sky was filled with sword shadows with almost no trace. No one knew how fast the sword was. That was also why Dongfang Yijian was so famous among the prodigies. Even though he had yet to enter the ultimate god realm, Dongfang Yijian's combat power was terrifying. Coupled with his speed, he could kill with a single strike, especially after using infinite speed. Limitless. No one would ignore the content in it. Infinite speed. It was an existence that surpassed speed. There was a possibility of breaking through at any time. Dongfang Yijian could use infinite speed to unleash 10 times his current speed, and could easily injure a low-level ultimate god expert. In Hell World, very few people were willing to offend Dongfang Yijian. No one knew when the opponent's sword would stab between the eyebrows. There were already a few examples and everyone knew that. However, at that moment, Dongfang Yijian felt powerless. No matter how his infinite speed attacked, the opponent could block it and seemed to be unharmed. This was beyond Dongfang Yijian's imagination. No one had ever been able to block his attacks consecutively. His speed surpassed divine senses and left no traces behind. It was impossible to dodge based on instinct. Many arrogant ultimate gods were injured because they underestimated infinite speed. Dongfang Yijian's speed had reached the limit of infinite speed by 10 times. His swordsmanship had also become tricky. This person's speed has reached the limit. Most importantly, he has cultivated infinite speed. That's what's truly terrifying. Lin Fei knew about the existence of infinite speed. It was an extremely difficult existence to master, but someone had managed to do so. Fortunately, I have invincible defense. Otherwise, my mind wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. Invincible defense was always on. That was Lin Fei's only way to block it. The opponent's speed surpassed his. If he did not activate invincible defense, he would have been pierced through. River of Time. Lin Fei rarely met such a powerful opponent. He was even stronger than the ultimate gods he had met before. Hell World had produced a powerful prodigy. When the River of Time appeared, the surging time energy suppressed Dongfang Yijian's speed. This was the only thing that could decipher the existence of speed. You're a time controller. No. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. Not only are you a time controller, but you're also a space controller and a dual bloodline controller. Dongfang Yijian's only fear was time controllers, because they could suppress his speed. You guessed right. Lin Fei laughed. Now, let's have a taste of my saber art. A void slash flew over. Dongfang Yijian was conceited because of his limitless speed. But today, he finally met his match. The opponent's strange saber technique forced Dongfang One Sword to be unable to multitask, and his limitless speed also slowed down. The power of space was also unpredictable and very difficult to resist. Although Dongfang Yijian's speed was not fast, he was affected by the power of time, causing his thoughts to waver. Furthermore, his saber technique was strange, causing Dongfang Yijian to clench his teeth in frustration. The two of them battled for over an hour. The two sides did not use their full strength and limited themselves to this area to prevent the undead creatures from appearing. At that time, it would be a big problem. Lin Fei was also unable to defeat Dongfang Yijian in a short time. Even if he used both the power of space and time, he did not have much confidence. Lin Fei needed the River of Time to resist the opponent's attack. With one attacking and one defending, its power was also limited. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng's horizons were broadened. Everyone knew that Dongfang Yijian was very powerful and was a big brother-level existence among the geniuses. But after seeing it with their own eyes, they understood the gap between them and Dongfang Yijian. If Dongfang Yijian wanted to kill them, he did not need much. One sword was enough. They could not even block a single sword. This made them feel powerless. Di Tian's strength had once again exceeded their expectations. Being able to fight Dongfang Yijian to a draw would shock the entire infernal realm. I'm not fighting anymore. Suddenly, Dongfang Yijian flew backwards. He sheathed his sword and took the initiative to stop fighting. Lin Fei also stopped. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have fought either. There's no need. Ha 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 ha. The two of them suddenly laughed out loud. To Dongfang Yijian, it was not easy to find a young opponent. His opponent had two great bloodline powers. He did not have the confidence to win unless he advanced to the hierarch realm and activated the unlimited speed. Lin Fei also did not have the confidence to kill Dongfang Yijian. The unlimited speed was too powerful. Only if his space and time bloodlines were upgraded would he have the confidence to win. You are the strongest opponent I have ever met. Dongfang Yijian stared at his opponent and said, Since I cannot defeat you, I will not interfere with the matter of the abyssal immortal fruit. If you are willing to sell it to my Dongfang family will definitely buy it sincerely. When it came to benefits, Dongfang Yijian was still very open-minded. Lin Fei rarely saw geniuses like Dongfang Yijian, who knew when to give up. He smiled and said, "You're one of the most powerful opponents I've ever met. Your limitless speed truly lives up to your reputation. I'll consider your request." Dongfang Yijian did not expect the other party to agree immediately. That was impossible. If the other party really agreed, he would instead become suspicious. See you next time. Dongfang Yijian turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Lord, are you all right?" Mu Cheng flew over. Although the two of them had not fought for long, only an hour to them, it was a battle that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. "This Dongfang Yijian of your hell realm is indeed amazing." Lin Fei looked in the direction where the other party had left. "Now, we need to change locations. I'm afraid undead creatures will come very soon." Mu Cheng and Wang Ming continued to follow Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not refuse. Lin Fei had his own thoughts on how he could say such words to a disciple of the main line of descent. In the Hell Realm, he could train one or two subordinates. In the future they would also be a force of his own. If he wanted to maximize his abyssal immortal fruit, he could start from there. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng had already thrown caution to the wind. The direct descendant of the family would definitely not let them go easily. Following Di Tian was the safest. "Now, we will go find the immortal tree. Be careful." Chapter 1884. The battle ended in a draw. Lin Fei also left the scene and brought Mu Cheng and Wang Ming to look for the Tree of Immortality and Divine Spark. The 16th floor was full of danger. Lin Fei's journey was also very troublesome. Every time he found the Tree of Immortality, he had to spend a lot of time cleaning it up. He often had to stay for a whole day. This was very fast for Lin Fei. The number of immortal fruits on hand was also increasing. It should not be a problem to reach 100,000 immortal fruits in the end. During this period, Lin Fei also met people from the 10 great clans. These people from the 10 great clans were extremely embarrassed. Lin Fei moved them out, but they were unlucky enough to be attacked by the undead creatures and lost many of their men. They were afraid of Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian's message to them. Therefore, they chose to hold back and leave instead of directly attacking. Dongfang Yijian said that the other party was very powerful and they dared not doubt it. Lin Fei was also very relaxed. On the 16th floor, Lin Fei stayed for half a month. He was looking for the Tree of Immortality almost all the time and his harvest doubled. "All right, I'm going to the 17th floor." Going to the 17th floor was much harder than the 16th floor. Although it was very difficult, Lin Fei still wanted to go down and have a look. He could still go down with his strength, but it would be a lot more troublesome to bring Mu Cheng and Wang Ming along. "You can go out first. I will look for you after I go out," Lin Fei said. Although it was just a sentence, it made the two very happy. "If anyone comes looking for trouble, just say that you are my messengers. Tell them that I am going to sell the immortal fruits. They will understand." Wang Ming and Mu Cheng had also obtained a lot of immortal fruits during this period. They could advance to the ultimate god realm with just a few things. This was unimaginable before. The two now had no expectations for their clans. "Master, don't worry. We will help you spread the news." Mu Cheng thought about it very quickly. One could imagine that in a situation where the harvest of the immortal abyss fruit was not much, this news would definitely cause a commotion. Mu Cheng and Wang Ming crushed the teleportation talisman and left the abyssal hell. Lin Fei continued forward. Time cage. Slow down time. Teleportation. The entrance to the 16th floor. The undead creatures were densely packed together. There were no less than 1,000,000 of them. Lin Fei felt numb just by looking at them. He also understood why so few people could break through. It was too dangerous. No big move could kill them instantly. Lin Fei didn't expect his strength to be this strong. These undead creatures had extraordinary battle prowess, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 lower-level ultimate gods. Only people like Lin Fei could withstand the impact. It was indeed not easy to charge through. The time cage and time deceleration only suppressed the undead creatures. Lin Fei rushed forward, his divinity constantly changing, and the various undead creatures in the sky bombarded him. Invincible defense. Lin Fei also activated his strongest trump card. At this moment, no matter how much they attacked him, Lin Fei would not waste any time. His divine power was also constantly being consumed, but the good thing was that he was getting closer to the entrance. At this time, on a barren mountain far away from the entrance, Dongfang Yijian stood with his sword in his arms, his expression extremely solemn. This person will be a strong enemy of mine. In the previous battle, Dongfang Yijian couldn't do anything. At this time, seeing the other party rushing towards the entrance, Dongfang Yijian took it seriously again. A dual bloodline controller is indeed strong. I admit that I am inferior. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. If you can go in, so can I. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijian was a conceited person. The 17th floor of the Abyss Hell had also become a challenge for Dongfang Yijian. According to the family secrets, there was once a family disciple who went in and left a secret message. He had to go in the next floor. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Dongfang Yijian reached the limit of his speed with unlimited speed. Even an ultimate god would shake his head and be left in the dust. The undead creatures almost did not notice that someone had broken in. At this time, Lin Fei was about 10,000 miles away from the entrance. However, the undead creatures were all gathered there, densely packed, and the entrance could not be seen. Space-time reversal. If he could not see the entrance, he would make it himself. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Although the undead creatures were strong, they only retained their instincts. There was a certain gap between their strength and realm. With the space-time reversal, the densely packed undead creatures were moved out, creating a passage. The entrance was faintly discernible. Lin Fei moved over. Many thanks for opening a passage. I will go first. Dongfang Yijian took advantage of the situation and rushed in, leaving only his voice behind. F***CK, you're taking advantage of me. Lin Fei rushed into the 17th floor. He saw Dongfang Yijian surrounded by a group of undead creatures, both inside and outside. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, undead creatures were eyeing him covetously. As soon as Lin Fei entered, the undead creatures charged at him. He originally hoped to use space to escape, but now it seemed impossible. The entire area was occupied by the undead creatures, on the ground and in the sky. It was the same, airtight. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. Wasn't this just fooling people into coming here to die? Seeing this scene, even he himself shuddered. This was definitely a huge pit, specially used to trap people. No matter how many came, they would all die. Kill, kill, kill. Not far away, Dongfang Yijian was engrossed in killing. Even though a large number of undead creatures were injured, it was difficult to kill them. Fortunately, he came in first and pulled away some of the hatred. Lin Fei rejoiced inwardly. Spatial storm. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to rush out. Hua hua hua. Lin Fei also entered the spatial storm, allowing it to sweep over him. His figure also entered the 10,000 layers of space, gradually concealing his aura. That guy must have escaped into the 10,000 layers of space. How shameless! Dongfang Yijian's pressure doubled. The undead creatures in the distance were all staring at him. He knew that guy wanted him to attract the undead creatures so that he could escape. However, he really had no way to stop him. He wasn't proficient in space, let alone chasing the opponent in the 10,000 layers of space. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. The spatial storm disappeared. After losing its aura, the undead creatures weren't interested in a spatial storm. Their attention was all on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei finally came out of the dark area. When he looked back, he couldn't help but wipe off his cold sweat. Fortunately, he was a dual bloodline user. Otherwise, he would really have fallen. Chapter 1885. It was a small trick on Dongfang Yijian. Lin Fei was in a good mood. You took advantage of me and attracted the firepower for yourself. It was quite a good deal. On the 17th floor, Lin Fei moved quickly. This floor is much smaller and the undead creatures are much stronger. There are intermediate ultimate god undead creatures appearing from time to time. They should be considered elite monsters. Lin Fei grew cautious as well. The danger on this level was even greater, and danger lurked everywhere. For example, Lin Fei was attacked by a towering tree earlier. He could not cut through the tough vines and had to spend a lot of effort to break free. For example, Lin Fei stopped on a barren hill. It's too dangerous here. I've been attacked by more than a dozen elite undead creatures in less than half a day. No wonder no one can come up here. Even if they come up, they might die here. Lin Fei did not dare to release his divine senses too far away and observed nearby. Is that the immortal tree? When Lin Fei searched with his divine senses, he accidentally found an immortal tree growing on a piece of land under the barren hill. It's too big. On the desolate plains, the undying trees were so tall that they towered into the sky. Their branches were luxuriant and their leaves were luxuriant. One of them was comparable to a dozen others. Just the height of the trees alone was no less than a few hundred zhang, almost 700 zhang. The undying trees from before were at most 100 zhang or 150 zhang. There are at least 10 to 20,000 abyssal immortal fruits on the tree. Lin Fei shifted his gaze again and noticed the abyssal immortal fruits hanging on the immortal tree. There were so many of them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and smiled if he could pick the one in front of him. It's so big and the undead creature guarding it is even more terrifying. It must be an elite monster. It'll be troublesome to deal with it. Intermediate Ultimate God had 17 lives. No matter which one it was, it would be stressful. Lin Fei also felt the pressure. It'll be much easier to deal with it if my time bloodline improves and I can cultivate time storm. Bam bam bam. Next to the undying tree, a colossal creature was launching a fierce attack, blocking the spatial and time energy attacks. This won't do. These undead creatures aren't affected. My spatial power and time power can only produce 20% of their effects. Lin Fei kept retreating, leaving the area of effect. The undead creatures returned to the ground, and the scene became peaceful again. On the barren mountain, Lin Fei frowned. The undead below weren't easy to deal with. In the short exchange, Lin Fei could not come up with a workable solution. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to give up on the tens of thousands of immortal abyssal fruits. This thing was related to his future advancement, so he had to get his hands on it. Even experts have their days of headaches. A figure flew over from afar. Just as the voice arrived, the person also appeared on a barren mountain not far away. The distance between the two of them was only about 10,000 miles. This person was naturally Dongfang Yijian. He appeared to be in a very sorry state, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that area. You're not the same. Lin Fei ridiculed. You're more powerful than I thought. You can even come out from there. At the mention of this, Dongfang Yijian became angry. Anger appeared on his arrogant face. It's all because of you. If you hadn't attracted those undead creatures, I would have escaped long ago. Lin Fei said, but you shouldn't have rushed in first when I activated the spatial reversal. You deserved it. You should have followed behind me. Maybe I'm the one having a headache now. Dongfang Yijian really didn't know how to refute this. Just like what he said, he had taken advantage of the situation, but in the end, he had attracted the undead creatures. What was this? Humph, I can only say that you're very shameless. Dongfang Yijian snorted. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. You didn't go find your immortal abyssal fruits, but came to find me. Don't tell me you came to say this? If that's the case, you can leave now. Dongfang Yijian really wanted to leave. However, he didn't dare to leave. This time, there was no one else on the 17th floor except for him. The people from the 10 great clans were on the 16th floor. Fortunately, they didn't come down together. Millions of undead creatures were enough to drown them. Even the arrogant Dongfang Yijian had to accept reality on the 17th floor. There were many immortal abyssal fruits on this floor. It was a family secret. The undead creatures guarding the surroundings were also extremely powerful. He could fight against a middle-level ultimate god, but he was only at the early level. He was almost seriously injured by the undead creatures several times. Dongfang Yijian had no choice but to leave. It was very difficult for him to obtain the immortal abyssal fruits by himself. Therefore, he thought of someone, Lin Fei. Why do you want to leave? Dongfang Yijian said. Why don't we be frank? There are only the two of us on this floor. Everyone's goal is the same, to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. If it's a one-on-one fight, none of us will lose. Why don't we cooperate? In fact, Lin Fei had sharply guessed the purpose of Dongfang Yijian's appearance. What else could it be other than the immortal abyssal fruits? Spar.
Impossible. Only a fool would spar here. It would be troublesome if the undead creatures surrounded them. Great. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. We can cooperate, but how do we split it? Lin Fei was not a pedantic person. It would be beneficial for everyone if they cooperated. Let's split it 50-50. Dongfang Yijian did not plan to take advantage. There was no need for that. This is my bottom line. 50%? Lin Fei was not satisfied and shook his head. Forget about 50%. If you want to cooperate, I need at least 70%. Dongfang Yijian's proposal of 50-50 was already a big concession. Who would have thought that this guy would demand an exorbitant price of 70%? It was simply unacceptable. 70% is impossible. Dongfang Yijian shook his head. Lin Fei said confidently, why is it impossible? The undead creatures guarding this floor are the elites of the elites. With 17 lives, it would be difficult for you or me to deal with them. If we cooperate, I will attract the undead creatures while you rely on your speed to collect the immortal abyssal fruits. Who do you think will be under more pressure? If you are willing to resist the undead creatures, I am willing to take 30%. Dongfang Yijian cursed in his heart. If I could fight a protracted battle, why would I look for you? I would have done it myself long ago. Elite undead creatures like the undead creatures had strong defense and 17 lives. Dongfang Yijian would not be able to seriously injure them. What Lin Fei said was right. Only he could attract the undead creatures. 70% was not excessive. Dongfang Yijian was not willing to give up 70%, but he could not think of a better way. 30% was already a pretty good result. Chapter 1886. Lin Fei and Dongfang Yijian worked together for the first time. This was something that could not be helped. If they did not work together, it would be very troublesome for them to pick the immortal fruits, and the efficiency would be very low. Lin Fei was the main force, attracting the guardian undead creatures. He used his space and time powers, slashing at the undead creatures, thoroughly provoking them. Dongfang Yijian, you can start now. Once the guardian undead creatures were stalled, Lin Fei let Dongfang Yijian attack. Unlimited speed. Dongfang Yijian was very conceited, and never thought of cheating others. The immortal fruits were very important, and they could not afford to lose anything. As the pride of his family and the pride of Hell World, he knew the situation in Hell World. With the two of them working together, collecting the immortal fruits became much easier. Dongfang Yijian was also convinced. He did not have the ability to stall the guardian undead creatures. Only this guy in front of him could do it so easily, even though he was very unhappy with this guy. After harvesting, the two of them retreated, leaving the guardian undead creatures to roar behind them. It's a pleasure working together for the first time. The one who spoke was Dongfang Yijian. This time, they had collected a total of 1873 abyssal immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijian could also obtain about 4,000 abyssal immortal fruits. This was a great harvest. Can we continue? Dongfang Yijian said. Of course, I'm just afraid you can't hold on. In the following time, the two of them continued to sweep the immortal fruits on the 17th floor. Dongfang Yijian also realized that he was very lucky to have such a partner. Unfortunately, his family could not give birth to a space or time bloodline. If the family could give birth to such a person, the next time the abyss opened, the Dongfang family would obtain unimaginable benefits. One by one, the immortal trees were plucked clean. Similarly, the undead creatures on this floor also went crazy. The two of them kept encountering undead creatures, and each time, they chose to leave instead of fighting. There was no need for that. The two of them collected more and more immortal fruits. Dongfang Yijian had obtained more than 70,000 immortal fruits, and they were all obtained on this floor. Lin Fei, needless to say, had obtained 210,000 immortal fruits. Adding the previous immortal fruits, he had a terrifying number of 300,000. The two of them continued to sweep for a month. They spent every day in danger, clearing out all 17 levels of the abyssal undying fruits. There were some particularly dangerous levels that they did not go to, but they were still very satisfied. I can finally take a break. Dongfang Yijian was still as conceited as ever. This past month, he was unbearably tired, and there was a hint of exhaustion between his brows. Not far away, Lin Fei was the same.
This floor is indeed dangerous. Even a perfect combination like us feels great pressure, let alone the others. Lin Fei sighed. You've also gotten some benefits. 30% is enough for you to report back. Dongfang Yijian was also very clear that without Di Tian's help, he could forget about obtaining 130,000 abyssal immortal fruits. He refused to admit defeat. I only have 30%, but you have 70%. Furthermore, I believe that news of you has already spread. Whether or not you can take away the abyssal immortal fruits is still unknown. Lin Fei smiled. That has nothing to do with you. Humph. Dongfang Yijian harumphed. Lin Fei had about 500,000 abyssal immortal fruits in his hands. This was a bargaining chip for future negotiations. It shouldn't be difficult to exchange them for 100 hierarch-ranked godheads. Currently, on the 17th floor, other than a few dangerous places, there are no abyssal immortal fruits. Even if there are, it will be very dangerous. I plan to go to the last floor. On the 17th floor, Lin Fei did not find any clues about the godheads. This was really hard to find. Lin Fei decided to go to the next floor. You want to go to the 18th floor? Dongfang Yijian asked in surprise. It's not easy to come here, I have to go take a look. Lin Fei said. Are you not interested? Or are you afraid? Dongfang Yijian said. It's useless to try to provoke me. The 18th floor is not a tiger's den. If you dare to go, so do I. Moreover, I will be the first person in the family to reach the 18th floor. The two of them found the entrance to the 18th floor. Millions of li away, it was a vast expanse of darkness, with almost no gaps. If it wasn't for the fact that they knew where they were, they would have thought they came to the wrong place. Roar! 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 As the two of them approached the periphery, the swarm of undead creatures swarmed over. The sight of it made one's scalp tingle. What a terrifying entrance! It is indeed terrifying. The two of them were shocked once again. They despised the God Emperor for doing nothing but creating such a scene. Wasn't it just to torment people? I'll go first. Let's meet up on the 18th floor. Dongfang Yijian shot out, instantly activating his unlimited speed. Sword light danced, forcibly tearing open a hole, sending broken limbs flying. Lin Fei was not slow either, directly activating his invincible defense. With so many undead creatures attacking him, it was already difficult enough, not to mention the number of undead creatures here. A single attack from them was enough to kill him. Lin Fei had his invincible defense, and he also used the River of Time, smashing through layer after layer. However, he still could not stop the undead creatures' attacks. Almost at every moment, he was attacked. The most terrifying thing was that the space here was sealed, leaving only the outer layer. The power of the space bloodline was greatly suppressed. Hua hua hua. His divine power was constantly being consumed. Lin Fei rushed in for tens of thousands of miles, but Dongfang Yijian was much faster. He had the advantage of speed, but it was still very strenuous. The next few 100,000 miles would not be so easy. I have to rush in even if I have to. Lin Fei used his physical body to knock the undead creatures away one by one. He did not care about the attacks and just kept rushing forward. This is too crazy. What kind of treasure is he wearing? Lin Fei quickly surpassed Dongfang Yijian, causing Dongfang Yijian to gasp. Even the divinity battle armor might not be able to withstand the attacks. For example, Dongfang Yijian was wearing a low-level divinity battle armor. It was also provided by his family for this trip to the abyssal hell. Even with the divinity battle armor, Dongfang Yijian was still very tired. After another 50,000 miles, he had consumed more than half of his divine power. When he was about 200,000 miles away, he had no choice but to take out the spatial teleportation talisman and teleport back. I can't hold it anymore. I can't hold it anymore. That kid might not be able to. With this thought in mind, Dongfang Yijian disappeared in front of the undead creatures. He's gone. Lin Fei immediately noticed Dongfang Yijian's aura disappearing. Chapter 1887. At this time in the outside world. Hell World, in the mysterious mountain range. The 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were all here. Since a few days ago, the geniuses of the 10 great families had returned in a sorry state and brought back bad news, causing everyone to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. An outsider had impersonated someone from the Hell world and entered the Abyss Hell, obtaining a large number of Abyss Undying fruits. When this news spread among the higher-ups, everyone felt uncomfortable. Each family didn't bring back many Abyss Undying fruits. Each family didn't bring back more than 3,000 Abyss Undying fruits. This result was very difficult for them to accept. These days, the 10 great families and the big shots of the Hell Alliance were very anxious. This time, when the Abyss Hell opened, they still hoped to rely on the Abyss Undying fruits to create a group of divine venerable experts to increase the strength of the Hell world. Now that the 6 subworlds had appeared, the future was constantly changing. The 10 great families were also under pressure. After the geniuses of the families returned one by one, Wang Ming and Mu Cheng also returned from the Abyss Hell. As soon as they returned, they were taken away by the big shots of their respective families. Everyone knew that they wanted to know where that person came from and wanted to get more information. The big shots were unwilling. This was related to the strength of the families in the future. They forced the 2 families to hand over the person and interrogate him. They learned from the geniuses that the 2 of them had a good relationship with that person and had even been following him. Wang Ming and Mu Cheng had never seen these big shots before. Fortunately, they also went all out. They braced themselves and said that they were Di Tian's agents. They told everyone that he wanted to sell the Abyss Undying fruits in his hands. When these words came out, everyone was very angry. He snatched their Abyss Undying fruits and dared to sell them. Didn't he see where this was? Wang Ming and Mu Cheng were imprisoned. Sell? That kid really didn't want his life. Every big shot would do this. As long as that guy came out, the Abyss Undying fruits would fall into their hands again. Agent. Haha. It was simply a big joke. Not long after, Dongfang Yijian returned. Dongfang Yijian's status was much higher than ordinary geniuses. The big shots immediately summoned Dongfang Yijian to know the situation. That person is called Di Tian. His origin is unknown. He is very strong. I can't defeat him. Dongfang Yijian didn't mention that he went to the 17th floor. He only mentioned that after a battle, he chose to leave. He handed over the abyssal undying fruits he had obtained, a total of 10,000 abyssal undying fruits. Di Tian? Immediately, a big shot arranged for people to investigate this person. Who exactly was he that dared to snatch food in their territory? As for the fact that Di Tian was able to suppress Dongfang Yijian and not lose in the end, they were all secretly shocked. Dongfang Yijian had grasped the limitless speed, and there were not many geniuses in the infernal realm who could be his match. This Di Tian was quite capable. Dongfang family's temporary residence. In a senfu. After Dongfang Yijian returned, he found the current head of the family, Dongfang Wen, who was his uncle. Uncle! Dongfang Wen had actually been waiting all this while. One sword, you're finally here. Ever since Dongfang Yijian returned, Dongfang Wen had been waiting for his nephew. Dongfang Wen was very fond of his nephew because he had practically raised him single-handedly since he was young. You did very well this time. Among the 10 great clans, our Dongfang clan has completed the mission this time. Dongfang Wen said with a smile, our position as one of the 10 great clans has stabilized once again. The 10 great clans were also ranked. The Dongfang family had always been the #1 family. This time, the Dongfang family had completed the Abyss Hell mission when the other clans were unable to complete it. It was equivalent to once again stabilizing their position as the #1 family. Actually, this time I relied on someone else's blessing. Dongfang Yijian said. At this time, there was no one else in the room except for Dongfang Wen. He hurriedly set up a layer of formation restrictions with the battle strength of a peak ultimate god. Other peak ultimate gods would not be able to see through it. You're talking about Di Tian? Dongfang Yijian nodded. Yes, it's this Di Tian. When I fought with him, I activated limitless speed 10 times, but I still couldn't defeat him. In the end, it was a tie. This Di Tian you're talking about is indeed not simple. Dongfang Wen took out a jade slip. This is the news that just came. It's all about Di Tian. Dongfang Yijian also wanted to know Di Tian's origin. Someone from the mysterious sky world? As soon as he saw the words mysterious sky world, Dongfang Yijian was shocked. How is this possible? The mysterious sky world was one of the strongest worlds back then. Later on, the mysterious sky divine emperor fell and the world was also suppressed. In the end,
It was occupied by the 8 great divine emperors. How could such an expert appear? Continue reading. Dongfang Yijian continued reading. The more he read, the calmer he became. In the past 100 years, the #1 expert in the mysterious sky world? Dongfang Yijian sucked in a breath of cold air. No matter if this title was true or false, to be called the #1 expert, it was most likely not far from the truth. I believe that now, everyone knows about Di Tian's background. Dong Fangwen said, "This child is extremely ferocious." The sects that the 8 great divine emperors left in the mysterious sky world were also swept away by him. Now the people of the 8 great sects dare not be arrogant in front of Di Tian. Moreover, Di Tian personally went up to the upper realm and killed millions of divine king experts. In the end, even the hierarch experts were helpless against him. Dongfang Yijian had always thought that he was very strong. However, after reading the information, he felt that he couldn't do it to Di Tian's level. This guy has guts. Dongfang Yijian felt a wave of powerlessness, but soon returned to normal. However, when I advance to the hierarch realm, ordinary low-level hierarchs won't be my opponent. Dongfang Wen was very satisfied that his nephew wasn't scared by Di Tian. It's good that you have such thoughts. Although Di Tian is strong, you aren't weak either. In the future, you will have the opportunity to reach a higher realm. In the future, the Dongfang family will rely on you. I know. Dongfang Yijian had long been considered to have the potential to become a god emperor. In the future, he would be able to open his own world and even establish an imperial dynasty. Uncle, this is the Abyss Undying fruit that I brought back this time. Dongfang Yijian took out the rest of the Abyss Undying fruit. There were tens of thousands of them, which gave Dongfang Wen a shock. Where did you get them from? I cooperated with Di Tian and entered the 17th floor. This is just a small part. That guy has a large amount of Abyss Undying fruit, no less than 400,000. Dongfang Wen stood up. Are you sure that there are 400,000? Yes, I cooperated with him and took 30%. Chapter 1888. Lin Fei had no idea that he had become famous in the infernal realm. At this moment, he was constantly moving forward. Millions of undead creatures were charging at him. The distance of 1,000,000 miles seemed to have become a chasm that couldn't be crossed. 500,000 miles left. Lin Fei continuously circulated the power of time and the power of space. His mastery of these 2 attacks had reached the point of perfection. This could be considered a huge improvement. No matter who saw this scene, they would be shocked. No one would offend such an existence for no reason. Lin Fei was looking forward to the 18th floor. To set up such an obstacle in order to test someone, it wasn't something an ordinary person could deal with. This also proved that the 18th floor was different. 400,000 miles. 300,000 miles. 200,000 miles. 500,000 miles. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the entrance. The undead creatures here were piled up together, with almost no space to move. Bang bang bang. The river of time swept over, knocking the undead creatures away. Lin Fei rushed forward. The closer he got to the entrance, the more pressure Lin Fei felt. If not for his invincible defense, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on at 500,000 miles. It could be said that right now, Lin Fei was being attacked at every second. One could suppress a portion of the undead creature's attacks, but not the others. Dongfang Yijian was powerful, but he couldn't stop the continuous attacks. Soon, the entrance appeared before Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei's river of time swung and swept, and space-time reversed, tearing open a gap. This is the time. Taking advantage of the only opportunity, Lin Fei rushed in. 18th floor, I'm coming. With a flash, Lin Fei disappeared into the entrance. Worried that entering the 18th floor would be the same as the previous floors, Lin Fei had already made preparations. There's actually nothing. His vision changed, and Lin Fei found himself standing in the sky of the 18th floor. It was the same as the previous floors. The only thing missing was the horde of fearful undead creatures. Did I come to the wrong place? For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was different from what he had imagined. For the time being, he did not sense any danger. This was inconceivable to Lin Fei. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Fei was feeling puzzled, in the void in front of him, the
the space twisted violently. Specks of light appeared and gathered together. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe appeared in front of Lin Fei.
Welcome, lucky lad.
Lin Fei was on guard.
Who are you?
A trace of joy appeared in his heart.
It seemed like he had encountered a good thing.
That was how the script was written. Lin Fei had seen similar situations several times. It was hard not to be suspicious.
I am the Cerberus of the 18 layers of hell.
The middle-aged Cerberus said, You're the fourth lucky person to enter, so you must be very puzzled right now.
Come with me.
The fourth one? Not the first? Lin Fei was shocked.
Entering from the 17th floor to the 18th floor was not an ordinary difficulty.
He had used the power of time and space together and activated his invincible defense, but someone else had also entered.
The 18th floor was not big. It was smaller than imagined.
It could not be compared to the previous floors. It was very quiet here.
There were no undead creatures.
Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down. A Cerberus had appeared out of nowhere.
It was necessary to be vigilant.
So many abyssal immortal fruits? Following the middle-aged Cerberus, Lin Fei soon discovered many immortal trees. They were full of abyssal immortal fruits. In terms of quality, they were several times better than the previous ones.
Master moved them in from the outer world.
These are the best ones.
The middle-aged Cerberus said, You can take them all when you leave later.
That's great. Lin Fei was very surprised. Roughly counting, there were many abyssal immortal fruits here.
Moreover, the higher the quality, the better the effect.
Not long after, a lonely mountain appeared in front of him. There was nothing around this mountain. Apart from this mountain, there was nothing else. The middle-aged Cerberus brought Lin Fei to the peak of the mountain. There was a grand palace on the mountain peak. It exuded an ancient and distant aura, and it even faintly exuded a trace of domineering aura.
Boom!
The door opened. The middle-aged Cerberus opened the door and walked in first. Lin Fei carefully followed. The inside of the palace was very glorious. Lin Fei could even see that many of the things here were refined with special materials. If any of them were placed outside, it would probably attract a fight. His breathing quickened.
You'll know once you open this door. The middle-aged Cerberus stopped in front of a door and said,
I'll go in? Lin Fei asked.
Yes, go in yourself.
The middle-aged Cerberus said,
You'll know everything once you go in.
Lin Fei was not a timid person. With an invincible defense, he would dare to go in no matter how dangerous it was. He already had a vague idea of what was inside.
Boom!
Lin Fei pushed the door with both hands. The tightly shut door opened with a bang. Lin Fei stepped in and the door behind him closed again. With this step, Lin Fei was instantly in a starry sky. The stars were dazzling, and time flew. Scenes appeared in front of Lin Fei. A young man born in an aristocratic family, diligently trained, became famous in one world, and then went to another. He fought all kinds of battles, and finally reached the peak of the world. Hell's Divine Emperor. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the Hell's Divine Emperor standing at the peak with tens of thousands of people worshipping him below, anyone would feel a rush.
When he entered, he had guessed that it would be this Hell's Divine Emperor.
But seeing the process of him fighting with his own eyes, it was still very shocking. Then, the scene changed again. Lin Fei saw the Hell's Divine Emperor fighting with another group of God Emperors. The process was very fast, and the movements were too fast to be seen. In the end, the scene became a blur. When he could see clearly again, it was the scene of the Abyss Hell. A group of people were killing undead creatures, and one of them won, making it all the way to the 18th floor. After that, this person became an existence worshipped by tens of thousands of people.
This is the Massacre God Emperor.
Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim.
There were currently 3 God Emperor experts in the Hell Realm, and the one with the glove was the Massacre God Emperor.
It was said that using the glove to kill people was more enjoyable.
This was also a God Emperor weapon, and it could be upgraded. In the future, it would become a weapon for God Emperors.
Could it be that the Massacre God Emperor became a God Emperor because of this place? Lin Fei guessed. Then, the scene changed again. It was still the Abyss Hell, and the person was a young man in embroidered clothes. He used a long sword and also made it to the 18th floor.
This is the Xianxia God Emperor.
The scene changed again, and it was a young woman. Chapter 1889. There were currently 3 deity emperors in Hell World. As for their specific realm, it was hard to say. These 3 deity emperors were Massacre Deity Emperor, 100 Flowers Deity Emperor, and Xianxia Deity Emperor. Among them, Massacre Deity Emperor was the strongest. Seeing the 3 deity emperors in this starry sky, Lin Fei seemed to understand something. Perhaps their ascension to deity emperor was related to the 18th floor. Lin Fei once learned that the 3 deity emperors in Hell World had the fastest cultivation speed. There were almost no bottlenecks, and they became deity emperors after cultivating all the way. When the last image of 100 Flowers Deity Emperor ended, under the bright starry sky, an illusory voice could be heard. Lucky guy, you are the 4th person to come to the 18th floor. You should know who the first 3 are. A burly overlord walked out of the starry sky, exuding an endless domineering aura. His voice was loud and clear, like a big bell, echoing in Lin Fei's ears. Hell God Emperor. Other than the Hell God Emperor, there seemed to be no one else who could make Lin Fei feel fear. Even deity emperors did not give him such a terrifying aura. Far from it. That's right, I am the Hell God Emperor. To be able to see a God Emperor, Lin Fei was extremely shocked, especially in this place. Junior Lin Fei greets the God Emperor. Lin Fei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. To be able to become a God Emperor was one of the few top experts in this world. Even Lin Fei was a junior in front of the God Emperor. Even if he was facing a divine sense, he was still a God Emperor. You are very good proficient in the power of space and time. Even though you are not from Hell World, you still made it to the 18th floor. Lin Fei listened quietly. At this moment, seeing the God Emperor, Lin Fei already knew what was going on. This place should be used by the Hell God Emperor to select people. Junior is indeed not from Hell World, but from Profound Sky World. Lin Fei said. Profound Sky, that person is not bad. The Hell God Emperor said, let me ask you, have the 6 subworlds appeared? You know a sky profound expert? Lin Fei was very clear that the profound sky that the Hell God Emperor mentioned should be the profound sky realm. The 6 subworlds have indeed appeared. The Hell God Emperor was silent for a moment, then he sighed. What will come will come. The 8 God Emperors of the Divine World have not become God Emperors yet, right? Lin Fei was getting more and more shocked. It was rumored that the Infernal God Emperor had already fallen, so how did he know about this situation? Could it be that he had already calculated this a long time ago? It was no wonder that Lin Fei would think so. Not yet. The Hell God Emperor suddenly said, actually, you don't have to be confused. I'm indeed dead. This is just a strand of my consciousness. As for the appearance of the subworld, we already knew about it back then. I didn't expect that it would be so long before I woke up again. Instinctively, Lin Fei felt that there was a big secret hidden in this. Who exactly was the we he mentioned? Lin Fei was very interested in all of these. Although you are from the Profound Sky Realm, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Your aptitude is not bad. You are a double bloodline controller. Your future is limitless. The Profound Sky Realm has produced a genius. Lin Fei could conclude that the Infernal God Emperor had a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. Originally, I wanted to take you as my disciple. Unfortunately, you are from the Profound Sky Realm. The Hell God Emperor said. However, I have a good relationship with the Profound Sky Realm. As a senior, I can't let you come here for nothing. How about this? You will be my nominal disciple. Slaughter, Xianxia, 100 Flowers, they will be your senior brothers. The Hell God Emperor did not ask for Lin Fei's consent and directly took Lin Fei as his nominal disciple. Lin Fei was stunned. He didn't even ask for my consent? The Hell Spirit will tell you the rest. The Hell God Emperor said again. This is your proof of identity. With this, they will recognize you. The starlight gathered and a token appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the front were the words Infernal, and behind were the words Lin Fei. In the future, I will belong to the younger generation. Work hard. The Hell God Emperor left. Lin Fei blinked. F*CK, it's over just like that? Lin Fei had not digested it yet. His entire person disappeared under the starry sky. When he reappeared, he was already outside the door. Congratulations, young master. The middle-aged Hell Spirit smiled and cupped his hands. Lin Fei was completely baffled. Everything was fine, but he had suddenly become an in-name disciple of someone else. Furthermore, he even had 3 senior brothers. Young master, follow me. The middle-aged hell spirit brought Lin Fei to a palace. This is the scripture. The cultivation techniques that master has collected and left behind are all in here. Lin Fei did not have many cultivation techniques now, but he was not interested in ordinary ones. The cultivation techniques that the God Emperor had collected and left behind still piqued Lin Fei's interest. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Fei did not feel any aversion to becoming someone's nominal disciple. Wow, the lowest cultivation technique is an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. The palace was divided into many levels. The lowest level was an ultimate God-level cultivation technique. Lin Fei was no stranger to this. A good cultivation technique could allow one to cultivate to the ultimate God level in one go. The cultivation techniques in front of him were all good stuff. Lin Fei was not interested in them. In front of the Divine Emperor cultivation techniques, Lin Fei saw a large number of Divine Emperor cultivation techniques. Lin Fei did not have much interest in them. However, he also understood something. The 3 Divine Emperors must have learned the cultivation techniques here. Most importantly, there were those immortal abyss fruits, which were the fastest way to break through. Ultimate God and Divine Emperor cultivation techniques. Lin Fei temporarily put them aside. Lin Fei had to admit that the cultivation techniques collected by the God Emperor were very valuable. If any of them was passed down, it would not be difficult to cultivate to the ultimate God or Divine Emperor level. Even if one's talent was poor, it would be the same as long as they had enough time. However, it was not very attractive to Lin Fei. In terms of cultivation techniques, he could find many himself. He just wanted to find some suitable ones. He wanted to see the God Emperor cultivation technique, but it was sealed. Lin Fei could not enter and could not help but feel disappointed. Bloodline cultivation technique. Lin Fei suddenly saw a few words in the distance. He thought of something and quickly walked in. Fortunately, there was no seal. It is indeed a bloodline cultivation technique. To be more precise, it should be a controller cultivation technique. Earth controller. Ice controller. As long as one was a controller, there would be a cultivation technique left here. Lin Fei also saw the secret technique left behind by the time controller and was overjoyed. That's great! I've finally found the complete secret technique. Lin Fei had been looking for secret techniques related to the power of time. Unfortunately, there were very few of them in the mysterious sky world. As for the divine world, he had no intention of looking for it. In the mysterious sky world, he could not find it at all. Now, Lin Fei's use of the power of time was still at the most basic level. Chapter 1890. Lin Fei knew that he had obtained a huge fortuitous opportunity. Just for these complete cultivation techniques, as long as he raised the time bloodline, he could cultivate many techniques. Lin Fei even saw some big moves that were very powerful, but he couldn't cultivate them for now. Even ordinary secret arts and divine abilities opened Lin Fei's eyes. So the power of time could be used like this. This long time lock is a very good technique to trap people. It's more useful than any treasure. Lin Fei looked at them one by one. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. The time technique was too complete. It looked like it was self-contained and had no flaws. Could this be left behind by a time controller? Lin Fei asked. Whether it was or not, Lin Fei secretly recorded it with the system. The complete technique of space controller. Lin Fei recorded all the time techniques and then went straight for the complete space technique. Compared to what Lin Fei had learned, the spatial techniques here were much more complete. Among them were spatial slash, spatial explosion, and even spatial storm. The space storm here was much better than Lin Fei's own. I want this too. Lin Fei didn't want to enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed. The complete space technique had to be recorded. What Lin Fei lacked now was the complete technique. Any powerful technique could actually be activated. The dense divine power was not an exaggeration. Recording the complete time and space techniques. Lin Fei originally planned to stop and study the complete technique, but when he saw the complete techniques of the other controllers, he couldn't help but feel tempted. I can't let such a good opportunity go to waste. Lin Fei decided to record all the complete techniques of all the controllers. Otherwise, it would be a waste. Originally, Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the 2 bloodlines. But now that he thought about it, the two bloodlines were indeed powerful. Why couldn't they make him stronger? He had many bloodlines that he could refine. It shouldn't be a problem to refine a few more bloodlines, right? Lin Fei didn't have a big heart. It was just for his own safety. The more bloodline power, the better. Lin Fei recorded down all the techniques left behind here. Ordinary ultimate gods were not interested in them. All he had to do was record the technique of the controller. Lin Fei had also memorized dozens of complete bloodline techniques. If these complete controller's techniques were taken out, it would definitely lead to a bloodbath. In the eyes of others, these techniques were priceless treasures. The complete controller technique was in Lin Fei's hands. With enough time, he could become a controller of one of the bloodlines. Since he couldn't go up, Lin Fei didn't plan on going up. Young master. When he came out, the middle-aged Cerberus was still there. I'm done, Lin Fei said. The middle-aged Cerberus didn't ask why he had come out so quickly. Young lord, do you need a place to cultivate? There's a time formation set up by the master here. The previous young lords all went to cultivate after coming out. There's such a good thing. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. If young lord needs to go there, this old servant will bring you there right away. The middle-aged Cerberus said. There's no rush. I'll pick the immortal abyss fruits first. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had been in the abyssal hell for a whole year this time. Not even half of it had passed. Picking the immortal abyss fruits was not as troublesome as Lin Fei imagined. Instead, it was very easy. At the middle-aged Cerberus's order, the immortal abyss fruits fell off automatically as if they had received the order. Then, according to the length of time, they separated into piles and appeared in front of Lin Fei. Young lord, it's done. The middle-aged Cerberus said. There's a total of 970,000 fruits. According to the time division, 10 primordials have 530,000 fruits. 50 primordials have. Lin Fei was completely relaxed now. He also knew that he had picked up a big bargain. The longer the immortal abyss fruits were, the more useful they were. For example, those harvested outside the 18th floor were basically just a few primordials with average effects. Only the immortal abyss fruits in the 18th floor were top-notch. I really need to make use of this year's time to cultivate a few powerful secret techniques and divine abilities. Lin Fei knew very well that these immortal abyss fruits were his next capital. He had to rely on them to advance to the ultimate god realm. By the way, I'd like to ask if there are any ultimate god divine cores in the 18th floor. This question had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. Yes. He had to find out. Young lord, there are no ultimate god divine cores in this floor, the middle-aged Cerberus said. There used to be, but someone took them away. All right, take me to the time formation. When he saw the time formation, Lin Fei was shocked. The Hell God Emperor was really amazing. As a time controller, although he was not very powerful, he was still able to sense that the grand time formation was different from the others. Young lord, this grand time formation was personally set up by the milord. 1 day here is 10 years inside. Young lord, you'll have over 1,000 years of cultivation time. Back in the day, your 3 elder brothers all went into secluded meditation here. Lin Fei finally understood why the 3 divine emperors had made breakthroughs so quickly. The time formation played a huge role here. After more than 1,000 years, coupled with the immortal fruit of the abyss, it would be difficult for him not to improve his strength by constantly taking elixirs. It would be easy for him to break through to the ultimate god realm. Even the high-level ultimate god realm and the peak ultimate god realm would not be difficult. Lin Fei directly entered the time formation to cultivate. First of all, he cultivated secret techniques and divine abilities, such as those related to time and space. With over 1 million immortal abyssal fruits on him, he was like a walking gold ingot. Anyone who knew about it would want to take a bite out of it. He had to take advantage of the next 1,000 years to increase his strength to an extremely powerful level. With the help of the system, Lin Fei had almost no problem cultivating those secret techniques and divine abilities. Apart from the godly venerable realm's time and space techniques, Lin Fei was able to cultivate all the techniques within the godly king realm. Lin Fei was also secretly trying to activate secret techniques and divine abilities of a higher level. Unfortunately, after trying several times, he was unable to activate them and was firmly restricted. Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot just by recultivating the space and time techniques. However, it was far from enough in his opinion, as he needed to continue to improve his strength. He had to start with the bloodline. That seemed to be the best way to improve his strength. Lin Fei had his own ideas in his mind. If there was a chance of success, he would be really relaxed in the future. Little Devil, come out quickly. Chapter 1891. While Lin Fei was improving his strength. In the infernal realm, within a mountain range, the 10 great families, including the Infernal Realm Alliance, were all waiting for one person. This person was Di Tian. After the 6 subworlds were connected, news began to circulate. The various chambers of commerce began to move, and various branches of the chambers of commerce sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Buying and selling information had become a very normal thing. The name Di Tian wasn't hard to find out. After learning this person's name from Wang Ming and Mu Cheng, the higher-ups began to arrange people to go out and inquire about the news. Soon, the news came out. As soon as the news spread, the 10 great clans and the Hellish Hell Alliance were shocked, and many of them doubted that the news was accurate. The suspected #1 expert in the profound sky world? The information was all about Di Tian from 100 years ago. There were many secrets, such as how Di Tian single-handedly killed the leaders of the 8 great sections. Most importantly, Di Tian wasn't even 500 years old yet. How terrifying was that? The information only recorded the speed of the other party's rise. 100 years ago, in the profound sky world, Di Tian had vaguely become the #1 expert. Even if he wasn't, his strength was still extremely strong. The fact that he was a dual bloodline controller had shocked them once again. With these 2 extremely rare bloodlines, it was possible for him to be the strongest in the profound sky world. After all, although that fellow had not reached the ultimate god realm, his strength was at least comparable to a low-level ultimate god with his space and time bloodlines. Even if he encountered a mid-level ultimate god, he would be helpless. There might be a chance to defeat him if it was a high-level ultimate god, but there was no guarantee. From this, one could see how strong Di Tian was. The people from the 10 great clans and the Hellish Alliance were all mobilized. They sealed the exit and set up layers of formations, waiting for Di Tian to come out. The big shots wanted to capture Di Tian even more, because everyone wanted to know what was on the 18th floor. From the time the Infernal God Emperor created the Abyssal Hell, only 3 people had managed to reach the 18th level, and these 3 people were already the top existences in the infernal world. Many people said that there were great fortuitous opportunities on the 18th floor. However, no one knew what kind of opportunity it was. If you asked the 3 top-notch existences, they might just slap you to death. Half a year was not a long time. The 10 great clans and the Infernal Hell Alliance were in no hurry. Soon, most of the people inside had come out. The statistics for the Immortal Abyss fruits were also out. Seeing this number, everyone was dumbfounded. They wondered if this number was real. A total of 150,000 abyssal immortal fruits. Are you kidding me? Where are the immortal fruits from the abyss? When they saw this number, they hated Di Tian again. The last time the abyssal hell opened, a total of 500,000 immortal abyssal fruits had been collected. Now, there were only 150,000 of them, which was about 1/3 of the previous number. Everyone was unhappy. The abyssal immortal fruit determined the development of the infernal realm. It wasn't easy for him to obtain one. If he didn't have enough abyssal immortal fruits, he might be greatly suppressed in the days to come. In addition to the birth of 6 subworlds, there was also the god realm that was pressing down on them. For now, it was still fine. The suppression from the power of the heavenly Tao was still there. However, the suppression of the heavenly Tao was gradually fading away. As time went on, the final barrier would vanish, and everyone's protection would truly vanish. When that time came, war was inevitable. Before that, they had to obtain more immortal abyssal fruits as soon as possible to improve the overall strength of the Hell World. They hoped that Di Tian would come out. What they didn't want the most was to see Di Tian die in the abyss of hell. The consequences were unimaginable. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in the Time Grand Array. In the blink of an eye, 800 to 900 years passed. Inside the Time Grand Array, the 18 primordial chaos clones were all sitting together. Lin Fei's main body was in the middle. At this moment, the 18 primordial chaos clones' auras had reached their peak. If someone came to see, they would be shocked. 18 peak God King experts. After consuming a large number of God sparks, Lin Fei finally raised the 18 primordial chaos clones to the limit. Any one of these primordial chaos clones could defeat an ordinary peak god king. Of course, they were only peak god kings. Lin Fei wasn't satisfied with this. It wasn't like there weren't 18 clones that cultivated to the peak god king level. Lin Fei wouldn't be the first. Lin Fei naturally hoped that the clones were stronger. So, after Lin Fei had the system analyze it, he went through a series of experiments. After 50 years, he finally achieved what he wanted. He let the 18 primordial chaos clones cultivate their bloodline power. That's right, that was Lin Fei's idea. It was also a way to quickly improve his strength. In that way, the clone's strength would increase a lot and surpass peak god king experts of the same realm. They could even fight against ultimate god experts, making Lin Fei invincible. Lin Fei was the only one who could do that. Hee 18 clones, 18 bloodline powers. Even a low-level ultimate god wouldn't be able to take advantage of me. Lin Fei looked at the circle of clones and was elated. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to find the most compatible bloodlines. He did not cultivate any other bloodlines. His time and space bloodlines were enough to deal with everything. Lin Fei did not cultivate any other bloodlines. The only thing that troubled Lin Fei was that the clones needed more divine power. It was like having 18 children who wanted to eat meat the moment they opened their mouths. It was not easy to feed them. On the other hand, as long as Lin Fei had enough divine power, the 18 clones could fight for a long time. Once the 18 clones improved their bloodline power to peak god king realm, it would be Lin Fei's biggest guarantee. At the same time, they would also be the 18 controllers. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Lin Fei took out more bloodline power and looked at the 18 clones with a silly smile. Another 600 years passed in the blink of an eye. Almost there. The aura of the 18 clones became stronger. The bloodline power was raised to the limit. At this point it was almost there. Another 30 years passed, and the 18 doppelgangers finally absorbed enough bloodline power. There was no longer a need to absorb any more, and Lin Fei continued to transfer the complete controller cultivation method to them. In the time formation, the 18 clones kept practicing secret techniques and divine powers without any hindrance. People would be dumbfounded if they knew about it. It was faster than riding a rocket. More than 200 years passed. Lin Fei stayed in the abyss hell for a year.